Entrepreneurs solve problems. They make the world a better place. They create jobs. They create wealth, not only for themselves, but for the entire community. And when you foster that, you can accelerate not only a company, but an entire economy. And that's why it's so important to support Startup Week.
Top of the morning to you, Boise Startup Week, and happy Friday. Welcome to the last day of the festivities at Boise Startup Week 2020. And to kick off the morning with me, I thought who better to invite than our food track co-chair, Angela Taylor. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, DM. This is awesome to be here. First and foremost, I have to say I've been watching a lot of the segments. It's been fantastic. So Boise Startup Week 2020, be resilient. You should be proud of the efforts of all the volunteers, the speakers, panelists. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, in a way, you're complimenting yourself too, because credit goes to you. You've done a lot of the work that went into the food track and Startup Week as a whole. This is not your first rodeo. You've been with us now how many years?
This is the third year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, and I think personally you're pretty well positioned for that, given that, and I want to talk a little bit about the various businesses that you run sort of on the side when you don't work on Startup Week.
Sure.
Indulge Boise, a food-centered business. Tell us a little bit about and what Indulge Boise is and sort of the status today.
Yeah, thanks for asking. So Indulge Boise is a culinary experience company. We try to connect people to their friends and family, to neighborhoods here in the Treasure Valley through food, which right, when you think about those moments, those remarkable experiences that you've had with friends and family, oftentimes it's around music, or it's around the dinner table, or it's a restaurant that you went to, and that's what we try to recreate in our culinary experiences. We have some amazing tasting partners with the restaurants here in downtown Boise in particular, and over the last few years it's been a fun journey for me as kind of a side hustle that has really given me life and understanding like how you actually connect individuals to a community and how you tell the story of a city such as Boise.
So that's been like a learning lesson for you, the connectivity of people and the storytelling there?
Absolutely. I wasn't sure what to expect when we launched the business. You knew that there was some great food taking place, right? You had some talented chefs, some great restaurateurs, the breweries and the wineries, you had all of that. But just the fact that people had a chance to walk around different neighborhoods in downtown Boise, meet people from all over the world, connect with friends that they hadn't really sat down and had a really interesting conversation with in a long time, learn about the history, the culture, the public art that's on display. It exceeded my expectations of what we could create through those culinary experiences.
Well, for one, you're making me hungry, but also you're reminding me of the cool city that we live in, being Boise. So what's interesting as you talk, I'm thinking back to 2018 when we did the food tokens at Startup Week. Yeah. And what I witnessed, and Startup Week took place entirely here at Jump, even though we had a few events at Trailhead. But I remember seeing particularly young students pour out of this building with food tokens in their hand and their phone and with a map in the other hand. It was obvious they had never, I don't know if never, but they weren't very familiar with downtown Boise. But through that experience with food as the anchor, we got them to sort of experience our downtown and interact with the restaurant owners and the people who work in the service industry.
Absolutely.
And get a taste for the kind of city that we are.
Absolutely.
So really, we piggybacked that off of the Indulge Boise idea. And so you just bring so much to the table. I'm going to keep talking about these side hustles, as you call them. I'm sure they're more than just a side hustle. But you're also a partner at the Dignitas agency. Sure. Tell us a little bit about the work that the Dignitas agency does.
Yeah, I started the Dignitas agency. It'll be 7 years in December. And it's a leadership development company where we focus on change management, strategic consulting, and coaching. And the lens that we're really hyper-focused on over the last few years has been equity inclusion work. And just realizing that the biggest change opportunity that organizations have, whatever industry, whatever size or scope of their organization, is inside of equity inclusion. Of really starting to leverage equity, really starting to leverage the value of diversity, what it brings to the table, and understand how you can close gaps, right? You can meet your bottom line needs by actually starting to diversify the perspectives that you have at the table, start to identify those places inside your organization from policies, programs, practices that are not equitable, where you're not leveraging all of your talent at the highest level. And so it's been a really interesting conversation, particularly over the course of the last 6 months, COVID related and certainly with social justice.
Yeah, things have certainly changed in the dynamics of hopefully fueled the appreciation for the kind of work that the Dignitas agency does.
I think so.
Now, I personally know that you have an incredible pedigree and a background that I think our ecosystem is benefiting greatly from. I know you were a coach, or you played in a WNBA.
Or I was an executive in the WNBA for about 20 years. I was with the league office for 10 years at the inception. And then I ran 3 WNBA teams as well. I wish I was talented enough to actually have been able to be drafted and be part of a team, but it was remarkable those 20 years of being an executive in the league.
So you were an executive, you coached 3 teams, you're a Stanford graduate, I see it on the beanie.
Yes.
And so we're just very fortunate to have you. Angela, we oftentimes at Startup Week call upon you to help us with diversity, equity, inclusion. You know, some of us are either not as comfortable talking about it, some of us aren't quite able to wrap our head completely around the topic for various reasons.
Sure.
We all have, I believe, the good intention. But really, when we find an agent like you who can come and speak to us in that language, in that tone that gives us the understanding, it just enriches Startup Week. So on that note, yesterday we had Christina Berry Simmons here from our social impact track. Okay. And one of the questions I enjoyed kind of debating with her was, does social impact come at the expense of profit, right? And so let me phrase that same question to you. As a CEO, as an owner, as a hiring manager, as anyone in a position of privilege and power, does diversity, equity, and inclusion come at the expense of performance and profitability? What's your take on that?
You know, I think that there are always going to be trade-offs, right, when you're taking a look at any business practices. For one, you look at the data from Deloitte. You know, what's interesting, Tim, is over the last probably 5 to 7 years, the data went from being isolated in academia to actually the big 5 consulting firms starting to talk about the data and recognizing that diverse teams, and we're talking about diverse, not just gender and race, which are the easy dimensions for us to think about, but age, ability, geographic location, education, socioeconomic status, and you can go on and on. Like, to have diverse teams, those diverse teams outperform homogenous teams like 3 times. Right, and if you start to look at the bottom line, profit levels increase, 5 to 10% in certain industries with diverse perspective. And so I think that, if you were to say, if you had a marketing program and you would increase the bottom line by 5%, and you didn't elevate that marketing platform, right, you would be negligent. Right?
And so you might even get fired. Who knows?
You might even get fired, right? And so if the data is saying across industry that the value of diversity, right, and starting to identify the inequities in your system and in your organization, or where it's not an inclusive environment where everyone can feel like they're sitting at the table and they can actually thrive, not just survive, then you can increase the bottom line, right? And there might be some trade-offs along the way. There might be some practices that have to be shifted or changed, but I think ultimately the value is certainly there.
So really, as you talk about trade-offs, the word investment comes to mind, right? You invest in it,
sure,
it'll pay off later. And look, it's sort of an obvious question that I'm stating here, but I think part of the reason we are struggling with this is we don't talk about the obvious questions. Yeah. And so, as you said, you mentioned inclusion. I'm really excited for Inclusive Idaho.
Yes.
Overnight.
Whitney's doing an amazing job. Yes.
To be perfectly honest, if it wasn't for the session at Startup Week, I didn't know about the fact that they, in a matter of hours, decided to launch a nonprofit. Yes. So hats off to them.
Absolutely.
Kudos to them. Let's go back to the topic, if I'm the CEO, if I'm the hiring manager. Oftentimes I've seen this in big publicly traded corporations where the corporate social responsibility score now all of a sudden matters because it's tied to stock value, right? And you talk about the big five now, at least talking about the data, right? And so if, especially in Idaho where quite frankly we lack ethnic diversity, right? And I want to bring up a point you just brought up, which alludes to a diversity of thought. You brought up a lot of attributes that I think wouldn't come to mind if I were to think of diversity.
Certainly.
But especially in a place like Idaho where you're going to have to make an extra effort, I would think, just based on the numbers. And I mean, that might be an assumption of mine or limiting belief, and please tell me. But, as an executive director of Trailhead, knowing the kind of work that you do at Dignitas Agency, what can I do to be more inclusive, to encourage and foster diversity, and create equity for the underserved members of our community?
Absolutely. Well, and I think the first question is, what I appreciate about this market, my business partner, Stacy Parson, who's based out of the Bay Area and works with a lot of our tech clients, and I, about 4 or 5 years ago, we started to identify Idaho as our innovation hub. The conversations that we're having around diversity, equity, inclusion here in Idaho are completely different than they are in other markets.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think that the leaders recognize, right, it's going to be more collaborative here in this market than it may be in other markets. And the opportunity is for us to start to elevate and support one another in this and understanding how to leverage equity and inclusion. And so I think the first piece is actually recognizing, and I think COVID-19, unfortunately, has been a great lens into where there are so many inequities in systems.
They floated to the surface, right?
They floated to the surface, right? And they've been there for some 400 years, right? But they've been there for a long time, and we looked at, when companies had to pivot in 24 hours to make sure that their employees can work from home, like who had access to Wi-Fi or quality connections, who was able to do that, who was going to be on the front lines and not have PPE, PPE, excuse me. And so those sorts of things, I think we started to isolate, like there are a lot of inequities in the system. And I hope that those change the conversations that we were having inside of organizations to say, where can we make some shifts to make sure that all of our employees, right, are better served? And what's happening right now is there's this urgency, there's a groundswell from consumers, right? So if you're in a B2C, the consumers are expecting you to be there yesterday. B2B as well. College campuses, students are so much further along than I know I was when I was on a college campus. And so the conversations are much different. And so when we look at here in Idaho, I think there's a tremendous opportunity. There's a lot of companies, startups, existing companies that would consider moving, their headquarters or, an office to Idaho, but they don't want to be the only one that's focusing on equity inclusion. Right, they want to know that they're going to a market that already has that focus. And the downside of it here is that the presumption is that it's focused on race, right? But it's not just race. Like diversity, inclusion, equity is focused on like all dimensions of diversity beyond just race and gender.
You mentioned socioeconomics,
it's
geographics.
ability. Just think about making sure that accessibility is available. There's companies that are actually trying to start to hire autistic individuals because they have like a propensity to like the granular details. They use this in the entertainment industry, right? And so we may have to have some different mechanisms to make sure that the onboarding process is different for individuals with different abilities. Age, right? So we're going to start to have 5 generations in the workforce. Here in a little bit, right? People are going to have to work well beyond, and we think about the economy, that's going to force people to go well beyond their retirement age or when they thought they were going to retire. So how are we going to make sure that we're navigating that and allowed to have teams with different age groups working well together? You can go on into education or geographic location. Like you bring an international perspective to the work that you're doing at Trailhead. That's been invaluable. So I think really taking the time to understand diversity, and unfortunately it's been politicized, right?
What you're saying is look beyond what you see at the surface, because race and gender is obviously something you see.
Sure.
Well, most of the time you're able to delineate, right? Our brain is sort of wired to delineate between that.
Yeah.
But you bring up this diversity of thought. I personally hadn't thought of age or geography. I thought more in terms of life experiences. So just as we're having this conversation, you continue to open my eyes. Mm-hmm. I want to pick up on one word in that the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm, to be honest, it threw me off the first time I saw it in that context.
Yeah.
Equity.
Yes.
I think of equity as ownership in a startup potentially,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So tell me about, contextualize the word equity as it relates to diversity and inclusion for us.
Yeah. I think that oftentimes they get like equality and equity, we get those conflated to a certain extent, and then the confusion is that everyone wants the equity of outcomes. Like, right, we're hoping to give a certain group of people the same outcome, and that's not the case. It's equity of opportunity. And I'll use a story to tell you like how this is being done now. There's the Baltimore Museum of Arts. At the end of 2019, they recognized that the art collection that they have, there's only 2% women artists featured inside their collection. And so if they were going to focus on equality to try to close that gap, right, they'll add the same number of pieces of art from men as women, you're never going to close that gap. So equity is what had to change. And equity is making sure that you level the playing field to be able to close that gap. So they're committed to only purchasing and displaying art from women in 2020. And that's going to create a lot of, there's some compliance, there's a lot of pushback. If you Google it, there's a lot of controversy around it, but they recognize that in order to close the gap, actually, and to get to equality, that equity has to rule, right, in the short term. And so that means that they're going to have to sell some of their pieces of art from men, right, that they're going to be men that don't get an opportunity to be on display. But what we also recognize is there's some super talented female artists that just have not been given an opportunity that now will, and maybe that'll amplify it across that industry. So equity is really figuring out how we're going to close that gap. We talk about pay equity, right, is something that's been prevalent and something that constantly have to be having your pulse on the dial.
I really appreciate that story because the Baltimore Art Museum example, I think, just gave myself and the audience really good context around equity in action. We're about out of time.
Yes.
I'm really grateful that you came this morning and for all the work that you do for Startup Week, Angela. We're fortunate to have you as part of our team as part of our ecosystem. And with that in mind, coming up next is a conversation about your intellectual property by our sponsors, Hawley Troxell. So you hear from Brad Fraser, who is an attorney at Hawley Troxell, and their client, Nancy Kasperson. But before we switch to that talk, a quick word from our sponsors.
Hi, and welcome to the Hawley Troxell presentation of Boise Startup Week 2020. We are all virtual here, and we're very pleased to be a sponsor and a participant in Boise Startup Week 2020. Thanks to TM Rastegar and the others who have helped us navigate and arrange this presentation today. My name is Brad Fraser. I'm a partner at the law firm Hawley Troxell. I practice intellectual property law, internet law, and information technology law, which includes now privacy and data security. My guest today is a dear friend, Nancy Casperson. Nancy is a dear friend and a client. And Nancy is the CEO of the Boise Startup. Not really a startup anymore, Nancy, but at one time when Nancy and I first met many years ago, it was a startup here in Boise. Nancy Casperson is the CEO of Quit with Nancy, a tremendously successful tobacco cessation program. So Nancy, would you take just a few minutes and tell our guests about you, your background? You have a stellar background as a nurse and medical professional. Tell them about your program, tobacco cessation, about your success. And then at that point, we'll switch over and talk a little bit about what you and I do together. So Nancy, please.
Sure. Well, hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying and learning a lot in the Startup Week information. So I try to not go all the way back to kindergarten when I tell my history, so I won't go back that far, but I will go back to, I was a good kid, and I never broke any of the rules until I got to college. Made it through college without really breaking rules. Then I got to nursing school, and it was a Catholic nursing school. I shouldn't probably say that. The nuns were very mean, and me and everyone else in the early 1970s, we all started smoking. So I usually have a fake cigarette with me, but I'd have to use a pen. So really my career of tobacco interest began with my first drag off of a cigarette. I'm a person who loved the first cigarette, loved every cigarette in between. At the age of 32, I got diagnosed with early emphysema, and I was living in Haley, Idaho. I was a skier and a hiker and a nurse, and I was having breathing trouble, and no one could help me quit. So I spent 3 years struggling myself, thinking I must be stupid or what is wrong with me or whatever. So this is in the 1980s. The patch had just been released. It was prescription only, and not a doctor that I knew would even write for me to have the patches. Nobody knew anything. So after 3 years, a lot of I'd say the moon and the stars lined up, and I was able to quit, but it actually was a lot of work and a lot of frustration. So I continued in my nursing career for a couple more years, and I was just dissatisfied seeing how many people came in that were sick and dying, and nobody would help them with their cigarette addiction or tobacco. So I shifted my career in 1990 and focused on learning about tobacco education. And I have studied with everyone I could find around the country to learn what other people have found out. And the science now and the medical treatment is so much more advanced than when I quit back in the 1980s. And I've taken all this knowledge. Most of the people I've learned from are PhD, MD, PhD, and then a bunch of other letters. I don't even know what they are. And they don't speak English very well. And it's very difficult for a smoker in Idaho to relate to a PhD, MD in the way they speak. So I kept coming back to Idaho trying to work with a lot of folks in Idaho. I worked with the health districts for years, and I had to take that scientific medical information and distill it into something that was usable and understandable. And from my perspective, fun. Like if I'm not having fun, I want to leave the class. So I spent from 1990 until today studying tobacco addiction, tobacco treatment, now vape, and any kind of those other things that have come on the market. And I built from scratch a program that integrated all the knowledge I'd learned, but also integrated storytelling, because Brad knows I love to talk and tell stories. And it evolved from a little thing, and it got bigger and bigger. And I know a lot of entrepreneurs who have an idea, and then it feels like you're picked up by some like giant, I don't know if it's a monster or a swan, but I was picked up by this idea that I had, that I could take my ideas and my program and convert it into something that I could reach thousands and tens of thousands of people and help them. And through the health districts, I traveled around the state for 10 years and worked with about 1,000 people a year. And people started bringing cameras to my class and filming. And everything in my class was mine, but I didn't know anything about intellectual property. So I just said, don't film, I'm going to film. So I started another company, a video production company. And it's a side of my other company. It was too expensive to hire a video company because my program's 8 hours. And the people's response was, you've got to make this film, because my husband couldn't come to class. You've got to turn this into a DVD so we can watch it at home when we relapse. So I jumped into, like many entrepreneurs, I jumped into something I had no idea what I was getting into. If I knew what I was getting into, I probably would have backed away and kind of like turned the headlights off, but I didn't know. I thought it would be 4 to 5 months to make this 8-hour video, but I hired a professional video cinematographer, and it took us a year and a half. And that was from filming to editing to all the script writing and all that stuff. And then I ended up during that time realizing I had something with, I knew I owned something, but I really didn't know much about what I owned as far as copyright or any of that. So one of my employees started doing a little copyright research and intellectual property stuff. And we were planning like everything else. We did everything our own self because we're a small company. I usually have 2 to 4 to 5 people working for me. So as a CEO of a small company, you really have to do a lot of things that I was never trained for. My program has been incredibly successful. When it was a live class only, it was successful. And when I turned it into the DVD, I never knew would adults sit and watch an 8-hour DVD with me talking. And so we contracted with a local hospital. I started doing classes there, and it blew my mind. People actually sat in a classroom for 8 hours in a week period of time and watched the DVD. And they all said, nobody ever taught me this. Why didn't I know this? Why doesn't my doctor know this? And so the content in the video DVD became my basis of how I would distribute my program because it's more scalable. And then Brad told me I probably needed to think about putting it online because a lot of people don't have DVD players. But that, of course, was 5-6 years ago. And I thought, nah, everybody has DVD. So now my program is I work with corporations to help their employees. I work with hospitals to help their patients. I work with community organizations to help. Actually, I just want to help anybody. And so my DVD now has been converted into an online program, and people love the online program because, like we're all learning, there's a lot of time that you can use your computer for education or socialization or whatever. And so now my program's available with different formats. And just so you know, I've said this to Brad probably quite a few times, my goal is always to reach 1 million people. I'm at about 20,000, so I'm going for expansion in 2021. I've got some contracts coming up that are going to let me expand. And Brad rescued me from the pit of intellectual property despair, like a tar pit. And so, Brad, I'll let him tell you how I snuck into your class, sort of. I didn't snuck, I paid $50 actually, but tell him how we met and then how the journey began, because I was about to make the pit of despair mistake.
Well, thank you, Nancy. That is a tremendous overview of your company and your programs and your success. So thank you for sharing that with us and with the audience. So as Nancy mentioned, she and I met first about, I think, 10 or more years ago. I was teaching a class at Boise State called Protecting Your Internet Brand. And sitting in the middle of the audience was this attentive looking woman and 2 of her staff members. And they asked a lot of very insightful, really excellent questions. And that, of course, was Nancy and her team. And so after the seminar, Nancy called and we began this journey together of following, I guess we'll call it my model. Nancy has a tobacco cessation program. I have an intellectual property monetization program. And we began together on that journey of identifying Nancy's intellectual property and then protecting that intellectual property together. And now Nancy is in fact monetizing that intellectual property. So we started fundamentally, and we talked to Nancy and her team about very fundamental brand issues. We started at the basic level with trademarks. And Nancy has now assembled an impressive portfolio of trademarks. Nancy, talk to our guests a little bit about the importance of your brand. Quit with Nancy. How do you get that brand out there? And talk to the audience a little bit about the effort and value you see in protecting that brand.
Okay. First of all, it's always funny when memories of an incident don't exactly match. So Brad remembers it one way. What I remember is Brad took pity on me and he called and offered to talk to me on the phone. And by the time the phone call was done, I had to hire him because I realized I was just about to step off the cliff of despair. So it was a wonderful intro into Brad's integrity, but also he knows stuff I never would have known, and I could have made some really, really serious errors. So with branding, it's interesting because today I asked Brad to not use my official company name. And like a lot of companies, when I started out, I picked a name, just a corporate name, and it had nothing to do with tobacco. And then somebody told me that's a dumb name for your company. So I changed it. And over the years, I changed my company name a couple of times. So my actual company is Quit and Live Global Inc. And my program used to be Quit and Live Tobacco Cessation. But what I found is that when people would take my class, no one ever knew the company name and nobody knew the name of the program, the official name. And people said, oh, I just told people to go to Nancy's class. So I went to put this into a video, and I had probably 50 people say, you can't call a DVD Quit and Live Global Inc. DVD. So I said, what am I going to call it? And they said, Quit with Nancy. And I thought, oh my God, I can't call it that. But I had the vote of so many people, including my biggest corporate contract supervisor said, that's what we tell our employees, quit with Nancy, go to Nancy. So that became my brand. So even though I have this other name and it's all registered and trademarked or whatever, my company brand is Quit with Nancy because people associate me with the program. And now all the things I've done and all the marketing I've done and advertising, any of that now is identifying me because I am pretty much the program. If you watch my program, I'm the teacher in it, but it's like watching like watching a documentary. I'm the narrator, but we have lots of other people involved and a lot of interviews involved and a lot of magical video stuff happens in it. But the brand has really been a successful way for my outreach of what I am and what I do and what my product is to reach people and connect with them. So I have felt like that was a really important step. Brad, I didn't want to take that step. So,
well, that's great, Nancy. And you, because of your personality and because you built this from the ground up, the brand really is you. It's you personally. But, you know, we can't register your physical being with the trademark office, but we did register certain of your trademarks, Quit with Nancy and the logo. So we have over time assembled a very good portfolio of registered trademarks to help support that brand, which is Nancy Casperson. And the Nancy has been very, very good about getting domain names in place. And we'll talk later about her efforts to take the program online, which has different intellectual property implications. But one thing that was important with Nancy is that because, as you know from her story, this was her product. She integrated materials from a lot of other sources, but at the end of the day, Nancy wrote every word. Nancy recorded every bit of video. Nancy said and spoke everything. So this truly was Nancy's, and the copyright law term now is these were her works of authorship. Nancy authored all this. And so she assembled an impressive body of courseware. You all are familiar with the term courseware, a learning educational system, courseware. And so in addition to protecting her brand using trademark law and domain names and internet practices, we recognize that this body of courseware was protectable using copyright law, as is any video or book or poster or photograph. And Nancy was the author. So we worked with Nancy to assemble all of the materials into a cohesive package, for lack of a better term, and then we registered the copyright. And Nancy owns as well now an impressive portfolio of registered copyrights. And Nancy, you may not have a lot of comment about the copyright piece of it, but you and I have talked a lot about this. Tell me about your thoughts about the nature of authorship and writing all those works and the importance of protecting that from an author's perspective.
Well, you know, I really probably never had a lot of thought about it before you, Brad. You know, like I might get a book from the library and I like pages 10 through 20, so I'd stick them on my copy machine. Shouldn't say that. But I never really thought from the perspective of the author or the creator or the artist or the musician. And once I learned that, you know, I'd spent literally now like a lot of years developing, and I still develop new materials. I'm so grateful that I realized that the copyright of my materials protects me from people not just not just a simple theft, but like a theft of my whole program. And it's funny because most people who deal with tobacco are government agencies, and they don't care if people take their stuff, but mine is mine. And so I have learned over the years from Brad that it's critical that when you produce a piece, whether it's a video or online, or you're doing, like I have a lot of supporting materials. I created an entire year of another intellectual property, which was Train the Trainer. I never planned to train trainers, but then I found out I had to train trainers because I can't be in 10 places at once. So my Train the Trainer materials are all copyrighted. And what I have found is I think there's people out there who literally would steal stuff from anybody and not care. And then there's people who just don't understand. So I had in the beginning a lot of people who would get my DVD and then they'd start using it in ways that was not, they were using it in ways that were illegal with copyright law. And I was able to go to them and say, look, this is all copyrighted. This is my materials. If you want to use it, that's fine. But we need to have a licensing agreement, and what that will be, what I will give you, and I will give you permission, and then how much you're going to pay me. So I can make money off of. And I would have never, Brad, I would have never, ever thought of that part, especially the legal paperwork part. Oh my God. But it's a way that I can sort of pull people back from using my materials in a way that's not appropriate. So.
Nancy, thank you. That's perfect. And so you've made a great segue to what I wanted to talk about next, which is licensing. So as Nancy protected her brand and her trademarks using trademark registrations, and she obtained the internet real estate that she needed to support her brand. And as we coalesced her works of authorship, the workbooks, the questionnaires, the checklists, everything that Nancy authored, we protected that using copyright law. That then permitted Nancy to take the first step toward monetizing all this intellectual property. And she mentioned the term licensing. So what we did is we then turned to contract law, and we developed a series of courseware licenses, written contracts for Nancy to use. So now when Quit with Nancy goes to a hospital or to a university or to a medical insurance provider, she'll present them with a courseware license agreement. And that will say something like, Nancy owns the brand, Quit with Nancy. Nancy owns all of the intellectual property in this content, the images and sounds on the DVD, the text on the written pages, the illustrations on the written pages. Nancy owns the copyright. And so if you wish to use those and not get sued by Nancy and her high-priced lawyer, then you better take some type of a license agreement. And so Nancy's had, I think, I'll ask Nancy, maybe it's a bit of a mixed bag, but I mean, in general, the courseware license that we developed now, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, it's been a pretty good document. Talk to the audience a little bit, Nancy, about your efforts to use licensing to monetize your intellectual property.
Well, again, it's the kind of part of me that was never trained and never had any interest in legal documents. Right. And I had to learn that because I'm a small company and I have to protect my intellectual property, I have to learn how to read legal documents. And what I found is over the years, I did everything in the old-fashioned way, which I'd sit down, I'd talk to somebody, and we'd make some verbal agreement, and then I would hope that they'd pay me and they'd whatever. And what I found is that sometimes the purpose for Brad doing what he does is to protect me and help me be not safe, but I guess protected from people who would maybe use my materials and not pay me, or use my materials and then distribute them, change them, put their name on them, all that. And the biggest legal contract that we developed was about 8 years ago. And the good thing about it, it's carried me through a 5-year contract, and then it still carries me because that big contract was so comprehensive that all we do now is we just renew it year by year, which I like because then I don't have to read 17 pages of contract stuff again. And we just say, change the dates. Is there any terms that are different? And so it's been like, that was a long time ago that I paid you to write that big contract, Brad. And it has served because now it is just a stepping stone to extend another year and another year. And I feel more professional. I look back on how I used to just kind of like, okay, let's do this and let's do that. That from protecting my company and my financial situations, I've got to have contracts. I mean, I personally think without them over the last 10 years, I could have ended up in financial, or in a lawsuit. But the contracts help because the contracts help. Then I'm clear, and the company that I'm working with or the people I'm working with, they're clear. And it's amazing how many times those contracts, literally, I've just said on page 7, right there, it states this. And then if they don't agree, then we have to go back to Brad and do something different, but we don't do that.
and so, Nancy, your courseware license agreement is a good example of combining contract law principles and intellectual property law principles. So, I mean, we've protected your intellectual property, your trademarks, your copyrights. Those are protected, and we could go to court if we had to. But we also chose to put particular provisions into your licenses, which say specifically, you may not copy this content. You may not reuse it. You may not reuse it to train a trainer. You may not take the courseware and go engage at a hospital. So Nancy's been very smart about using a combination of intellectual property law and contract law to protect her intellectual property and her creations and her works of authorship. Nancy, as the CEO, talk to me a little bit about I guess this is a leading question, and you alluded to it a moment ago. When you go in to see a new client, do you have, I'm going to assume you have a little bit more confidence walking in with your briefcase, knowing that you've protected your intellectual property, you have something to offer, a valuable product. Here's my license. Tell me about your ability to market and sell your product, knowing we've done all these fundamentals. Does it increase your confidence?
Well, it does. It increases my confidence, not in relationship to selling Nancy and Quit with Nancy.
Sure.
Because I'm pretty confident about that piece.
Sure.
But what the confident piece is that I've got the legal documents that will protect me from me making a mistake or them accidentally or purposefully taking my content. So the confidence comes, I think, in the combination, Brad, of like, I know my program, I've used it so much, I've had so much feedback. I'm so confident in that and my ability to help people with my program. But the like the behind me piece of it is like, Brad's right back here. It's like, don't give it away anymore. And it's not that I don't trust people. I really think it's a complicated situation with copyright. And, so I think you're right. I do feel confident because there's a lot of places where people don't want to mess with contracts. But that then tells me something like, well, then if you don't want to negotiate with my contracts and with my lawyer, then we probably can't go any further because I need that protection. So,
right.
Yeah, I think it's been great.
Well, thanks, Nancy. Now, as you mentioned earlier, you have now taken the program and we're placing it online, which was quite an effort. And in terms of the in terms of the intellectual property issues that created, you may remember you and I had some discussions about making sure you own all the intellectual property. Because when you take a medium and place it into a different format or a different medium, like take textual materials and place it into a video, we have to make sure that you retained ownership of all the intellectual property. So we went to some effort to make sure that everybody, the videographers, the editors, everybody who worked on the code writers, everybody who turned it into the app and who put it onto the internet, we had to make sure that your company, Quit and Live Global Inc., owned the intellectual property rights. You may not be able to comment on that, Nancy, but do you recall that effort and that process? How hard was it? How hard was it to get people to play ball? I often hear people say, oh, I can't ask my code writer to sign this. I can't ask my videographer to sign this. They won't give me the intellectual property. Nancy, can you comment on that? Did you have hard experiences getting your intellectual property when you put everything online? Talk about that.
I think it's, personally, I've had both experiences, Brad. There's people who just say, oh, sure, no problem. My video guy was like, sure, no problem. He was a contractor. And he's a great video guy. He's a great graphic designer. He produced most of my visual materials he produced and the video. And he was just like, sure, he's been doing it a long time. He knows if he's working for me, then So he signed without any question. I've had more challenges with other entities. For some reason, the biggest challenges I've had is hiring someone to develop my websites, where they are the coder and they think they own the code. And that's been, I've not had good experiences with that.
Right.
And
you know what, Nancy, nobody does. And that's why I asked.
Okay.
And so the point was, thank you for not having Nancy go, oh, it was a piece of cake, everybody signed.
No.
But to have Nancy highlight that problem so that our audience knows that our goal is to make sure that all the intellectual property resides in your company. Why? Well, you, the entrepreneur here at Startup Week, may at some point want to go speak to a venture capitalist or an angel investor or a bank and ask for some money. Now, Nancy has bootstrapped and Nancy has not sought in a lot of outside investment, but you may want to go to do a pitch to a VC or to an angel. Right. And one of the questions they're going to ask you is, do you own all your intellectual property? So what that entails is exactly what Nancy's done. She's the author, it's the sole author of all of her content. And if she ever had to use a third person, like a videographer or a software programmer to help her get her content online, she was scrupulous about making sure that she did her best to own that intellectual property with, again, the proper contract. So, Nancy, I'm glad to hear you say honestly that sometimes it was easy and sometimes it wasn't. But the point for today's session is that we want to focus on that to make sure that we do own all of our intellectual property. So, Nancy, how is it going with getting the program online? Do you have subscribers who are now, I mean, the beautiful thing about putting the program online, because it works, it's such a powerful tobacco cessation tool, Nancy. You can go now from the 20,000 to that 1 million number that you seek. How's the traction going on the internet?
You know, it's interesting. There's tobacco use and vape use is an addictive disorder. It's an addictive disease, just like alcoholism or just like cocaine. So first of all, you have to understand the population that I'm trying to reach often doesn't want to be reached. And addiction treatment is, like I tell people, it's like all of us have a head and it's a big puzzle and we have all these puzzle pieces. And if you just look at the puzzle pieces of someone who's addicted and using a substance, there's like pieces that fell on the floor and they're under the table and you can't find the pieces. So when you start to try to pull all that together, you have to understand, a lot of the people are very reluctant. They're discouraged, they're embarrassed, they feel shameful. They just say, I like it, I don't want to quit. So one of the best ways to work with people is in groups, which we've done, for 20 years. And people walk in a group with 20 people who smoke, chew, or vape, and they're complete strangers. And by the end of the first night, they're all bonded together because addiction does that. Whether it's in a classroom learning or out on the street smoking a cigarette together, it pulls people together. So the live groups, I think, are the best, but that's also doesn't help me reach 1 million people.
Right.
The DVD allows people at home to watch it with other people. So, it's old fashioned, right? But you load it in the DVD player, you sit down on the couch with beer and a cigarette or whatever, and you have a couple people in your family who are either users or support people. So the group interaction with addiction is a powerful piece. The online piece is somebody sitting on their computer or on their phone doing it by themselves. So where it works really well is someone who is basically mandated by the courts or mandated by their insurance company or mandated, you've got to take this program or you're going to keep paying the higher insurance premium at your company. Here's your higher premium. If you quit with Nancy, I'm the reasonable alternative. You get $100 off your insurance every month. So people who are mandated will sit and go through the online program because they can just do it on their own. They click through it. They can get through it really quick. There's no interaction, although we still do phone support with those folks. Mm-hmm. But the challenge is if they're not mandated and they're just sitting home or, it's harder for people individually to become engaged in the program when they don't have to. They just So what we're doing now is we're doing virtual online classes.
Right.
Because then we didn't start out that when we first got the online going, we got to go in January 2019, and it wasn't a virtual class. But now we're doing everything. They can watch it on their own. They can do a virtual class just like this, but we could have 10 smokers in this class. And we use the DVD. My facilitators, who are nurses, are the coaches for that. So we've had to keep kind of adapting like we all are now. What's the technology? How do we use it in a way that reaches our goals, helps us reach our goals, and helps our clients? I wish, another thing I wish, Brad, is I wish I would have early on studied more about running a company. But, I learned it as I went. I feel like you've been tremendous, Brad, in helping me structure that piece of this. So thank you very much.
Thanks all.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Welcome back to Boise Startup Week. My name is Matt Popolo from Stage.0 Ventures, and I am here today in the beautiful Jack Urban's Meeting Place building in the Inspire Conference Room. And I have over here with me Dan DeClaus, who's the founder and CEO of PlexTrack. PlexTrack is an enterprise cybersecurity platform, and we're going to be talking with Dan a little bit today to learn more about his company and about how this all came about and what it's like building a startup here in Boise. So hi, Dan.
Hey, Matt. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you. So why don't you just start off telling the audience a little bit about what PlexTrack is so they can get their kind of minds around what the platform you're building.
Yeah. So PlexTrack is a cybersecurity platform geared towards reporting and tracking risks and vulnerabilities within an organization. So we facilitate the entire collaboration and remediation lifecycle for any kind of security issue that gets reported. So we help people that need to write up the findings from a security assessment and then track that collaboration all the way to completion, so remediating the risk, and then finally being able to conduct real-time analytics on their progress, so it really becomes a real-time picture of how secure they are within their organization.
Outstanding. So basically then, if I was a company that was trying to protect my internal infrastructure from hacking and cybersecurity attacks, kind of explain to me a little bit, like, what is my process and where does PlexTrack come into that process?
Yeah, so in order to know what your gaps are within your security posture, you need to do some form of an assessment, right? So you're going to either hire somebody internally to do that, or you're going to hire an external assessment firm, like a consulting firm. So really where PlexTrack fits is allowing those assessment teams to write up all of the issues that they find during their audit or their pen test or their security assessment into PlexTrack, and then can immediately collaborate with the people that are responsible for fixing those issues.
Great. So I always, when you first started telling me about PlexTrack, one of the things I found to be kind of ironic in a way was that you had these high-end, you have testers who are trying to penetrate with the highest and latest technology, right? Trying to poke in different ways and get in through all these different routes and paths. And then at the end of the penetration test of those guys doing that or girls doing that, they would be writing this report. It was just like a long Word document that ended up on the executive, who was in charge of security, typically like a chief information security officer or a CISO. It's like drop on their desk this large report, like an old school.
Right.
Boom, here's your report.
Here's 1999 all over again, right? We're still dealing with 300-page documents for reports.
Right, and then it's like, what do I do with that?
Right.
I got the report, check that box. Put it in my filing cabinet and move on.
Right.
So maybe you could just talk a little bit about, how this idea came about and a little bit more about your background.
Sure.
Just to kind of get a sense of what inspired you to build the PlexTrack platform.
Yeah. So I've been in cybersecurity my whole career. So I graduated from the Naval Postgraduate School in 2006 with a master's degree in computer security. And so I cut my teeth in cybersecurity space within the Department of Defense. Mm-hmm. And so that's where I started learning all of the ins and outs of how to build a program, how to do assessments. And so one of the biggest pain points I was finding is like I would become a penetration tester, which meant to ethically hack either websites or networks. And then we'd be responsible for, you know, these large engagements, and then at the end of the day, we had to write this really long report, and it consumed a lot of time, right? Because you want it to reflect how hard that assessment was and all the work that went into it, and you're still dealing with like Word documents and, you know, resizing screenshots and all these things that are, you know, mind-numbing to those of us that really want to just continue to hack, right? And so I was like, there's got to be a better way. And then so just on the report writing piece, there's got to be another way. But then what we were also experiencing is we'd do the same assessment a year later and basically rewrite the same report. So there was something broken in the process, right? That we deliver this 300-page document and they weren't taking it and doing anything with it. So can we build a system that actually facilitates the collaboration and the ability to check in, you know, on a regular basis? How are you doing? Can we stay sticky with you in terms of how you're fixing these issues? So those were some of the biggest pain points I had, both living on what we call the red team, which would be the proactive assessment team, whether that's a penetration testing team or an auditing team, versus the blue team, which is the team responsible for defending the organization, being able to work with the security teams and the other teams responsible for fixing the problems. So there's a lot that goes into this risk management life cycle on just the daily workflow. So that's really where PlexTrack spawned from. The idea is like, can we write the report easier and faster, make this a lot easier for the assessment teams? Can we deliver it in a streamlined fashion to where the people responsible for fixing these problems, you know, have an easy way to say, okay, yep, we're making progress, you know, and it doesn't get lost. I think one of the other things that happens a lot in our industry, we have a lot of turnover, right, in terms of just talent. There's a shortage of talent, so they're always going to new places to work. And so, you know, Joe may have received the report last year for the pen test, and now he's gone. So nobody really knows, where was Joe at with this pen test report? Like, where were the findings? What, you know, where did these get documented? Where did any of the remediation steps happen? So there's definitely, like, you know, loss of information as well. So PlexTrack becomes that central system of record for all of these things. And we aggregate data as well. So it's not just a penetration test. It can be what we would call a vulnerability scan. So there's lots of tools that you can scan your network or your websites to identify risks. And so we can take that information in. So we really start to become a data aggregation platform as well, which really, for the CISO, for the Chief Information Security Officer, is really valuable because now they have a central place to look for all of their security related risks. And that's incredibly valuable to be able to report in real time to your board, to your executive staff, how you're doing from a security perspective, and then get a better picture of what things are falling short and where you should invest next, right?
Makes sense. And so if I happen to be a chief information security officer at a large corporation or a medium-sized corporation even, and I am responsible for these different areas of governance and regulatory and cyber and the way my business runs now before PlexTrack is I'm sort of my individual business units or the groups that report into me, they're sort of using their own systems, it sounds like.
Yep.
And not operating in a way that I can see and have access to a standardized view on vulnerability threats and the progress against those, and what have we done in the last quarter, and what are we doing next quarter, and how does that look across my whole organization? How do I prioritize my budgets to what I'm going to spend on and what's most important to be working on?
Right.
And I'd imagine that involves some type of a kind of a scoring system or a risk scoring system on these threats.
Right.
Is PlexTrack kind of working towards something like that,
Yeah.
or is it already baked into your system?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a way to prioritize the risk items that get reported in the PlexTrack system today, and then we're working on a more automated capability so that as new things come in, it doesn't have to be like a manual process to say like, okay, these are the ones I actually need to go work on first. You know, here's a list, and based on criteria that is established within your context of your environment, environment, we can say, you really should be working on these items first, as well as being able to identify these are the investments that you've made in your security program that appear to be working, and these are the ones that appear not to be working, or something needs to be reconfigured, or adjusted, or go back to the vendor that you paid millions of dollars for this system for to say, hey, we keep running tests and we're finding that time and time again, the system that we paid for to fix this issue is not working. So it really provides, it becomes a force multiplier for your security program. I think it's important to always note that, like I mentioned before, there's a shortage of talent, but there's also a shortage of budget in cybersecurity teams. There's a shortage of time. The people responsible for securing our environments and our data are inundated with lots of work, right? And there's not enough people to go around. Whereas the threat actors and the attackers, the cyber threats are they have an unlimited amount of time and an unlimited amount of resources to to break into a single organization.
Yeah, this sounds incredibly valuable. I would imagine that this kind of quickly becomes a must-have type application once the organization is up and running and using it. How have you found the conversion of your customers onto your platform? Does it take months to get up and running on PlexTrack once you come to terms and they say, yes, we want to move forward? Is it a large implementation project? I mean, what does that look like?
No, that's what's really nice about PlexTrack is it really deploys very smoothly and quickly. So really, from an assessment team perspective, they can be on the system writing their reports day one, right? And you can be bringing in data, within a matter of hours, right? And so it really becomes, that sticky thing in the environment as soon as it's deployed. And we've proven, we've got year-over-year customers that have improved the morale of their team. They said, like, not only are we able to produce more reports and go deeper on assessments, which is very important, right? But not only can we produce more assessments, go deeper on assessments, but the team is just happier because they're not having to deal with Word documents, and the kind of the antiquated process of delivering a document, trying to follow up with the people responsible for fixing those issues, not really having a good visibility into things. So it deploys very quickly. People get up and running and are very happy very quick.
That's great. All right, so you're not really this is sort of your first time founder as a company, but you started the company yourself, kind of as a side hustle while you were doing your penetration testing, right?
Yep.
And then started to build the software. You're a technical founder. Like you built the first iteration of the code.
Yep.
And then you had done a couple of sales, even like early sales to some consultancies, other penetration testers, and started to do a little bit of product market fit and learn what worked, what didn't. And then at a certain point in time, you kind of you shifted to start looking for outside capital and support resources to help you. So can you talk to the audience just a little bit? We've got a couple of minutes left, but maybe just describe that experience for you and how that was kind of moving from more of a bootstrap situation and then kind of moving into now more of a venture-backed type growth.
Yeah, so I mean, I've always had the entrepreneurial spirit, right, in terms of wanting to be, a founder in a company and really get into startup mode. And so I kind of I had this problem that I knew was a decent problem. Didn't know if it was actually like something that would be a business or not, right? If it just be like a hobby or a side project. So I started it out just to see like, okay, I know I have this problem and I can be the first user of this system, right? But I always had the intent that this could be something bigger. And so I kind of went through that validation phase of like customer engagement, identifying use cases that people might need out of a system like what I was building. Yep. And so being a cybersecurity person, we're always in the business of risk management. So that's why I didn't go for capital right away. I wanted I don't want to take other people's money just to like throw it down the drain, right? That was my mentality. I wanted to make sure I had at least something I felt was investable, right? And I knew that the type of product we were building, or I was building at the time, was something that would probably need capital eventually to really like grow and scale. But at least wanted to validate and see, what kind of traction I could get early on. And so when I had that, that's when I actually quit my day job, started diving in full time to the business, and then shortly after was introduced to Stage.0, where we really aligned, with our mission and what Stage.0's mission is being truly a partner in the business and founder friendly, and really helping us grow. So that it just fit well, with what we wanted from a company perspective in terms of capital, and it's really paying off. I mean, the product is light years ahead of where it would have been if I had just been doing this in a bootstrap mode, and we are now able to get in front of Fortune 40 companies, right? I mean, we have lots of good traction, with some of the biggest names in the industry.
That's great. And how are you finding the building your company in Boise? I mean, you've been here,
Right.
so you know the environment very well, but like you're having to hire resources to build out, high-end tech platforms. The sales side is critical. You're dealing with enterprise organizations. And in the last minute or so here, why don't you just talk a little bit about how your experience is developing a company in Boise?
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be more, thrilled and proud to be able to be doing this in Boise. I'm a Treasure Valley native, grew up around here, went to graduate school in California, but quickly moved back because I knew what the opportunity has, here in Boise. And so to be able to build a startup in Boise is really exciting. And having seen the Treasure Valley grow and evolve, especially from the tech perspective, has been fantastic. So we're finding great people. We have a great talented team. What's nice about the community is that you start to get to know a lot of the people. So there really is a lot of good talent here to draw from.
Mm-hmm.
And then the community itself is very supportive. I mean, I think that the startup community here is just continuing to grow, and there's a lot of excitement. And we're now, able to attract investors, and we're getting visibility from other major markets. Through Stage.0, I've been introduced to investors all over the world, right? And so some of those big markets like New York, San Francisco, Seattle, LA. So definitely Boise is getting on the map, and it's getting more awareness. And so we're just excited to be able to be a part of it.
Great. Yeah. It's great. Well, thanks, Dan. Somehow, whenever you're in the room, even when my laptop's here, I just feel safer. It's a cybersecurity safer.
You just wave my hands over it.
But thanks for your time today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
So coming up next, we've got Navigating Uncertainty with Hans-Peter Bronmo and Stacy Parson. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Albertsons is bringing the fresh every day. Crispy, juicy, delicious. We're cutting fresh, so you don't have to. Slicing fresh in store. Icing, baking, and flower bouquet making. At Albertsons, this is how we do fresh. Come and get it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stacy Parson, and I'm a partner with the Dignitas Agency. And one of the things that we do is work with leaders every day to build more inclusive organizations. And the way that we do that is by helping them identify limiting beliefs and transform those into breakthrough beliefs, and also by navigating some of the friction that arises as you try to navigate large-scale change. And so today I'm here with Hans-Peter Bronmo, and we're going to be talking about navigating uncertainty. HP, as I probably call him most often, is a vice president at X, the Moonshot Factory, and you all may recognize that organization as formerly Google X. And he is the general manager of the Everyday Robots Project. He and I know each other from our work over the last several years around leadership development in general, and really being able to unlock his team as quickly and as fast as possible around trying to create things that have never been created before in the world. And so inside of that work, we have been getting familiar and really practicing a model called Next Level Results. And there's a couple of things that are interesting about that model, but one of them in particular is, how do you notice when you hesitate? How do you notice when you stop moving forward towards the very thing that you want to be achieving? And how do you unwind from that as quickly as possible? So we've been in the practice of this together for about 2 years. And one of the reasons why I am delighted to be in this conversation with him is because it is really interesting to watch how HPU in particular always show up to a challenging situation with curiosity and leaning in and trying to figure out, okay, so what do we do next, as opposed to stopping. And so I think you're a particularly interesting person to be talking about social equity, systemic equity, and how to create more inclusive organizations. So welcome, and thanks for being in this conversation with me.
It's great to be here. Look forward to this.
All right, so I just want to jump right in. As I mentioned, you and I have, almost all of our conversations are about navigating uncertainty and how to show up as the leader that we really want to be in especially those uncertain moments where the pressure is high and you either do it or you don't. There's no in between kind of. And I'm just curious if, how you're thinking about the particular uncertainties that we're dealing with right now with the pandemic, with social unrest right now, with, we're getting ready to, in our political climate, perhaps have a shift in leadership, perhaps have continued leadership, but there's a lot of uncertainty around that process. And that is all on top of the general uncertainty around trying to do something that has never been done before in the world. So how are you thinking about leadership right now?
Well, as we've talked about quite a bit, Stacey, leadership exists at kind of different levels. But I think that maybe the two most important aspects and responsibilities of any leadership and any leader right now is to focus on the short term, focus on tomorrow, focus on today. People care about the fact that they're going to have a job tomorrow. They care about what the immediate situation is today. But then also to tell a story about the future, to let people know where we're headed. And in uncertain times, those things probably get amplified, right? Because you want to know that your loved ones, your coworkers will be okay, and they want to know they want to be okay. You want to make sure that tomorrow is in focus, but you also want to see a path to the future. You want to see a path forward, because if we can't overcome our short-term fears, that by dreaming big, then why are we here, in a sense, right? And so I focus also a little bit on on this notion. I want to bring in this notion of servant leadership and what it means to sort of stand up for what we believe in around defining principles and values that we have and we hold dear. And so, taking responsibility as a leader is therefore, I think it's very important to hold those principles and values very central and make sure that, the people, the organizations you're leading are bought into them and share those principles and values.
So, one of the things I want to pull in here as I'm listening to you talk is the model, the Cynefin model that we've talked about before. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's CYNEFIN. And one of the things it talks about is how to navigate complex problems. And as you're talking, I can imagine that some people, when they hear you say, it's important for a leader to kind of paint that vision of tomorrow. I think for some people, they feel like they have to have it all figured out before they can do that. And one of the things that we've been, practicing and observing is that with complex problems, you don't know always, and you have to kind of sense your way into this. And one of the things that in the work that we do, we notice a lot is that leaders are really not sure how to bridge this, this intersection of what they think about personally and what their role is as a leader, particularly around social justice issues or trying to create more equity in organizations. They're just really uncertain about how to take that stand that you talk about. And I'm just wondering, how would you want people to think about that?
So, well, a couple of thoughts. First off, and I guess a bit of a pet peeve of mine, right, is that there's no leadership in guiding people on a safe path.
Right.
If we're on a path we all know, then it's just really sort of, everybody walking together down the path. Yeah. So leadership is about charting new paths, right? With others to places that maybe nobody's gone before, or places that we don't even know exist yet. And then you can say, okay, so what are all the dimensions of that? Well, there's the technology dimension. We spend a lot of time talking about, taking big risks in technology. there's the business dimension. We try to develop new business models and take risk in business. But there's also the sort of like the broader impact dimension, right? What's the impact of our work on society at large? Right. And, and so, while it's easy to focus on taking risk with crazy and cool technology, I'm also very committed to experimenting with and asking these sort of difficult questions about the broader social and societal impact, and sort of what success looks like in the broadest sense of the word. Mm-hmm. So and on top of that, of course, there's sort of your personal journey and your personal path, right? And so while there's all that stuff happening, in times like what we live in now, there's also this overlay of our personal journey. We wake up in the morning and we hear some news, and it might be frightening or it might be disconcerting. So both as leaders and as participants in a company and a culture, you have to navigate all of these, and holding all of them and recognizing and making room for all of them at the same time.
So I want to go back to the first thing that you said about the safe path. One of the things we're often doing is just reminding leaders that there's a difference between leader and manager. And if it's already been figured out and it's just about executing, then you're managing. And if you're someone like a CEO doing that, then you're just a really highly paid manager as opposed to someone who's actually leading. And that, surprisingly, is something that people have forgotten, or they don't really have a somatic feeling of, like what it is to have to make choices without all the information and to sit in that space all the time. So that's one thing. But the other thing that I hear you saying is, I was listening to the sequence. You were saying like, okay, there's this responsibility I have in the seat, and then there's my personal journey. And I think sometimes leaders think about it the other way, like, what's my personal journey, and should I be bringing that to my work? And the way that I hear you saying it is, you've already reconciled that part of my work is to have a positive impact in the world. And you're reconciling that first in your seat.
Yeah, in one way, I want to acknowledge, like, up front, that I feel like incredibly privileged right now, right? Because I'm in this organization where we have the privilege and the opportunity to lean into these questions, because the existential risk is not there. I mean, I recognize for so many people right now, there's sort of existential concerns, right? Am I going to have a job tomorrow? Is my company going to be around tomorrow? Is my startup going to be able to happen in this funding climate? Right. I mean, there's so many of these sort of existential risks. But I think what I think is particularly interesting is, given that opportunity, and we all have it, we can all create it, even if we are dealing with more or less uncertainty. That opportunity to bring your whole self to work, to come to work as people, not as suits, mm-hmm. right? And to show up in a way where, we look at each other as people, we're curious about, what that other person is about. And that curiosity, by the way, it obviously goes both ways. When you create a lot of curiosity, I think you create a very vibrant culture. People are leaning in and they're asking why, they're asking, they're bringing, when they can bring their whole selves to work, it just creates an entirely different type of work dynamic and creative and innovation culture than if they're sort of holding back and just showing up with their power suits on.
Right. And one of the things that we do at the Dignitas agency is we always, one of our taglines is real talk. And, as you're talking, one of the things we always like to clarify is that with regard to more equitable and inclusive organizations, there's kind of two parts to it, right? There's the, how do we allow people to bring their best selves so that they bring all of their capabilities and their experience to bear in the moments when the organization needs it. And that's kind of the inclusion side, the belonging side. And then, to where you started around the risk, you're talking about existential risk. The other side of it is that for a lot of the population, they're not existential risks. There's actually real risk out there that has us paying attention to social justice issues and equity issues in the first place. And so I think, when we talk about that risk, what we realize is that for some leaders, that risk to even have that conversation and to even raise that topic and to bring it to the forefront is too high for them. And I'm just wondering, like, what are some of the risks that you experience or feel as you are moving towards more equity and inclusion in your team?
Yeah, that's a sort of central question, isn't it, Stacey? I mean, I wonder sometimes if the question of, am I taking a risk by bringing equity and inclusion, into my work and into my conversations and into the dialogue, public or private, is that the right question at all? Is like, what's the risk of not doing that? What's the risk of not choosing to create more inclusive organizations? Mm-hmm. So we're framing so much of this in terms of downside risk, right? It's if I do this, I don't know, it's risky, it's uncertain, maybe I'll get egg on my face. But, there's also this thing, no risk, no reward, right? Mm-hmm. And, if we're in an environment that is changing as fast as the environments we're in, we're always taking risk. We're always leaning into, like, the world is changing super fast around us. So there's always risk. So, the fear that sort of our choices and our voices kind of not making choices, the difficult choices, and not having a voice actually sort of stops us. I think it can be paralyzing, right? And it paralyzes way too many people from making the changes and leaning into the discomfort and the uncertainty that will ultimately help us get through this. So, technology is changing, business models are changing, our customers are changing, culture is changing. So we got to change too, right? And if we sit back and wait until we have all the answers and then we change, well, guess what? The bus, the train will have left that station, right? And not only that, but not only will we be way behind, but we won't understand the world as it emerges. So a big part of, one of the things, I do in my day job, right, is I work on really difficult, large technical sort of moonshots and problems. And we're trying to do things that we ultimately know will have a huge impact, when it comes to fruition. And we're working really hard on making that impact positive and understanding what will make it positive and what won't. And so questions like this, questions like equity and inclusion, broadly speaking, are critical to our future success. And, because it helps us understand what the markets will look like, what our customers will look like. And it helps us bring the best talent and the most interesting voices to the table as we deal with problems that, nobody's ever dealt with before.
Right. The risk question is really interesting too, because, as humans, we always calibrate the downside risk much more closely and keenly than the upside risk. So it's, we have to kind of unlearn that about the way our brains work, or kind of counteract that in some ways. One of the things that we've been talking to leaders about is, I love that you went to like, what's the risk of not doing this? Because I think in the days following George Floyd's killing, right around May 25th, a lot of leaders were coming to us saying, what is actually happening? What's happening in the environment right now? And how do we interpret it? And how do I actually show up as a leader here? And I think anytime a leader is in that place, like where they're blindsided from that way, there's a risk that they haven't calculated. There's a risk that was on the horizon somewhere that they missed. And one of the things that's super important about this type of dynamic is that no one person can scan for all the risks, right? And I think that's one of the promises of having a diverse team of leaders who can actually bring their experience and their intersections to bear so that the team can assess the risk more broadly. But you know what, just in terms of the tech world, one of the things that's interesting to me around risk is just how, artificial intelligence and facial recognition, for instance, as a technology is now in the hot seat, so to speak, because there were some things that I think people weren't really factoring completely in to how it worked and who it was impacting and how it was impacting people. And so, even if people have a little bit of hesitation around talking about what they feel is politics, I think what they're completely missing is policy and how outcomes are affected by policy and practice. And I'm just wondering, if you were talking to someone, as you're talking to people who are starting out and thinking about, what they're creating and how to avoid some of the pitfalls of those blind spots, what would you have them think about?
I think the thing that comes to mind to me is that we all have kind of these internal alarm bells, right? And there are these little feelings that go off that generate some sensation, right? And so oftentimes that sensation is very strong when it's discomfort, when it's fear, right? And we're also probably all pretty good at like, ooh, that doesn't feel good, so I'm going to push that away. I'm going to push away the discomfort. I'm going to push away the fear, and it's going to move to the comfortable space, the space I'm familiar with. And so whether that's, running a small startup or running as a leader, part of what I see kind of the opportunity being is actually not shutting that down and saying, this conversation makes me really uncomfortable. But like, why? Why am I feeling uncomfortable in this conversation? And there's a ton of information in that. That's signal value, right? So there's a ton of information in that discomfort. And so when you start seeing these sort of feeling these little moments of like, that conversation ain't kind of working for me. Let's just let's talk about something else, y'all. Let's go have a beer. That's the wrong response in my opinion, because it means that we're just sort of repressing and pushing away something that has signal value. And with that signal comes learning, right? Because it's leaning into that discomfort. It is understanding it deeper. It is being vulnerable enough with the people around you and your teams that you're willing to share it and say, like, when some of these, let's just look at the last year, right? Or a couple of years. It's been Me Too. It's been BLM. It's been COVID-19. And then, of course, tragedy of George Floyd. There have been all these moments, which then, of course, turn into a lot more than moments. Now, when these things happen, again, you go, oh, that's horrible. And you feel some discomfort. You feel some concern. Like, as a white guy, when Me Too happened, it's like, I can't really say anything here because whatever I say will be misunderstood. Well, that's kind of a cop-out, right? So what can a guy like me, a man like me, contribute in terms of leaning into that and make mistakes? I'm going to, in participating in that conversation, I'm not going to have the lived experience and the suffering that many of the people who showed up in Me Too or around all these other issues have had. And so my challenge then is to be humble, to be, to lead with compassion, and lead with sort of, with compassion comes a deeper understanding and learning, right? With judgment, basically comes building walls and sort of blocking stuff off, right? So it's leaning into that compassion. And don't get me wrong, it's scary, right? It's scary every time. And my words can often be misconstrued. Lots of people are out to sort of make you bad for one reason or another. But if we allow for that, then we let cancel culture win, and we let these, these sort of parts of what's going on right now, kind of triumph. So my view is, in those situations, I obviously like to listen a lot more than talk. And even, as even coming here and talking to you today, it's like, should I just listen to a conversation you're having, or should I actually show up and talk to you on this? Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, if I'm going to walk the talk, then let's have this conversation a little more publicly, right? And lean into it.
So there's like 5 things that I want to circle back to, and I'm smiling because you're going to give me a chance to talk a little bit more about some of the next level results stuff. But as you were talking about that signal, and when it comes up, a lot of the times when we're working with leaders around equity work, what we know is that if you're going to change the system to be more equitable, you're going to have to relearn things. You're going to have to stretch. You're going to have to ultimately do things differently than they've always been. And what that means, you're going to have to engage with the system. So there is literally a somatic and visceral response that comes up. And when that comes up, it's those moments that you're talking about. Like, what do you do in that moment? And, the model would say, you either have a chance to go above the line and continue to move towards what you care about, or go below the line and stop. And what you're talking about is the above the line what it looks like when you say, regardless of the circumstance, this is what I care about, and I'm going to keep moving towards it. Right. I just want to pause there for a little bit, and I'm wondering if you could explain to people a little bit about what that moment's like and how you actually work through that urge to just not do it. Particularly when you could, it would be easy and people would understand when you did not do it.
Yeah, and just, you and I talked about, where, you've really helped us understand this notion of above the line, below the line, just for, those who might be listening who don't fully tap into that. I mean, effectively, above the line is kind of yes and behavior, right? It's like, oh, yes, that makes me really uncomfortable. And, I have questions and I'm curious. Below the line, it's kind of like, no, but that's not the right way to think about it. No, that's his fault. And it's the defensive behavior, right? So when you're in a place of feeling overwhelmed, or when the risk is too high, or when you're, when those emotions we were talking about a moment ago, I was describing, show up, the easiest place to go is into a defensive and judging posture, right? It is to back off. But again, there's no learning there, right? It's just building walls. And so what I find is, creating a culture, and it's not just about me, right? It's about, if I'm the only one doing it, doesn't matter. It's about creating a culture where we're all kind of interested in getting to the right place, interested in learning, interested in understanding, recognizing those emotions and going, I feel kind of weird about this. I feel awkward. I don't know what to say. I don't know, this sounds weird. And that can be, again, a tech problem I don't get, or it can be, sort of an equity, inclusion and diversity problem, right? Or challenge. So it ranges the whole gamut of daily interactions. But the thing for me that I've really come to appreciate very deeply, and I actually think, X is a really great place for this, is this sort of doubling down on psychological safety, right? If I'm going to be vulnerable, if I'm going to lean in and admit I don't understand something, I need people around me to be willing to also move into yes and. Mm-hmm. And that means that they come from a place of respect. They can challenge my uncertainty or the question I'm uncertain about. They can challenge the issues, but they can't call me stupid, or they can't laugh at you or call you names, right? So creating an environment that's psychologically safe, where we can actually look at each other and say, it's kind of like, after George Floyd, Stacey, when I asked you if you join me in front of our team and have a conversation. I was, pardon my French, but I was scared shitless, right? I had no idea what to say. I had no idea. I was just really wrought by what had happened and what we'd all witnessed. But, together, you and I sat down, and because we'd been working together, I knew that, we were there to solve this together, or to figure out something together, right? Maybe not figure it out, but to understand it better, to come from a place of deeper compassion. Obviously, you were really suffering under what you had just witnessed and experienced, and so putting that out there without having it all scripted and knowing what the answers was, to me, that's, that makes the work and the sort of the opportunity really exciting, right? That makes what we're doing sort of, stimulating, because it helps us grow as people. It helps us understand at a much deeper level. And again, it happens, this applies just as well to a design review as it applies to, a big moment in terms of social justice and social unrest. It's the same principles. And so you build a culture to support those principles, and that's really critical and important for me.
Yeah, and I think what you're pointing to is, just to reference that Knaffen model, but mostly the idea of complex problem solving, because the way that we look at it at the Dignitas Agency, this is, if not the most, so it's creating more equitable world is one of, if not the most complex problems that I know that I will live through in my lifetime. And so part of what we try to do is cultivate and build the capacity of that sensing into the situation, and knowing that you don't know what's going to come next. How do you bring everything that you do have and make that available for the conversation, right? And not be in the mindset of, I don't know how, so I don't want to try, so I hold back, so then I don't do anything. So even if I do something, it feels like halfway, like that whole energy. We want to have it operating the other direction, which is, I don't know. I'm going to take the first step. I'm going to learn really quickly. I'm going to be responsive to who's there's with me. I'm going to assume good intent. And if something lands wrong, we're going to tell each other about it, and we're going to move to the next place, right? And I think this is a capacity that if we really are going to create in a more equitable world, all of us have to get better at being able to do that, and not just with the people that share the same identities as us. Like to actually be willing to be in that learning with people who sit in different identities. But you're right; it can't be one person in and the other person just kind of sitting on the sideline. It has to be 100%, or else it falls down, because trust falls down.
Yeah. And if I can maybe, connect a couple of dots around what you're saying right now, because it's so important. People sometimes will ask, well, why is diversity important? Like, I understand why it's diverse, and why it's important to treat people well, but why is it important for a business, right? I think it's a legitimate question, right? It's like, well, so, and I've asked myself that question many times, like, why are we spending so much time on this? And every time I come up with two very simple answers. One is, it's just the right thing to do. The world is, it's my better half, my partner, Julie, is an immigrant, refugee of war, came to this country as a refugee of war, and grew up in Alabama, outside of Birmingham, Alabama. And we met out here in Silicon Valley. And she's fond of saying, that talent is universal, opportunity is not. And so part of why leaning into diversity is so important is because if we want the most talented people, we got to throw a really big net, because there's talent everywhere. And it doesn't come in one particular package or color or anything else, or from one particular school. Talent is universal. But opportunity is not. So those talented people can't find the path forward. And they might not have gone to the school you went to, but they're out there. And when you unleash them, watch out, right? There's an enormous amount there. But the other thing is that you and I have had very different life experiences. When we get together, we look at problems, we look at solutions differently. And that difference, when respectful, when generative, and when above the line, is so important, right? And I want to tell just a short little story about this, which I think is a great little illustration. This happened fairly early on when I started running this project I'm running now, when we started it up. There was a guy named Vincent, and Vincent was a senior engineering director who was a part of the project. And he and a bunch of other people were sitting around for many meetings discussing whether our robots should have wheels or legs. Mm-hmm. And we couldn't decide. It was wheels or legs or wheels. And it becomes religious in robotics communities, wheels or legs. Finally, Vincent just pipes up and he goes, well, I figure if I can get there, the robots can get there. Everybody turns to Vincent. Vincent is disabled. He's in a wheelchair. And everybody goes, ADA compliant. If the building is, equipped for disability, and it's equipped for robots. And we saved a ton of time and discussion and around, because his lived experience told us, if Vincent can get there, the robots can get there. Mm-hmm. And, so there was this moment where we just were able to, because we had him in the room, because we had Vincent's voice and life experience in the room, we just suddenly unlocked a whole, and we tightened that loop, as you like to say, and we just skipped ahead to, without having to sort of get through all this analysis paralysis to try to figure it out. And that happens all the time, but it happens so much more when you have people in the room who just come to the problem from a very different perspective and different angle. I'll go back to my ode to discomfort. I think for probably the first 2/3 of my life, I ran away from discomfort, right? It wasn't, or I would hide from it, or I would try to just ignore it. But, I've come to see discomfort as my friend, and again, something to be in dialogue with. And so for me, I think that, if I'm going to be the best leader I can be, I have to listen very carefully to these signals, and I have to be willing to sit with them and sometimes lean into them when, you know, the discomfort is signaling fear, uncertainty. So in other words, risk, right? But you have to be kind of just comfortable with the fact that, yeah, there's risk, and that risk can come back and bite you, and kind of might even like knock you off your feet at some point if you're unlucky. But the discomfort is the signal that tells you often very early on that something's happening. And by leaning into it and gaining a deeper understanding, that's when I think that's when we move forward and accelerate, and oftentimes create, you know, competitive advantage, right? And so my view is that, you know, when you're leaning into discomfort, again, you move to compassion, and then suddenly the conversation isn't about risk anymore. It becomes about justice. It becomes about opportunity, and that's where I think, you know, great companies are born. And I think that's where opportunity really comes from, right? Is when you're leaning into compassion, understanding, openness, and as opposed to sort of defensiveness and closing down. So I think that's where I want to leave this. And I just want to thank you, Stacy, first off, for all the wonderful coaching and conversations we've had over the last few years, but also for inviting me to participate in this today.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, my sincere hope is that the folks listening to this conversation, and particularly some of the ways that you've been thinking about uncertainty in general, but particularly as it relates to creating more inclusive organizations, hopefully they've heard something that will allow them to accelerate the impact that they want to have in the world, not only with their product, but in the well-being and ability for all of us to live our most effective and most supported lives. So thank you, and I'm sure we will be in touch soon.
Welcome back. We are live at Boise Startup Week. My name is Matt Popolo from Stage.0 Ventures, and I am joined today by Alan Traylor, who is the founder and CEO of Syndro. So we're going to be talking a bit together about Syndro and Alan's experience as a founder, get some information about what it's been like to build the company to where it is now. So thanks for joining us, Alan.
Well, thank you for having me.
So let's talk a little about, just so the audience can understand, what is Syndro?
Well, Syndro is a web-based platform for fitness studios and wellness studios. It does everything from allowing members to sign up for class, to find your studio, first of all, sign up for class, buy memberships, and then attend class. And then on the studio side, it allows the studio to manage their entire business, from point of sale to membership management, to communication with members, to their accounting. So it's really an end-to-end solution for the fitness studios.
Okay, so if I'm a studio owner and I need to rent my space, or I have remote spaces that I take people to, especially more nowadays, and I need to have a software, kind of a cloud-based solution, a SaaS solution to run my business on. I would go to Syndro, kind of get a demo, sign up for your software, and then what's my experience after I do that? If I say yes to Syndro as a gym owner, what happens next?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're really focused on the partnering with the studios. So we don't want to be a software as a service that just provides the software and walks away. So we call our clients, we call them partners, because we truly are partners with them. So you were to sign up with Syndro, we would sign you a partner success manager. That's your sole contact at Syndro that you'll have for the life of your contract. So we don't expect you to have to call an 800 number and wait on hold. We really want to provide you a consultant that will help you grow your business, because our business model is we grow with you. And so that partner success manager would work with you to design the different rooms, working out at the parks or the beaches, whatever rooms you have at your brick and mortar facility. They would work with you to help monetize everything you're doing, to help increase your revenues, whether that's through apparel or anything not even remotely that has to do with Syndro. Because again, we want you to grow as a business. We're here to support you. And so from that point, we would build out your platform on Syndro. We would do training with you and your staff. And then we would do some fun training days with your members to get them to download the app and start using it and teach them how to communicate with it. So
that's great.
We come in as a partner.
Excellent. So then, I know some gym studio owners, they they have, an exercise science background. They're super passionate about, technique and how they can train other people to improve their health, and that's really where their focus is. And so when it comes to the business side of starting a gym, there can be a lot of like a steep learning curve and an uncomfortable area for those type of resources. And I'm just curious, I know there's other platforms out there. What is it about Syndro that makes it so flexible or easy for gym owners?
Well, so I think there's a couple of questions in there, and I think they're all really good. The first one I want to kind of touch on is that a lot of the people in this industry, particularly yoga, spin instructors, we get into this business because we're passionate about helping people get fit and be well, not necessarily because we're entrepreneurs. And so there's a little bit of a learning curve in running a business, particularly brick and mortar, right? There's so many things that go into it that we need a solution that runs our business, because again, we want to focus on the client. As a practitioner, right? As a gym owner, as a spin instructor myself, I want to focus on my students, on my members, because that's where the passion comes. Now, I don't necessarily want to focus on running a business and doing the accounting and doing, the management of the operations. It's not why I got into this. And so what we see in this industry, a lot of burnout, and the burnout comes from people wanting to do the right thing and getting into this business. But then after 10 years of running a business, it's, working 80-hour weeks, just trying to keep a business operational, you lose the passion. And so our software, we have built and we continue to build based on feedback from our partners. It's a relationship that when we sign on a partner, we tell them straight out, look, we know that we want to build this based on your feedback. If you don't tell us what's wrong, we can't fix it. So we need you to be our partner. And so the user interface and user experience has been built by the owners and the instructors, not by some, me sitting in the corner thinking I know what is best for everybody. So we really require them to give us feedback. Tell us what we're not doing correctly, because we want to fix it and we want to do it better.
That's great.
Yeah. So the goal of our platform is to be so user friendly that it is a no-brainer. And it helps run your business as opposed to you running the software that's trying to run your business.
Right. That's great. So how did you come up with this idea? Like what, there's other, like I said, there's other softwares out there. We'll talk about that more in a minute, but what inspired you to create Syndro?
It's a long story, but I myself, I'm an entrepreneur. I have been my entire life, and I didn't totally realize it until recently. But I find gaps or things that are broken, and just naturally I have to go fix it. There's something in me that just has to fix things. And I was running a software company out of Baltimore, and I was preparing an exit. It was at a really good spot. We had grown internationally, and my wife had just gotten pregnant with our son, and we were living in DC. I'm from here, and my wife lived here prior to us moving to DC. And when she got pregnant, we looked at each other and said, we have to go home. We want to raise our kid in the foothills of Boise. We want our home back with the big backyard. We wanted the easy lifestyle, the neighborhood, and so we moved back. And as I was exiting this my last software company, and it was all in healthcare. But I'd gotten really competitive in cycling, and to kill my energy after hard days work at the software company, I'd go to spin class. And I thought, before I took my first spin class, I thought it was super cheesy and but I went and something changed. I really, deep down inside of me, I felt something that was energetic, and the people around me were energized. I walked out of that spin class just on cloud nine. I thought, wow. So then I got addicted to spin, which was great because it would help my outdoor cycling as well. And then when we landed back in Boise with our, newborn, I said, okay, I'm going to go to the spin class. So I Googled spin class Boise, nothing. Well, maybe I'm not doing it correctly. What about cycle class?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Right.
I thought, okay, here's my entrepreneurial brain. So I decided to open a spin studio. Oh. We had yoga, TRX, spin. And in doing that, we looked for the best software to run the studio. And we just found the industry standard. There's kind of that Goliath out there that everybody uses. And so we thought, great, let's just use that.
Yeah,
It must be the best.
There was actually a question from the audience about that, like, well, how is Syndro different from MindBody? So, like, knowing the kind of 800-pound gorilla in the space is MindBody, and knowing that they were sort of purchased by a private equity firm, actually. And I think they also grew through acquisitions.
Yes.
So keep going about your MindBody experience, but they were asking, like, what is some of the differences? So
So MindBody has been around for a while. And they built their technology years and years and years ago. And like you said, they've really grown by acquisition. They've just recently purchased FitMetrics, which was the data tracking software we use at Upcycle. And so they've kind of stacked technology on top of technology. The user experiences, and I it's not just MindBody, right? It's the other competitors as well. As a gym owner, it has caused me frustrations. It has caused me revenue. It's kept me up at night. It got to the point that we had people quit, and it's not user friendly. And I know a lot of members might not see that, right? They might not see the struggles that the gym owner goes through just trying to manage the software. Like I mentioned earlier, we get into this because we're passionate about helping people get fit and stay well. We don't want to manage a software. And so what a differentiator is, Syndro will manage your business for you. It shows you the data that you need to have at the right time. We don't have reports because every screen is actionable. There's an actionable item on every screen within Syndro. And so it's easy to use, it's not over-engineered, and it has just the features that you need and that you want as a studio owner, as an instructor. Yeah.
So with all of the challenges that have come out from the pandemic, fitness industry was certainly one that was a bit of a lightning strike, when everything started. And slowly recovering and sometimes going back in and coming back out. How are you finding the positioning of your product in this industry and the adoption, and what is it that's motivating gym owners to adopt Syndro?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. And first I want to say, because I have a lot of friends that have had to close their studios, and it's hard. It really is, particularly for passion. I just recently, a yoga studio here had to close. And, maybe it's time, but my heart goes out to all the studio owners that have poured their life and dream into building a studio and having COVID, out of control. And it's really, it's a shame. However, that being said, I think Syndro is positioned such that because our revenue model only goes up if the studio makes more money. So if the studio goes out of business, we go out of business. So it's in our best interest to help the studio survive and thrive. And so we're getting creative. We're doing workouts outside, out in the park. We have a yoga studio in Carlsbad that goes to the beach every day, and they do beach workouts. We have certain studios that put plexiglass between different types of equipment, and our consultants are going to help them do that, help them with best practices. Even though that doesn't have to do with Syndro, we want them to learn best practices, how to stay safe. In addition, we're partnering with Stages Studio, which is an online platform. So studios can make revenue even when they're closed, because there's an online library that you can create, and people that can take classes anytime they want from their home, from their office, when they're traveling. And so we're getting creative at Syndro to help give resources to studio owners to increase their revenues and stay open during these crazy times.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. So you're, back to Boise now. It's been many years, but you kind of went out, and then came back.
Yeah.
You founded a company that was outside of Boise in the past and had an exit. and now you've started Syndro and launched and commercialized it. Talk a little bit about, we got a couple of minutes left, but talk a little bit about what, because you've been your experience in kind of building a company in Boise, and also contrast a little bit sort of the bootstrap model that you had maybe with your first business versus kind of being a venture-backed company now.
Yeah, what's interesting is I was talking to a friend who started a company in fitness in San Francisco. They were doing really well, and they ended up having to close their doors. And he said his biggest mistake was taking advice from one of his first investors. The advice was, you have to have presence in Silicon Valley. His burn rate was so high that he couldn't sustain COVID. Now, my other business was in DC. Now come back to Boise. Everything was 10 times easier. Not only was it easier, but people wanted to help. That's what I found the biggest difference was. I could brainstorm with Tiem anytime I wanted, and I know that he genuinely wanted to help me. You don't find that in other environments. When I go into the state insurance fund, for example, they want to help me. They don't want to just do their job and stamp and be gone with it. When I talk about ideas with friends, oh, I know someone you should talk to. There's that degree of the Boise friendship of, I want to help you just because I'm a kind person. And you don't find that in other big cities where it's a little bit more cutthroat. People here really do want to help you, and they want to see you succeed. So they'll take a spin class, even though they don't like biking, or even though they don't like spin, they'll do it just to support you. So the environment here, from that aspect, has been really, really humbling, and it's so fun to be part of. I think the other part of it is the lifestyle. We have, the office, right, downtown. We all take walks together. We'll go to the park and meditate as a team. It's just such an environment that it's easy to thrive in. There's no pressure. And it's just everybody wants to help each other. I think that's the key takeaway. That's great. Such a great place to.
That's great. Good stuff. Well, I think what I've seen with Syndro, just from the Stage.0 point of view, is the ability that you had to create this tech so quickly. You really have built up a very flexible infrastructure that allows you to make changes quickly in there. It's kind of an unusual platform to be able to have that kind of flexibility. And I think that looking at what's been happening with your customer base, and even during this time of COVID, where you've been able to sort of replace other systems, gym owners choosing Syndro over a MindBody or choosing Syndro over a GlowFox because of what you've built. So congratulations on that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Excited to see what's coming next.
Yeah, we're excited as well. And that's the goal of the platform, is to be flexible. And so that we can change product overnight as opposed to over the quarter.
That's great. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So coming up next, we've got Joe Burke, who's giving a discussion related to from kitchen table to global retail. So Joe Burke is the founder of Ollieball, and he'll be joined by Tiem, the executive director of Trailhead. But first, a word from our sponsors.
I'm on the road, bound for home, back to what I know, back to Idaho, Idaho.
I'm here with Joe Burke from Ollieball. Welcome to Trailhead and welcome to Startup Week.
Thank you.
Excited to talk about your invention. Before we do, let's talk about you a little bit. So I think you moved here pretty recently from California. You have a family. Tell us what got you to move to Boise.
Yes, we've been here almost 90 days. I moved a bunch growing up. My father was an executive with AT&T. And so every time we moved, we went from a little house to bigger house. So we moved so many times growing up. It was easy for me. It was tough because we have 3 kids. And so our last stop was California. And we were in Orange County, which we had so many great friends there. But we really wanted to get our family to another place. And so we'd had enough of California, honestly. And so we looked at Texas, Tennessee, Germany, New Zealand, and then
A couple of outliers there.
Yeah, a couple of outliers.
Did you
there.
actually go to every location and you kind of checked it out?
We did, yes. Well, I didn't. My wife didn't make it to New Zealand or Australia, but she went to the other places. And in the end, we came here last November. It was cold. Checked it out. My kids worked out with some sports teams. I got to meet some people, and we don't know a soul here, but it felt absolutely right. So
it was a feeling. If I were to, my follow-up question was, what was the one thing? So was it a feeling, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it felt like soul cleansing. Is cheesy as that sounds, it just felt right.
Let Idaho cleanse your soul. No, I like
That's
that.
it.
I'll take it. I've been here for 20 years, and like we talked about it earlier.
Well, I should have talked to you. I would have saved myself 19 years.
Yeah, but I think there's something to be said about you making that choice for yourself and like, going through the pain points, because then you truly appreciate what you have here.
Agreed.
If people talk you into coming here, like my parents, they pretty much made me move here when I was 18. The first 2 years it was all comparisons to where I used to live and why this place sucks. But eventually I made it my own. Like I said, been here for 20 years. I probably won't ever leave. So welcome to our community.
Yeah,
I'm super stoked to have you. I know you have a pretty incredible background, so I don't want to spend too much time setting this up, but your tenure at Disney was pretty pivotal to what you did next. So tell us a little about Disney, what you did there, and kind of what that led to.
Sure, it was my second full-time job ever. I was the national brand director for the Disney stores. And I did a lot of synergy work with Buena Vista Pictures. I started at Ratatouille and left at Wall-E. And I really wanted to know the Disney way. I had had my own company since I was 7, starting with a paper route. I started a company out of college at the age of 21. They failed miserably. And my wife and I, we got married, things changed. We had kids, and it's all of a sudden you need health insurance and this. And I'd love to have my own company in Santa Monica, and now I've got a bigger group of people. So I said, okay, what's going to be more secure? Oh, let's get a job. Careful about that. So I ended up applying for Google. I said, let's just start at the top. So I got an offer to go up to Mountain View after 8 phone interviews to Google, and then they said you got to wait 6 months to get a job. And in the meantime, long story medium, I ended up at Disney. Series of interviews, and I had a really good portfolio of work. I'd been freelancing for the top ad agencies in the world. I'd been writing campaigns, working on a lot of different things. Anyway, they took a shot on me. I absolutely loved it. It was an hour-and-a-half drive each way to Pasadena from where we were living. But I wanted to learn the Disney way, and I wanted to know why Disney sweeps clean floors. And if I could boil Disney down to one thing, yes, it's about entertainment, it's about kids, it's about animation, it's a magical world. But the difference with Disney is they sweep clean floors. They don't let things get dirty. They don't let problems erupt. And with our company and how we built it in the very early stages of Volleyball was taking the same way we do now, every customer is a guest, and we get ahead of problems before they become bigger problems.
So you actually are applying the Disney way to Volleyball, or you have applied it over time?
The hour-and-a-half each way to Disney was probably well worth it just to learn the Disney way.
Okay, so as a transferable skill, that was the one thing that transitioned. So let's get into it, Volleyball. Tell me about how you came up with the idea.
Well, I can't take full credit for it.
Let's talk about that.
Sure, I'd probably the biggest amount of credit to my daughter, who was 9 years old at the time. She was playing soccer in the house. At the time, we were living in California, Southern California. It was blazing hot that summer. And she's kicking a soccer ball in the house, breaking stuff. And I'm like, get the ball out of the house. And, she's like, no, I got to practice this and that. It's too hot to go outside. Kicks it again, knocks over some stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's it. Get the ball out of the house. And then she's standing there on a Saturday afternoon in the middle of the kitchen crying. And I'm like, all right, I just got Father of the Year. And I said, how come nobody has made a ball you can play with in the house? It was kind of just a very simple and
So you blamed it on the
stupid-
ball. The fact that you made Father of the Year was the ball's fault.
It was the ball. It was always the ball's fault.
Ah, okay,
Yes.
Okay. So
And,
that's what you wanted to fix.
That's what I wanted to fix, the
Okay.
pain in the market.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people don't think about toys as solving a pain in the market. Now, a lot of the work that I had done, my own companies, mentoring, incubators, other companies, was always about addressing the pain in the market. But no one really thought about toys in this way. And at the time, I just said, how come nobody has a ball you can play with in the house? So that day, my daughter and I said, okay, you know what, let's figure this out. So I take a balloon and I put some painter's tape on it. And I'm like, this is kind of a ball, but it acts like a balloon. It doesn't do this. That one Saturday.
That was your prototype, essentially.
That was the first prototype. I still have a picture of it because I remember we had spent a couple hours on it, and I got on the internet and I started studying the physics, the size, the shape, the weight of a soccer ball. And we went down, we took a ball, and my daughter we were throwing it up in the air, and she goes, I like this one. We got in my car, we drove down to the post office where they had a sensitive scale so I could weigh it. And her and I got a picture of it in the back seat still. And this was actually about a month before my son, so I always know when this happened because about a month before my son was born, and he's 5 now. So anyway, we put the ball back there, and that one day turned into an obsession. It turned into 100 different prototypes. We end up getting a trademark, which is easy if you got $300. And then I had a buddy that I was still on several nonprofits. So I was volunteering time with a nonprofit with a buddy who was a patent attorney. I brought it to him. I says, can you patent this? He goes, it's really tough to patent a ball. So I showed him what I had and I showed him what I was thinking. He goes, you know what? You could actually patent that, the shock absorbing component to this and the way the physics work. And I said, okay, what do I need to do? He goes, it's expensive. It's going to take some time, but if you want to do it, you can do it. So between the prototype, which I still had not invented the ball yet. I mean, I still didn't have the invention, but I knew what needed to be done to get the patent. I started studying all the other patents on balls. Then I started studying what I was doing, and I started looking at the physics, and I started looking at materials, and I had this big, clear garbage bag that's called the big bag of fail. And my kids, they know it, they've seen it, and every time I had a failed prototype, I'd stuff it into the big bag of fail because I wanted them to see, and also me to see, the pain that it took to get there. So 100 different prototypes. I'll fast forward the story. We end up coming up with something that's pretty cool. I convinced some guy to sew the thing. The guy has no idea what I'm doing. I got this DuPont material. He wants me to I want him to make a ball out of it. And he says, why? And I'm like, just can you do it? And he goes, sure. I go, how much? He goes, $80. I go, for one? He goes, yeah. He goes, look, if you're going to take my time and just $80. I'm like, fine. So I get the first prototype made, and it was pretty good. And there was 2 mistakes that happened that were perfect because I was impatient that led to the combination of materials and the way that it works.
So mistakes ended up leading you
yes.
How did you carve out time? How did you pay for this? Did you take money? Did you bootstrap this until you got to the first version of volleyball?
That's a great question. And I tell you, it's a great story. I don't want to say lesson. It's a great story for anybody else that has an idea, is that you don't have to, if you're unemployed, if you are employed, if you have a full-time job you love, if you have a full-time job you hate, if you are 82 years old, if you're 12 years old, you can do exactly what we did, which is not only get a patent, win a Toy of the Year award, a Boys Life top 19 of 2019, and we've sold over 500,000 since February of 2019 worldwide. Anybody can do it.
So what's the playbook? Break it down. If you say everybody can do it, how did you do it?
I decided once that I was going to do it. That day.
Was it that day?
It was that day. That Saturday when I went with my daughter and we turned a terrible day where she was crying in the kitchen to this beautiful day where we went together to the post office and we were laughing and playing together with this ball. That's the day I said, my kid was playing ball in the house and breaking things. That sent us on a quest to create the ultimate indoor play ball. That one impenetrable, impossible, persistent pitch and mantra happened that Saturday on the way back from the post office, and it exists today. We actually trademarked Play Ball in the House. We own that trademark as well. But when we won the Toy of the Year award in New York City at the Oscars of the toy industry, the first thing I said in front of the entire audience was, our kids were playing ball in the house, breaking things, that sent us on a quest to create the ultimate indoor play ball. The pitch is...
It's pretty much what you said a couple of minutes ago, right?
Exactly, which is what everyone, if you have an idea, a concept, something you've already built, maybe you already have a business that's doing pretty good. If you can instill an impenetrable, impossible, and persistent pitch and mantra to what you do, you will eventually get it. You will eventually achieve it, and everyone that tells you you're nuts, and you asked about money, yes, I was $40,000 of my own money, and I wasn't given money as a kid. I'm not a trust fund kid. My dad started climbing telephone poles and taught us work ethic. I had a paper out when I was 7 years old. But
so 40 grand is not.
It wasn't dropping a bucket, and especially with 3 kids. And we were just had a newborn, but it was important to me. And I was probably 40,000 into the patent, and people were like, "What are you doing?" You know, your question was, how could someone do it? How was this done? How is it money? You make the decision once. If you make the decision once that you're going to make the ultimate indoor play ball, you eventually will. People get what they think about most of the time, and they eventually will. So that is the one lesson. And I can't say the things that I did and the sacrifices that we made and the things that, you know, kids wanted a pool, the neighbors got a pool. And I'm like, you know, my wife's like, you know, we're well over a pool into this thing.
Could have had 2 pools by now.
Yeah, but I'm like, you know what?
I'm going to take a deep dive into some of those pain points because, you know, as a family man, as someone who's constantly surrounded by entrepreneurs who are telling me about the next greatest thing in the world that I should be a part of, you know, I play with those thoughts, right? There's a point you're going to jump off the cliff. Like, I haven't stepped too close to the cliff yet, but it's probably going to happen at some point. So I'm definitely going to dive into that. Let's get back to, you got the prototype. You know, I understand you're winning awards.
Yeah.
You're exporting to 18 countries. When did it sort of click that this is going to be the thing? Like, it's not only going to make you money, but it's going to be a business that you can grow and scale. Like, at what point did you have that realization that this is going to make it?
It's coming.
Okay.
It was that Saturday, I'll be honest with you, because I knew what it was for me and my family. This was the opportunity for me to be a hunter and a farmer.
Were you subconsciously looking for the thing? Because it seems like it crossed your path in the kitchen, and you just latched onto it like a pit bull and you didn't let go. So it almost seems like you were maybe subconsciously looking for the thing? Or?
Good. You know what? Very insightful. You're right. And what happened was, I had always had my own companies. I went to work, I was the national brand director for a teen fashion company called Wet Seal. What we did there was impossible. We did $2.6 million on e-commerce over the previous year's fourth quarter with no money. And I did it with a team of 4 people. That actually led me to Disney after 3 months there. What we did at Disney was impossible. What we did at Goodwill was impossible. We grew retail 8.6% over a national average of 0.4. No one believed the numbers. And it was all done with very committed people. But here's what I learned, and this was the inspiration for me, because I was an entrepreneur. I didn't like being at companies so much because I knew what to do. I mean, I knew what to do, and I knew that I was willing to take the risk, and I loved my teams. And I said to my teams, look, do it. If anything goes wrong, if it's a big failure, I'm taking the heat for it. I'll be the one that gets fired. I don't care. Let's do it. And they had the confidence to do it. And Goodwill, how we did that, that was them. That wasn't me. I gave them the courage and the trust to do it, and if it failed, it was my fault.
So you empowered people, you achieved results through them.
Exactly. But the one thing, to get back to your point, your very insightful point, is that I wanted my own. I wanted to own my own thing, that I could make my own mistakes, pay for my own mistakes, where I could go out and celebrate the victories with the people around me, but not have to kiss a ring, not have to ask for permission to make ridiculous decisions that make no sense. I would never, ever, ever, ever get away with what I do every day at this company at a company.
See, what you're describing, and I've worked with that person at the big companies. Those are some of the suffocating elements of corporate, of structure, of hierarchy. And so I see them, they struggle. Many of them really haven't figured out that it might be the entrepreneurial bug that they're infected with. But they come up against these things where you know, failure is, on paper is encouraged and accepted, but in reality, if failure occurs, accountability takes place and heads will roll. And so it sounds to me like, back to you were looking for it even if it was subconscious, but it was sort of, you were looking for like a liberating thing, right? You wanted to get out of this confined.
I wanted to own it.
You wanted to own it.
I wanted to own it. I've had really good mentors and really good friends, a couple billionaires, very humble, you'd never know it, t-shirts and flip-flops. One of them told me, one advice he gave me, he said, you got to own it. And he wanted to invest. And he goes, you know what, I'll give you, and it was a fat check. He goes, but I'll tell you, don't take it. Because I'm going to tell you what to do. And guess what, I'm going to make more money than you will. So he goes, best advice I can give you is don't take my money.
Did you take it?
No. Nope. In fact, when the thing started blowing up, when we got into some major retailers, I said, and he was happy for me. This guy didn't need money. He was a great mentor. I've had a number of these guys, and again, I met them all in the nonprofit world, all volunteering time. And that wasn't my point in going to nonprofit world. It was just that's kind of where they are, and they don't. That'd be another great advice. You want to help yourself, help somebody else. Go get involved in a nonprofit you're passionate about, and just
if I could only think of a nonprofit, you guys, that you could go and join. Well, we'll come to that later.
Well, I've been here less than 90 days, so
yeah. Okay.
And I'm here.
That's right. You're on stage, which is refreshing. We haven't had many events here as of late, so this is bringing sort of the spirit back into the space, and I thank you for that. So let's talk about one of the scaling aspects of your business. You talked to me about the impact that social media and influencers have, right? And I shared with you a little bit about my lack of experience with influencers and social media, and in a general, let's call it a risk awareness of, do I really want to give my product to an influencer?
Yeah.
If my product is good enough, do I really need an influencer to tell the world? No, I don't. That's been sort of the narrative that I've been hearing. But tell me about your view of social media influencer, what it did, and how you went about engaging with that element in your business.
It's a great question, and companies are constantly trying to crack the DNA of social influence. So we've had well over 30 million views of volleyball on the internet between TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. We have posts with over 300,000 comments. Now, what I can tell you from all of this is that you cannot apply an algorithm to it. You can't. It's too different. Let me give you some examples. So we hooked up and again, I've never reached out to an influencer either. They've reached out to us. So we had a guy, Jamie Salvatore, really smart dude. VAT19, 7 million subscribers out of St. Louis. They do all these kind of crazy shows. Anyway, he reaches out, wants to buy some ollie balls to resell them and wants to do a video. And I said, tell you what, why don't me and my daughter fly out to St. Louis and we'll film a video together. And I said, I want 1 million views. He goes, and I said, I just want to have 1 million views so I can say I had a video with 1 million views. Yeah, it's cool. I had no intention of making money at it. And I knew it helped in my retail channels because retailers are always looking for the marketing support. So I said, okay, well, if I at least I had that little feather in my cap, it's another, it's another argument I can put forth. So we go out there and he's laughing. He says, well, I think we can get at least 200, 250. I'm pretty sure we can get that. Anyway, we worked the script. We had a ton of fun. Everything was completely authentic. None of it was staged. It was just goofy. And we didn't overthink it. It dropped December 10th, 2019. On the first day, 1.5 million views. To date, it's over, I haven't checked in a while. Last month, when I checked, it was at 5.5 million views. Our sales, the conjoint we were already trending. You could see the attribution.
So direct correlation between views and sales.
Right through the roof. And in fact, that carried our momentum over. We were in the top 10 of all toys on Amazon for Easter in 2020. And again, you can see all these channels. And the other thing you got to do is ignite all channels. So our toy store channel was huge. Now, COVID hit, and overnight, 99% of toy stores were out of business. So thank God we had 6 other channels. So we had e-commerce channels, we have Target.com, we have Walmart.com, we have Amazon.com. Then we have our mid-tier, then we have our majors. We actually go on the shelf of all U.S. Target stores this week. And there's another biggie that we're working on.
Congrats.
That's
huge.
And then Hobby Lobby called us, HEB called us, CVS called us. I mean, we got lucky there because we had built a reputation with toy stores. We had built a reputation on social media. We had, and anytime, and I mean, I can tell you a little bit of trick about the DNA, is you got to be so adaptable and so aware when something happens. So case in point, this kid on TikTok puts a video of our soccer ball version of this up, and all of a sudden, this thing gets, I don't know, it got 500,000 views and a bunch of comments. And so he contacts me. He's like, hey, I did this video and my mom bought me this toy. And I immediately called him. I said, how old are you? He goes, 17. I go, can you get your parents on the phone? And so long short of it is, I was able to work out a deal where I paid him immediately, with the consent of his parents, to do more campaigns. And I gave him a percentage with a coupon code of everyone he sold. And it was entirely adaptable. The flow came the other way.
So you shared in it,
The flow came the other way, and once we got a wisp of it, we engaged them and took off. And then you can create your own social media.
Tell me about the pain points, about the sacrifices you had to make, because those are the things that come up in my mind when I think about, and most other entrepreneurs who want to make the jump off the cliff, is I always come up with the reasons not to, right? And so I haven't had that thing happen yet where I sunk my teeth in to the point where I just won't let go no matter what. So tell me about, how does it work? Do you sit down with the wife and you go, hey, honey, can we do this together? Are you in? Do you have to get her support first? How do you get her to be a co-founder?
Well, she knows me. I mean, the kids go to bed around 10 and I stay up till 2. I mean, and it's been that way for years. I would say, to answer your question, it's one word, it's purpose. If there's purpose behind it, and the more people told me I was crazy, the more people I saw wish they would have done something like this themselves but didn't, the more they hated it, the more it kind of fueled my purpose. I wanted to say, you know what, no, if this started with my daughter on a Saturday, and this is about bringing joy to parents and kids, I ain't gonna let go of that.
So to kind of wrap things up, talk to the TMs of the world, the ones that are kind of on the cliff, and also think back to the kind of advice and mentorship you would have given yourself, back on that Saturday in that kitchen. Give me some advice. Like, I heard, be crystal clear on your conviction, know your why.
Yep.
What else? What other takeaways do you have to share with entrepreneurs who are considering to make the leap?
Now, this is just me, okay? And I don't want to offend any tech people that are, building big switchblades.
I love where this is going.
But I will tell you, it's a very simple thing. Keep it simple. Keep it very simple. Your cost of manufacturing is, you're going to be like, oh, it cost me X amount to make it, and we could sell it at wholesale. There's going to be 3,000 people's, entities, companies, and portals between here and there. They're going to chip away at it. Your margins have to be obscene. Obscene, and I mean obscene, to make it to the finish line and to be profitable. Because people, I see it all the time. I get people call us all the time, hey, I got this idea for a product and I love helping people out. I'll always vet it and I go, what's your cost of manufacturing? And and I'm like, oh, you will never make money at this. So you've got to figure out, and what we did is that we just found ways to get things done. It would take forever to tell you all the things, but I just kept chipping away, finding ways, because I knew where this thing had to be to go here. And so, I mean, yes, our margin's obscene, which gives us the ability to do things that other companies can't. Second thing I would say when it comes to conviction, be absolutely willing to die other than see your company fail. If it is your company and you own it, don't give too much of it away. I talked to some other people, and by the time they get into revenue, they own about 20% of it. Great, share, and if it's profitable and it works, fantastic. But know that this thing is going to grow out of your control. And if you're okay with that, great. Then you got it to where it's supposed to go. I forget Bill Gates at the end only owned a smaller percentage of Microsoft, was yet a billionaire. And that's great. And I think that's a great model to go.
How many Microsofts are there though, right?
So many. But for me, and what I wanted to do, I don't want to keep asking. I just want to be able to do without asking anyone.
You're being held back, really, right?
Yes. Yeah. What I wanted more than anything is to own it, to control it, to be able to build it the way I wanted to build it, and to take my family and have that be the ultimate purpose and driving force.
We're about out of time. I want to make sure I thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in.
You.
You've been here for 90 days. Feels like you've been here much longer. The way you talk about Boise and Idaho, it's your home now.
I love it here.
Thanks for sharing the story on Ollie Ball.
Gotta do it.
Gotta do it.
By the way, it is patented, absorb shock, and you can color it in with markers and crayons. Comes black and white, and it doesn't break cameras.
Thanks everyone for joining. Another session, call it a fireside chat with Joe Burke from Ollie Ball. We'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back to the studio here at Boise Startup Week. My name is Don Berger, and unfortunately, it is the last day of Boise Startup Week, but we have an incredible day lined up for you. I am joined in the studio here with Molly Otter, and we have the pleasure of not just talking, but also sitting on some incredible furniture, compliments of Business Interiors of Idaho. From my understanding, they had a week's notice to give us the supply, and they met it overwhelmingly, and thank you, Business Interiors of Idaho. And shout out to the Heath family for doing that and supplying all the on-set furniture and decor. And with that, welcome, Molly.
Thanks. Great to be here.
We had a brief chat before, and before we kind of get into what you do, because I find it so fascinating, it's so relevant to so many entrepreneurs and people who are thinking about becoming entrepreneurs, why don't you just tell us a little bit about your background? Because most people kind of start on Wall Street and end up on Wall Street, but you decided to take a different path. How did you end up doing what you do today?
So as you said, I started on Wall Street. I started in 2000 and got to do distressed debt right out of college, which was an exciting time. And actually the best learning experience ever, because if you're seeing companies go down the drain, you're learning the most you can learn about what to do right and what not to do. But I did that for over 10 years. And then working for private equity firms, primarily doing LBO work.
LBO, leverage buyouts?
Leverage buyouts. And then met my husband. And he and I met in Sun Valley, and he lived in Seattle and I lived in New York, and one of us needed to move. So I moved to Seattle and became the CIO for Lighter Capital, which is the leading provider of revenue-based financing. When I started, there were 4 of us, and we grew the business up to a 40-person business doing 100 revenue-based financing investments a year, which was pretty impressive and is still the leader in the country today. And then again, my husband we needed to move for him. He is on the board here of one of the big companies in Boise, and he was coming back every week, and we didn't have any family in Seattle, and we're having our 3rd child, and it was kind of like, I'm working 100-hour weeks, he's always in Boise, why are we not living by family? So we moved to Boise, and it has been a great move for our kids and our family and everything involved. And at that time, I met Kevin and Denise, who are my partners at Sage, and they were really involved in the angel community and trying to learn more about revenue-based financing. And we decided to start Sage Growth Capital, and that's kind of how I got here.
So you just said a lot. Let's try to break down a few of those things. So first of all, you moved from New York City.
Moved from New York City
to the Pacific Northwest.
Yes.
And then you went deeper in the Pacific Northwest into Idaho.
Into Idaho.
I'm also from New York, so we share that in common. And actually, our next speaker is also from New York, so we are. It seems like a New York hour.
It's a New York theme for the morning.
So let's touch base on what revenue-based financing means, and I think it means what it sounds, but sometimes you have to take kind of a step back and describe these finance words. So what's revenue-based financing?
So revenue-based financing is lending primarily based on the revenue of the company, and it is unlike your traditional term loan. It's varies in the payments that you make each month because you're getting a percentage of revenue. It actually started in the gas industry as their way for them to fund new pipelines and new kind of exploration by taking a percentage of the revenue that they generated. And it's moved into finance, became a HBS study, and that's how kind of it got into the finance world.
So Harvard Business School was like, hey, this is
interesting, esoteric, wonder if it would work in the real world.
Right.
And one of Lighter, interestingly, was venture capital backed. And one of the partners there had been at HBS when this case study had come out, and he thought it would be interesting to try it. And so he kind of started he started the company Lighter in order to try it out and see if it would work in kind of the real world.
Got it. So let's take a step back for a second and talk about the different options entrepreneurs have when it comes to financing, because revenue-based financing is, as an entrepreneur myself, it's not something that I thought about, not something I even knew existed. So if we can just kind of talk about the different options entrepreneurs have. So can you walk us through, if you're, let's just say, and just to be clear, is this also ARR-based financing?
Yes, it can be ARR or MRR.
Annual recurring revenue.
Or annual
MRR,
recurring
monthly
revenue. Yes, all of those terms have now kind of moved into
So it's more like bookings-based financing.
It is. It's bookings, although you actually pay on your net cash receipts. So when you receive cash from the customers, that's what you pay out on.
And that's important for many of our SaaS entrepreneurs because they have to recognize revenue monthly as opposed to
They're doing their accounting right. They're recognizing their revenue monthly, but they're actually only getting paid once a year.
Exactly.
And so you're only paying when that cash comes into your bank account.
And okay, got it. So just because it's called revenue-based financing, we're not talking about the traditional accounting definition of revenue.
Yes, exactly,
Okay.
which can also make it super confusing.
We just need to rebrand this thing.
I know. I've tried a couple times, but cash-based financing doesn't sound as
Just
sexy.
money. How about cheap money?
Or better money, maybe.
Better money.
Better money.
So let's talk about the options entrepreneurs have. You know, we'll talk about some of the clients you have in a second so that our audience has a frame of reference. But before that, what are the options entrepreneurs you may provide the service to have?
So, you know, you always have bootstrapping as an entrepreneur, but it's slower and it takes a lot more time.
Which means basically do it yourself.
Do it yourself. And then depending on your personal balance sheet, you can go to a bank and get a loan, but that's all based on you personally, generally, when you're starting a business. As your business gets bigger, banks are going to be more interested in looking at you. And once you get over $1 million in revenue per year, banks are really interested in looking at you. So you've got that option out there depending on where you are. And then you have the really sexy venture capital investors who are out there who
Sexy, supposedly sexy.
Supposedly sexy.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is that they're going to take your equity, right? As the founder, when you start a business, if you're the only person there, you own 100% of your equity. As you take on equity investors, whether they be friends and family through convertible notes or angels or venture capital, that's going to decrease the amount of equity you own in your business.
Otherwise referred to as dilution.
Otherwise referred to as dilution as the business, as you take more and more people on. So ironically, the more successful your business is and the more series you do, you're going to own less and less of your business with each of those things. And that may be okay because your valuation is going up. But what we found at Lighter is our happiest customers were generally people who had started a business before, taken some type of venture capital, had dilution, and then hadn't had the most amazing exit, had an okay exit.
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I feel that because I wish I would have knew this option existed when I was raising a Series B, for example.
Right, because it's a great way to slide in between your Series A or your Series B or between your B and C because it doesn't dilute you. You're just going to pay out. You're going to pay out cash every single month, but you're going to pay it out till you pay back a cap, which is the total multiple you're going to pay on the original money lent. So we think we're more upfront about that because we tell people, in the revenue-based community, we tell you what your cap is. We say, you're gonna pay 2x your initial principal. When you pay your mortgage, you don't really realize that you're actually paying like a cap of between 1.5 and 1.7 on your mortgage if it's a 30-year mortgage, because all that interest that you're paying is actually adding up over a significant period of time. But we're telling you upfront how much you're gonna pay, and then we're saying, okay, it's gonna take you 3 to 5 years to pay this back. We set a maturity date on it, but you can always pay it back early. If you grow faster than anticipated, you are going to pay it back early.
So in summary, it sounds like the ideal customer is somebody with revenue, with MRR, ARR, something like that.
Yes.
Sounds like somebody who maybe is a second-time entrepreneur, or maybe they've had a failure in the past, or maybe they're just a little more open, a little more experienced.
A little bit more experienced, or actually our first investment is a Boise company, Killer Creamery.
Oh, they were just on earlier this week?
They were on earlier this week, and they do ice cream, which is great. And so that's not your traditional like MRR business, but people eat ice cream, and there's a continuing revenue stream from them selling ice cream, and you can see, Albertsons, how much their POs are for, and so that works for us. And he's a first-time entrepreneur.
Okay.
But I think in Boise, he was having a hard time with this concept, trying to raise money and ice cream. It's not as interesting as maybe a technology business. I think it's great. Our kids like the ice cream.
Let me tell you, it's a 7 billion person TAM.
Yeah.
Everybody likes ice cream in the world.
Everybody likes ice cream in the world. So so he was having a little trouble raising money and was doing his convertible note round, and we came in, were able to help him with some inventory, buy some more inventory for some contracts he had, and so that worked well. But yes, most of our entrepreneurs have done this before, raise money, realize what dilution looks like and how it impacts you on your exit, and so are much more inclined to take something that's going to give them a round without dilution.
So option number one, VC. Option number, angel VC, kind of like traditional dilution. Option number two is loan or debt from a
traditional bank.
Financial institution.
Yep.
There are several other options. Option number three is revenue-based financing.
Yep.
So let's kind of talk about that real quick and just dive a little deeper. One of the things that startups are known for is kind of burning cash, right? And when I sold my business, even though we were 20 million in ARR, we never had a profitable quarter.
Yep.
Because we were constantly reinvesting in the business. So how do you reconcile that kind of, I guess, call it concept with the need for actual
capital.
Paying people back?
Yes. So we look at businesses with stable gross margins, because if you're going to take a percentage of revenue, the gross margin needs to be stable so that you're not totally crushing that bottom line underneath it. If it's a volatile gross margin, then you have a lot of issues with, you might be a negative gross margin if you're taking a percentage.
And gross margin is revenue minus COGS.
Revenue minus COGS. So we're looking for stable gross margin in order to really work for this. You don't have to be at, most of our companies are losing money on the net income line, but we'd like to see a path to profitability over that 5-year horizon that we're in there.
Yeah, we were on a path to profitability within a few years as well. So
and it's okay. Your paths to profitability change over time, right? I mean, you put that money to work, you hopefully grow your business, and eventually you get to that profitable point. But you may decide to add an additional flavor line, or take on ice cream bars or whatever that is. That's going to then send you back into negative territory, and then you're going to grow again. And so we are understanding of that, but when we're doing the math on it, we're looking to see, can you get to profitability? What does that look like, so that we're not draining your business with these monthly payments?
And is there a gross margin you're generally targeting? I know startups, SaaS businesses, like they kind of be like in the 80s.
Yeah. So we say 40% or better, because we're not just looking at technology businesses.
That's great. 40% growth. If you're not doing 40%, you shouldn't even be in business.
Yeah, it's tough to be in business if you're not doing 40% or better. But
okay, got it. Awesome. So let's talk about another Boise success story that you have. One of them is obviously Killer Creamery, we just talked about. Are there any other startups in Boise you want to mention?
So we also have Prosperity, which is Melt, the plant-based butter. And they're adding a cheese line, so we invested.
As a vegan, I am loving this already.
It's actually really great. The cheese is terrific, apparently. I haven't tried it yet. But
where do they sell it?
They're starting in Albertsons, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
So
and they probably sell it on the website too?
They probably sell it on the website too, yes. And the butter's really good, actually.
Awesome.
So they were adding this cheese line, and we came in to help with that as part of their round. So that's an interesting situation, in that the founder, or the CEO, is not the founder. He came in and turned the business around. So for him, dilution is not as meaningful, but for some of the big equity holders, it is. And so it was kind of an interesting kind of situation, because revenue-based financing is more easily sold to somebody who is really concerned about dilution. But it's a great company based here in Boise, another food business.
So you're in an interesting position, because you have to both seek LPs, limited partners, to invest in your fund, which I understand you are an investor in.
All three of us are investors in our own fund.
Which I love to hear. I mean, that's amazing. So basically what that means is you put your money where your mouth is.
So we're betting on ourselves.
Exactly. So you have to go get LPs, and then you have to find...
Yeah, we got to do both sides.
Yeah, both sides of the market, so to
Both sides
speak.
of the market. But actually, Boise has been a great market for that, for finding LPs. A lot of the angels have been really supportive of us in trying to do this, and seeing if we could bring a different type of financing to the Boise market.
I really wish there was, I wouldn't call it disinformation, but I would call it lack of information that alternative financing routes exist. Because as an entrepreneur, I was so infatuated. As a younger entrepreneur, when I first started my business in my late 20s, I was so infatuated with VC and getting like the brand name. And then when you really dig in, you realize that there are some benefits, which is, some experienced folks on your board, maybe some people from their network. But sometimes the costs are greater than those benefits. the anxiety you may suffer, the dilution, which
phone
causes
calls.
anxiety. Exactly. And just more stakeholders to answer to.
Yeah.
When we raised our Series B, we had 7 million on the balance sheet.
Yeah.
And when we sold, we had 10 billion on the balance sheet.
Wow.
And I wish we didn't have that because it's unnecessary dilution.
Yeah.
And I wish we knew that was an option. And then you can consider those options.
You can think about them and how they might play together with
Exactly.
each other. We do a slide in our kind of presentation to entrepreneurs that looks at, okay, well, if you just took all these series, how much dilution, if it was just a straight 25% dilution, and not even factoring in prefs and all that other fun stuff that VCs throw in
Prefs
there.
is short for liquidation preferences.
Liquidation preferences.
Which are the bane of my existence.
Not even factoring that in. I mean, just taking a round of RBF can kind of increase the value to the founder by 30%
Incredible.
a lot of the times.
And by the way, for the entrepreneurs listening, this doesn't mean you're saying no to VC. You're not saying no to PE. This is essentially a bridge to build a more stable, growing business.
Yeah. And it's, you just slot it in it works well amongst other things, right? I mean, it's not going to be your only solution.
And I think that's such an interesting perspective because funding, like anything, should be a strategy, right? Just like you're not getting all your customers from one trade show or one marketing campaign. You shouldn't get all your financing from one place. You should think about it holistically.
Right. And we tell businesses all the time, if you can go get a bank loan without a personal guarantee, you should be doing that every single day because that's the cheapest money on the block. So, and starting to build those relationships with your bankers early so that you can figure out who's going to be the best banker for me. All those things are worthwhile and you should be looking at what's out there. You should also really understand how the businesses are getting paid. So how does Sage get paid, and what have we told our investors we're going to be doing for them?
Right.
Because that's going to impact how we act on your cap table.
Absolutely. So Molly, as we wrap up here, how can somebody get in touch with you to learn more about revenue-based financing?
Yeah, we have a great website, sagegrowthcapital.com, and all of our emails are on there, but mine is just molly@sagegrowthcapital.com.
You're willing to take phone calls from entrepreneurs?
I take phone calls all the time. You can always hit me up on LinkedIn because I get back to
or the
people
Brella
on that.
Networking?
Or the Brella Networking.
Yeah.
And we have a great resource page with a lot of different information about revenue-based finance, not just about ourselves, but about lots of people who are out there in the industry because it is a newer, structure that people are trying out. So people are doing a lot of different things, which makes it fun and different.
Yeah, and I think the kind of final takeaway here is that fundraising, like everything else, has a bunch of products. And you should do the research and understand which product is best for you before making a decision. And just because everybody else is doing it, maybe the cool kids, maybe in a different part of the country, doesn't mean it's best for you.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for being here today,
Thank
Molly.
you for having me. It was great.
And coming up next is a keynote from Patrick McGinnis, who's my friend. He wrote a few books. He actually invented the word FOMO, believe it or not, back in the early 2000s when he was at HBS. And this talk is about how to make your side hustle successful and when to jump, essentially, when to go full time with that. But before that, a word from our sponsor.
Here's to the risk takers, the ceiling breakers, the ones who lay it all on the line, the men and women driven by a higher calling, to those who work sun up to sundown and beyond, to those driven to reach for the stars and achieve their dreams, to small business owners everywhere, those who work to change their world for the better. We honor you.
We're Bank of Idaho, committed to community like you.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome to Boise Startup Week.
Great to be
First
here.
Question, do you know where Boise is?
Yes, it's in Idaho.
Have you been to Boise?
No, but I'm from Maine, and I have this feeling, first of all, big potato states, both of them, but I have a feeling that it's the kind of place that a person from Maine would really like.
Awesome. So welcome to Boise virtually. I'm super excited about this interview because you and I have gotten to know each other recently, but have kind of hit it off right away. So let's just jump right in and talk about what you're known for. So I've never met anybody who's known for introducing a word into the English lexicon, but you're one of those people. Tell us, what word did you make up and how did you come about it?
Yeah. So the word that I made up is the word FOMO, short for fear of missing out. You've probably used it in your daily life or in your work at one point or another if you're listening to this. And it comes out of my experience as an MBA student at Harvard Business School. I started business school right after 9/11. I kind of had this feeling like the world was going to end. I had to live every moment like it was my last, the carpe diem kind of mindset. And I got up to Boston, and there were so many opportunities, from social activities to classes to work, you name it. I wanted to do it all, be it everything all the time, to the point where I was constantly stressed out. And I started calling that a fear of missing out. I wrote an article in a school newspaper about it way back in 2004. And 10 years later, it made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary.
Does it piss you off that you're not credited every time somebody uses it?
Listen, I guess like it would be nice, but at the same time, a lot of people say, well, do you wish you had a trademark on it from the beginning or something like that? And it's sort of like, yeah, of course,
That's
but then
silly.
people wouldn't use it. So
Right.
you just have to take it like the cards as they're handed and then roll with it.
Yeah. So you're the guy who invented FOMO. You don't want to be known as that, your entire life. So why don't you tell us the other wonderful things about you before we
All
jump
right.
into your latest book?
Yeah, I'm more than just FOMO. That's right. I'm not just as a one note samba over here. But basically, really quick, my story is I came out of college. I did venture capital in Latin America, investing in all the sort of startups in the first wave of the internet. After business school, I did investing in high growth companies all over the world, from Turkey and Pakistan to Colombia to China to you name it. And everything was going really well. But unfortunately for me, I was working at a division of AIG, which blew up in 2008. I was in the middle of that. So then I decided that I would never put my future in the hands of one company ever again. I started doing side projects, investing in startups in my free time. A couple of those have gone on to become unicorns. And I ended up writing a book about how to be a part-time entrepreneur called The 10% Entrepreneur, which I know that you are a big fan of as well. This whole mindset of sort of doing side projects as a way to diversify yourself, to learn, to try new things. And then after that book came out and I was sort of running around, I wrote this next book about FOMO. And now I have also a podcast called FOMO Sapiens, where I talk to all kinds of crazy people, from Andrew Yang all the way through to Jay Shetty, about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial mindsets.
Let's talk about, we have a lot of people who are tuning in, more so than ever, because this is the first time Boise Startup Week is virtual. And most entrepreneurs that I meet are, what we kind of look down upon and call entrepreneurs. So I want to first start by talking about that word. Do you view that as a negative word? And at what point do you stop being a entrepreneur and become an entrepreneur?
Yeah, it's a great question, because I use that term sometimes too. And I think, to me, a entrepreneur is a specific thing. Somebody who wants to be an entrepreneur and is working on an idea, to me, I don't necessarily think that of that as a entrepreneur. To me, a entrepreneur is that person who goes to all the meetups, wears the hustle t-shirt, tells people they're an entrepreneur when they're not really an entrepreneur, and is more about selling the lifestyle and being part of the lifestyle of entrepreneurship than actually doing the work of entrepreneurship. So that, I think, is valid. And I know that, we all know that person who's gone to they're at every entrepreneurship event, but you don't know what their company is. And they're just sort of flitting around. So I think that person, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's an opportunity to maybe convert them into a real entrepreneur. And I think, people who are starting companies are fantastic, and we should support them.
I have not been always comfortable explaining my background as an entrepreneur, or even being referred to as an entrepreneur. And only after about 8 years or so after Social Tables, right before we sold, is when I started being comfortable with being referred to as an entrepreneur. I'm wondering if that's something common. Do you think we should kind of throw that word around, or should we reserve it to a certain class of entrepreneurs, so to speak?
It's very good. I love that you use the word comfort, Don. And I think that is the thing that you felt. If I'm going to get inside your head, it's there's a lot of questions around level of comfort and discomfort and what success is and what it isn't. And for me, if you are doing the work and you are in an uncomfortable place and you've put yourself out there, I feel okay about you using that. And I think it's admirable. I mean, what I don't like is when you see the person, and this happens a lot, like on their Instagram profile, on their LinkedIn profile, I'm an entrepreneur. It's like, well, you actually haven't done anything. You haven't put yourself out there. You haven't put anything at risk. So therefore, it's trendy to say, right? It's like everybody wants to be an influencer too, but if you have 37 followers, you're not an influencer. And so
Right.
I think you've got to use the term. You have to be somebody who has put something. You have stakes in the game. You put something at risk, and you've held yourself to a very high bar in terms of what you did. But I would say, I talk to entrepreneurs all the time who are people who are just getting going, but they put something into it, and so I think it's okay to use the term.
How does someone who writes about FOMO go to become a 10% entrepreneur, expert? And by the way, 10% is really it's a relative, right? It can be like, 5%, it can be 95%. As long as you have something else going on, you're a 10% entrepreneur. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, I like to think it's a minimum of 10% of your time, money, and energy, because because we talk about that sacrifice for the stakes, that's where it starts. I said 10%, and I'll tell you why. There were really two reasons. Number one is three. One is I originally wanted to make it a 20% entrepreneur. And then I thought, wow, that's a lot of time and money.
Yeah.
Number two is I thought about the concept of a tithe. When you tithe to a church, and these are, the concept of tithing exists in many religions, Islam, Christianity, I think Judaism. It's about giving amount that's meaningful, but that you don't have to upset your entire life. And so that's why I like this number. And then interestingly, the American Angel, the Angel Capital Association that tracks stats around angel investing, found that the average angel investor puts about 10% of their net worth into deals. So the market sort of clears at 10%, right, as a starting point. You could go above that. Now, why am I an expert? Because I have massive FOMO, right? The inventor of FOMO, it's been part of me, and I wanted to do and be all things. But at the same time, I'm risk averse. People with FOMO are risk averse a lot of times because if they just did things, they wouldn't have to have FOMO. And so I recognize in myself that quality. And after the financial crisis, when my career and life blew up, I thought all my friends in the Valley in entrepreneurial ventures seem to be doing pretty well right now while Wall Street is blown up. But I'm too risk averse to just do one thing, to just start that startup. I don't have the idea. I don't have the experience. And so why don't I start with part of my time and money, do it in a low risk fashion, diversify myself, explore a lot of different areas, let my FOMO, sort of ferment a little bit. And that's where the whole concept came from. And now, 10 years later, I've done over 20 different projects, wrote a book about it. I'm a big believer in this. I think it's super apt for the time that we're in right now, given what's going on in the world. And I'm just a big believer.
Yeah, it's almost as if the pandemic and people having to rethink how they spend their time has probably created more entrepreneurs. Obviously, there are many sad stories about places closing and not reopening. However, it probably has given birth to, some people who are dabbling in the 10% entrepreneurship. Is that fair to say, do you think?
Absolutely. And I think people embrace change in their lives. Some people just do it because it was always there and they found the power to do it and they're ready to go. And that's awesome. And we all do those things. Like I ran the New York City Marathon because I just one day decided to do it and I did it. And it's a big undertaking.
How'd you do?
I did all right. I mean, 4.5 hours with 18 miles of headwinds. It was like the worst weather in the history of the race. So I was training for 4, but I'll take it.
Congratulations. That's pretty good.
Thank you. It's gonna be my last one. But first and last. But most of us, and especially me, my own personal experiences, change is something that happens to us, and we are put in a situation, and we must react. We must dig deep. And so I think this moment in time, which stinks, let's just all accept that for a lot of people. You can simply let the world happen to you, or you can pivot. And you see so many people who are pivoting to digital. And I've done that in my own way, right? Like all my stuff was canceled too. And I had to find new ways of doing things. And so I think this is a moment to do that. Now, the beauty of the 10% is you're not throwing all your eggs in one basket. You're testing things, you're trying things before you go all in. And that's the beauty of the model.
So let's talk about, I want to spend the next kind of section of this interview to really talk about advice for the 10% entrepreneurs. And the way I think about it, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but there's folks who want to do something. There's folks who are doing something and it's not going well. And there's folks who are doing something that's going really well. Is that a fair bucketing system?
Absolutely.
Okay. So for those who are tuned in and they, have an idea or they have something they're passionate about and they want to devote some time, what can they do as soon as they finish listening to this?
So the first step, and this is something that I see all the time. You have an idea that you have your idea. You're walking down the street one day and you think, how come somebody doesn't make a shirt that you never have to wash? Wouldn't that be great? Okay, maybe interesting, right? Maybe I should do that as my project. Okay, I'm going to start a company. I'm going to figure this. Well, okay, you don't know how to sew. You know nothing about materials. You know nothing about fashion. Is this the highest and best use of your time? Ideas are cheap, right? But actually building a business requires networks and skills and insights and stick-with-itness and all these things. And so I encourage people, the first step is to think deeply about what you're good at and what you like to do. Because what you're good at will make you successful, and what you like to do will help you to be committed. And so think about those areas and ideas within those areas. And I think that's one of the things. It sounds so obvious, but the amount of times I talk to a brand new entrepreneur who has a deck and they say, what do you think of my idea? And I'm like, idea is interesting. Why you? And then there's not a cogent answer. That is one of the biggest predictors I see of success and failure in entrepreneurship, because and I know you know this too. It's like you see that second or third time founder who's made a lot of mistakes. And one of the big mistakes that they have learned from is don't do things where you have no domain expertise. Right. And so I really encourage people to think about that. Of course, there are examples of people who are successful. Of course there are. It's not that you can't succeed, but your probability of succeeding is all that much higher. And so I think that's a really, really good place to start. The other thing that you need to do is think carefully about how much time and money you can devote to this endeavor. So if you tell me, Patrick, I have no time. I have, maybe an hour a month. I would say, that's cool. You should not be the primary mover on this. Why don't you get involved with somebody else's project as an advisor, an investor, something like that? If you tell me I have zero money, but I have lots of time, fantastic. We can work with that too, but don't come up with a model for a business where you need to build a, $500,000 prototype. Find something cheap. And so there's all these things you can start to think about once you get there. And on my website, I have, free downloadable tools that will help you get started. It's obviously in the book as well.
I do have a comment about something you said around having like what we kind of call in the HR world person vocation fit, like doing something you're kind of good at and within your domain. And while I agree with that, I didn't know anything about event planning before I started Social Tables. I mean, I was planning events, but I didn't know this whole world existed with software. So I agree. My only caveat is that's probably even more true if you only have 10% of your time to do it.
Yeah. That's a very fair, listen. And again, there are people who come from the outside, and because they're an outsider, their insights are so powerful. So I don't discount that at all.
Yeah.
But what you're saying there about the 10% is more powerful. What you're trying to do is, it's like when you have limited time and energy, you want the economies of scale, it's like, you want everything to be very integrated. And so the more that you set yourself up to do something where you can be more successful, the more your time will generate. And I think that's, you've just hit the nail on the head.
Patrick, for our audience who doesn't know, could you just talk about real quick, what percent of, the millennials or whatever you want to call this generation does like have a freelance thing or a contract gig? Because it's a pretty high number compared to other generations. Is that not right?
That is right. And in fact, the numbers that I've seen, it's rather sketchy, right? So, it's hard to know. And there's also this there's noise in the numbers because oftentimes we think about the gig economy as part of this. And I make a distinction. Driving for Lyft or Uber is definitely the gig economy, and it's great. It is not 10% entrepreneurship, because 10% entrepreneurship is about having an ownership stake in what you build so that you could theoretically even raise money someday or get partners and build it up. There, when you work for an Uber or a Lyft, you don't necessarily have that, right? I mean, they may give you equity, which in that case, then that's totally the case. But it's different from, for example, just doing, sort of one-off as a TaskRabbit or something. The numbers that I've seen, though, are roughly 40% of millennials are working on some sort of side project, which is incredible. And it's validated just anecdotally. The amount of people I meet who have something going on the side is shocking.
Okay, so let's talk about 10% entrepreneur. Again, 10% being relative. Somebody's got a side hustle, not going so well. All right, what do they do? Because I get a lot of questions. People are like, "Oh, I want to start. Start a startup, whatever." And I'm like, please don't. Just go join another business. The startup economy needs eager, driven individuals so that they can learn fast and then go on and do their own thing eventually. Because if everybody that I wanted to hire would have started a startup, we wouldn't have had anybody to hire. So somebody's not going well. What's your advice to them? Give it to them no, don't hold anything back.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The beauty of the 10% is that while there are stakes, the stakes are low. The cost of failure is low. And so you can get into this situation where you're kind of keeping at it in a very half-hearted way, partially because it's become part of your identity. Like everybody's like, oh, Patrick's working on his thing. And so it becomes part of your sort of, the story that you tell about yourself to the rest of the world. Now, the reality is there is psychic value to doing these things. But I find that if you are working on something and it's not really going anywhere, and you're not excited about it anymore, and you're not spending the time on it, that's kind of what's going to tell you that. If it's not going anywhere, you're not going to feel inspired to work on it. And so I would pay close attention to that. I would also say when you're getting going, setting some basic sort of criteria about what success looks like for you. So all the time people say to me, I'm working on this side project, it's going well, but I don't know if I should do it full time or not. And that's okay. It may be that you never do something full time. You always have it as a side project. But kind of thinking about your objectives. Why am I doing this? What is an acceptable outcome to me? And how am I doing on that journey? That really will help you, along with figuring out, do I even enjoy this anymore? To decide whether you should continue doing it. Because the great thing about 10% is that if it's not working, you can walk away, you can do something else.
Or you have your other job.
Yeah. But you can keep your job and then you can start a new project next year.
Right. So that brings me to the third category, which is, okay, I'm a 10% entrepreneur. I got a side hustle going on. It's going awesome. Okay. What do I do? It reminds me of my story, which is I was working at a consulting firm. I was basically working on social tables, nights and weekends. That was taking up more and more of my time. And I basically started using my employer as my first angel investor. And I did everything I could to almost get fired so that I would be able to still get an income, but work on social tables, for as long as I could. And then I eventually quit.
Yeah, then that's a very, that's such a classic way to do this, right? It's so smart. And as long as you act ethically, and you're not like using the, corporate card to pay for your server, you're in good stead. Now, what I see.
For the record, I was not using.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's not you. I don't think that's you. Yeah. And nor should it be you. Everybody's listening.
That's right.
So with that person, you get this interesting question, like, when do I jump? Should I go full time? Right? That's the question you're essentially asking. So here's how I think about that. If things are going well and you're feeling good about it, and you feel that you can either live off this business, you can actually survive, or you can raise money, you should go ahead and do this, right? Raise the money or live off the profits. But you want to be able to do this from a level of comfort. You don't want to quit your job, have something that's not making enough money, and then all of a sudden you've got sort of like your runway is very short and you have all this pressure, right? The whole point is to be able to go to do this with energy. Now, if you cannot do that, but you think you cannot sort of manage this on your own, you're like, I can't quit quite yet, I can't raise money, but this is taking on a life of its own, what should I do? You should do what my friend Luke Holden did. Now, Luke is the CEO of a company called Luke's Lobster. You may remember Luke's Lobster.
Oh yeah, Luke's Lobster. They had one in Georgetown.
They did, yeah. So Luke is Luke.
Wait, weren't they on Shark Tank?
No, there was the Lobster Brothers.
Oh,
they're like they're another lobster company. Not my favorite, but they do exist.
I feel like you know every lobster personally since you're from Maine.
I do, and I met Luke many years ago when he was just getting going. I heard about him. I called him up and I said, I reached out through people and I said, I've heard about you. You're from Maine. You went to Georgetown just like me. You're starting this lobster thing. I want to hear how you did this. Like, tell me the story. And it turned out he had come out of Georgetown, got a job on Wall Street, and on his nights and weekends started this thing. And when he opened his first store, he couldn't do it on his own. You know, he had the capital to start the store. He raised a little money from him and his father, but he couldn't afford to quit. He basically had no money. And, you know, so he found on Craigslist a co-founder. And this guy, Ben Conniff, joined him. And Ben had worked in the food industry, brought things to the table that Luke didn't have. Ben could be there during the day to run the shop. And they paid back the initial investment in the first store in 17 days. And so then they basically opened another shop later that year when Luke could afford to pay himself a minimal salary and he quit. And so there you go. Find that person who can become your co-founder. I think it's a really powerful way to sort of get to the point where you can leave.
We have just a couple more minutes left here, Patrick, and I want to get into some of the things you're working on. First and foremost, how is COVID impacting your creativity? Are you able to do more, do less, or the same?
It's such a good question. I think it has made me more creative and resourceful because I've had to. The superpower. I hate when people say the superpower, but I'm just going to say it because I don't know. It's what came to my head. The superpower you need to do to survive this moment is flexibility. Like if you're not practicing yoga in your house and in your mind, you're in trouble. And so I think, like, my brother's a jazz musician, his wife's a dancer, and all of us talk about this stuff, right? It's like all of us have had to pivot the way we do things and question. And if you don't do that, you are in trouble. And so I've actually found that it's forced me to be more creative. And I've also felt liberated because I think right now, all the rules are just, who knows what's happening with the rules. Right. So like, just do, like, you know, be real. And I think that helps people to be more creative.
Yeah, I've been saying if you haven't changed something somehow, some way during COVID, you're doing COVID wrong.
Totally.
I recognize that's a position of privilege to be able to say,
Yes.
but I'm not just talking about physical location or whatever. I'm talking about just even your commute to work or whatever it is, just something to get you out of the rut that we've been experiencing prior, since it's been a rat race. Okay. So you're more creative, and that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You got a new term. So you're no longer a one-trick pony when it comes to American lexicon. What's this new term? And because I love it, and I think it's actually even better than FOMO. Because I'm a risky dude. I don't care about. I never miss anything out, but like a lot of people do. So what is this new term?
So the thing is, it's not new because I came up with it. It's new to you.
Sorry. It's new to me. It's probably new to the audience.
Yes, and I came up with it the same time as I came up with FOMO. I wrote an article.
Stop.
You didn't know? Yeah, like the article I wrote, I should have it handy to show people.
Yeah, you need it. You need it somewhere.
You can Google this. May 10th, 2004, the article was called Social Theory at HBS, McGinnis's Two Foes, FOMO and FOBO, Fear of a Better Option.
Oh my God. I thought this was new. I thought we were going to break news here. And you're telling me this is a 16-year-old term.
This term, but it only I was always like, okay, FOMO's a thing now. That's nice. But the FOBO, to me, that was always the interesting
better. That FOBO is better.
Totally agree. And then the New York Times, I was sitting at the Standard Grill in New York City in the summer of 2018, having lunch. My phone blows up.
By the way,
literally,
for non-New Yorkers, that's a New York Flex, Standard Grill, New York Flex.
It's just down the street from me. It's not expensive. It's just cool. So it was in New York Flex. If you come to New York, call. We'll go. But anybody. Anyway, I'm sitting there. My phone blows up, like to the point where like almost flew off the table because Tim Herrera of the New York Times Smarter Living wrote an article about FOBO and did not mention me. And so I wrote him an email.
Stop.
I wrote him an email. And here's a great lesson. I didn't know Tim, and now I do, and he's an awesome guy. So I was like, listen, actually, I invented FOBO, and here's the proof. And he was like, oh, this is so cool. Well, you want to do an interview? And so we did. And then that sort of hit, and a bunch of other stuff happened. And then a bunch of other, like the Guardian wrote about it, and the Boston Globe, and whatever. But the point about FOBO is this: FOBO is about it's an affliction of abundance. It's about having too much choice. It's about getting on and I live this. Like I have all the streaming services. I mean, it's awful. I try to order on Seamless. I can't. I ended up just like making like a terrible sandwich in my house because we're overwhelmed with choice. And that's the thing. That is all about privilege. You go to a place where people are struggling or are having problems. They don't have that problem. They may have the FOMO. They don't have the FOBO. So when you are given such privilege, don't waste it on having FOBO.
That's why I love being vegan, because I go out, there's nothing for me to eat. So it really limits my choices. There's only like one thing on the menu I can order. So I am all about limiting choices. I've been on this road trip since April 1st. And well, I've resettled here in Boise, but I've been living out of a duffel bag since April 1st. And, now it's 5 months, and I've had really the same 10 shirts, except for the free shirts I get along the way, same pair of shoes, and less, there's no fear of better opportunities when it comes to my dress code. Anyway, that's all the time we have. Patrick, closing thoughts on getting in touch with you, getting in your head, because I've loved this time together. I love reading your materials. What's the best way to get in touch with you and to follow your wisdom?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here. And I hope to visit Boise someday for real. And we'll hang out there.
We'd love that.
The best way to find me is patrickmcginnis.com. My podcast, which is available all the places you get podcasts, is called FOMO Sapiens. If you like this conversation, you're going to love the show. And then you can find me on Instagram at Patrick J. McGinnis, on Twitter at PJ McGinnis, where I am a big follower of Don's here. And those are the best places to find me. You can always email me at letsconnect@patrickmcginnis.com.
But you're going to respond to emails.
Do I respond?
You respond to emails.
I do. I batch them and I respond. Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. So let's connect at patrickmcginnis.com. Did I get that right?
You did.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck with the new book. I know I'm excited about it. And take care.
Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch for sure.
Welcome back, Boise Startup Week. We're here at Jump in downtown Boise at our headquarters for our live sessions. I'm joined by Mark Pretty, co-founder and CEO of Happy Day Brands. Welcome, Mark.
It's great to be here, man. How are you doing?
Not too bad.
Good,
It's Friday. It's
Yeah.
been a long week. We're sort of winding down. I've been told by some of my peers that I tend to look tired towards the end of the day. Not looking to make a career in broadcasting.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
How about
Well,
yourself?
Doing good. Yeah, it's been a fun time, and you guys are doing an incredible job. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Speaking of doing an incredible job, we couldn't do our work without the financial support of our sponsors. Happy Day Brands is a sponsor at Startup Week. However, like with most other initiatives, you guys don't just stop there. You yourself have been a judge now at Trailmix for 2 years in a row. Is that right?
Yeah, 2 years.
So tell me about that experience as a judge. You get to co-judge with other Albertsons judges.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
also maybe highlight some of the more memorable food product companies for us.
Yeah. Well, to be a judge, it's like it puts you in the center of this kind of spirit of entrepreneurialism, right? It's exciting. I'm inspired by it. You see these incredible women and men who are taking risks, and they're conceiving up something that others haven't, and they double down. For me, it's just this area of watching this dance with them. They're being intuitive, they're being creative, they're being innovative, I'm just inspired by it. So as a judge, I love to watch the stories and hear the stories of their beginnings and how they're pivoting, and so I come away from it just feeling great, man.
So you're, for those who don't know, Mark is a lifelong entrepreneur. Do you sort of see a little bit of yourself in them? Can you relate to them? Is it like, the Mark Pretty of maybe 20 years ago before you started some ventures? Is that applicable? The other judges are mostly buyers and category managers from Albertsons. So you're probably unique in that you're actually an entrepreneur also in the food space.
Yeah, I think, for me, it's relatable because I remember the long nights, right? I still know the long nights, what it takes to, to really risk and again, like double down, people just sometimes don't understand, we talk about, gosh, I wish I was an entrepreneur. I want to own my own business. And the reality is it's not easy. And so I get this great opportunity to kind of peek into the window a bit of these entrepreneurs and to just be reminded of the daily struggle, but the beauty at the end of it, right? So
pretty much just summarize why I love working at Trailhead, by the way.
Yeah.
Thanks for the inspiration. I needed it on a Friday after a long week. So as a judge, name two that stuck out to you, that you still think about, or their presentation was unique, or the product itself was unique. Tell me about some of the finalists that may have stuck around.
Yeah, I think, like last year, Kate Stoddard, with Orchestra Provision, who would think it, right? Spices with a blend of crickets, right, as a base. So I thought that was really innovative. But I think with Kate, I remember watching her before she jumped on stage, and what people don't know is the courage, right? I mean, the amount of courage it takes to pitch. And I was just, Kate's a friend, and I just was so proud of her. So Kate really stood out. And of course, I think Dan Smith, who won it this year, Recipe 33, did a great job. I love the stories that he told. I think the one that probably touched me the most was Doug Williams.
I'm glad you're bringing up Doug, actually.
Mrs. Dot's barbecue sauce.
My mother doesn't mess around. My
mother
favorite quote
it
from
wasn't
Trailmix.
It was some of his lines really, honestly, there was a moment I had to fight back a tear or two, because here's a man who is just laying it all on the line. He's giving it his all. He's making decisions at the moment. He doesn't know what's going to take place, but he has this passion, he has this vision, and he has this story. And I think that's the thing that moves me the most, is to watch these entrepreneurs and the story behind the difficulties, the successes, and his story really moved me, because as an entrepreneur, you find yourself sometimes very alone. And we'll talk about this Boise Startup Week, right? one of the words I think about is I see you, right? I see you. And entrepreneurs get this opportunity, you know, to be seen and to be heard. Because, man, sometimes we're just grinding, right? And so his story, Doug, was really moving to me.
I'm really glad you bring it up. For one, Doug and Miss Dot's Soul Food, the white barbecue sauce, hands down, best barbecue
Oh,
sauce.
it's so good.
I didn't even know there was such a thing as white barbecue
first time I've
sauce.
ever tasted or heard about it as well, right?
But you bring up story, and let me let you in on something. So when these food product entrepreneurs apply with us, right? They're typically either selling out of their home, at a farmer's market. Some have some traction, like Dan, for example, from Recipe 33. Some traction with retail. But generally, we apply this, hey, we'll take you from farmers markets to supermarket shelves nationwide. That's the motto.
Yeah.
But you talk about story. They apply. Most of them have never pitched.
Yep.
Most of them have never thought of their business in terms of a business model, in terms of a revenue generating entity, right?
Yeah.
They are very passionate about the thing. In this case, the barbecue sauce, and that passion, that story came through. So when we coach them, because this is quite the process actually, they hear from us, but how did it get started? Why did you do this sauce? And you can tell they go, you think people want to know that? And you gotta tell the story.
Yeah.
The story is your hook.
Yeah.
And just seeing food product entrepreneurs, and then they tell you their story, like, you know, Doug, and then you're just blown away.
Yeah.
And so it's really fun for us to kind of, you know, tease out these stories out of them and coach them on how to package it. But really that brings across their passion. And my mama doesn't mess around.
My mama doesn't mess around.
And I tell you what, he was in town for the pitch. He came here with his son. I know his son has a friend here, and they got into they played basketball together. And so on day 2, Doug looked at me, he goes, so how do you like living in Boise? And I was all over that one.
Yeah.
I've been here for 20 years. I really sold it hard to him. But he came here and he kind of could see, he goes, I could see myself living here. My son's comfortable here. I'm getting support from an entrepreneurial community, where he lives, he doesn't get the same kind of support.
Which is just so key, right?
So thanks for bringing up story. Story is absolutely key. Talking about story, tell us the story of this movement of the B Corps and how Happy Day Brands is a B Corp. But how did that come to be?
Well, you know, I'll date myself a little, right? I mean, it kind of came to be, you know, when we sold one of the companies that we had way back in 1998, you know, we went on this journey really to ask the question, how do you use business as a catalyst for social change? And I'm a big coffee lover. My wife's a big coffee lover. And, you know, we were in Eagle at the time. And we thought, you know, what would it look like for us to create kind of this community hub called Rembrandt's Coffee House? And so Rembrandt's Coffee House came out of this idea, how do we use business to really do good? So at that time, you know, it was all brand new. Social entrepreneurship was just, you know, was a kind of a new word.
You had to Google it most of the time,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. And so Rembrandt's was a for-profit coffee house, and then we started a nonprofit community center. And so the profits of the coffee house went to the community center. And that was kind of our test model, like how can we embed ourselves in a community and really think about engaging the community, engaging the customers, and talking about something that's much larger than ourselves, but while we're sitting at the table having a cup of coffee. So Happy Day really emerged out of that, out of this idea of how do we use business as a force for good. And again, when, you know, at that point, we were also doing some nonprofit stuff, helping women globally around some artisan goods.
Full Circle Exchange?
Yeah, Full Circle Exchange.
Okay.
And you know, as the B Corp started emerging, we thought, you know, let's rebrand and let's really think about starting a company, going back into the food business again, which, you know, I guess we're crazy, you know, in that natural products category, but it's so much fun and we have such passion for it that, you know, we said, let's go ahead and rebrand, and in doing that, let's keep at the very center of what we do about humanity. How do we improve the human condition? How do we use products and business and community and team members to really be a force for good?
So B Corp, in a way, integrate, and I'm paraphrasing here, they integrate business with community and humanity.
Exactly.
It sounds very complicated. And to someone who may not have been exposed to that philosophy, let's put it that way, it can come they can be a conflict with one another. Now, we talked about social impact yesterday with Christina, our co-chair of the social impact track. This morning, Angela Taylor talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the question that keeps coming up is, yes, it's the right thing to do. It's a nice thing to do, but does it compete with being profitable? So how do you see a B Corp and you putting humanity at the center of a business model? How do you see those two working together? Are they mutually exclusive?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think for us, it's, they live on two sides of the coin, right? On one side is business, on the other side is that deep social impact. So we don't, when I think of business, I think about what does it mean for the communities that we're selling products in, and so I don't think about giving up the profit or somehow it's competing, that we have to compete there, because really to do well you have to do good. And that's a big piece for me. I think you
as a business
as
to
a business,
do well,
right?
Okay.
And it's I don't think it's we all know that where the consumer's going. They want transparency, right? They want to know that what they purchase makes a difference. And so I think for me, the way I looked at it, I think as a company, typically, and this is changing, Tim. I mean, it really is. But typically, we look at corporate social responsibilities, right? And we tend to think of those as an afterthought. How do we mitigate the risk? Oh, we did this. Now we got to mitigate the risk, so let's do good, right? So in some ways, it's wherever the wind is blowing, that's where we'll make sure that we kind of stamp something good and we mitigate whatever we need to. Where I think as a B Corp, well, look at that. Sorry.
It's all right. It was bound to happen.
It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. I think as a B Corp, go like that. As a B Corp,
nice, I like that.
we are, we're not thinking about mitigating risk, right? We're thinking about that doing good sits at the center. And right, so it's
mitigation implies prevention.
There
almost,
you go.
Right?
Exactly.
Right,
I think that's a great word. It does imply prevention. So we start with that area of embedding in our DNA what it means to do business well, and really out from that, you're looking at shared values within all your upstream and downstream. So in your partnerships, whether it's ingredients, whether it's community, for us, it's about food insecurity, right? It's about how do we use food? Food is a human right. So how do we use food?
Well, you just said that out loud, huh?
Yeah.
So food is a human right.
Food's a human right.
I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and everybody deserves to be at the table, and everybody deserves to be seen that they have value and they have dignity and they have respect. So if you think of business as incorporating this sense of what it means to be human, and I know it sounds somewhat romantic, but I don't believe it is. I believe it's the very core of capitalism in a business, that we can use business in a deep, profound way to make positive impact. And I think if we don't mission drift, if we keep it at the center, then I believe you just see, positive, positivity just keep coming towards you.
So much to unpack in what you just said. So for one, you talk about, people in business, humanity in business, and the romanticism of that. But at the end of the day, we're all people, working with people, trying to create value for people.
Yep.
Needless to say, the commonality there is people. And when I hear you talk, Mark, it sounds, it's a breath of fresh air. Let's put it that way. And I know that there's a new generation of entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs out there that think in your terms, right? You sort of were ahead of your time back in '98 and how the B Corp grew out of that.
Right.
I think not just with recent events, but particularly with recent events, with some of the, let's call them inequities floating to the surface.
Right.
I know that there's entrepreneurs out there that are thinking in those terms now. What piece of advice would you give them as someone who had conceived this idea by trying out, prototyping a model and then building a business around it? Yeah. Let's say I'm an early stage entrepreneur. I'm about to form the business. do I get a B Corp certification? Is that the only way? Are there, other tools and methods I can implement to still do good while not getting the certification? Or what's your view on that?
I think my view on that is, for young entrepreneurs, I think as we think about doing good, I think about empathy, right? I think about, again, story. I think my advice as young entrepreneurs, think about really using business as a catalyst for social change and as a catalyst for good, is that they embed themselves in the very thing that they're wanting to do good at, or with.
So it's not the afterthought that you brought up earlier.
That's right. So let's say as a business, we really have a deep desire and a deep heart to really come alongside of the homeless population. Okay, let's go start a B Corp, and let's go do this, and let's go do that, let's go do that. I would say, no. You're not. Your starting point's wrong. Your starting point is to go be where the homeless people are and to understand their story, to understand how your ideas, right, how what you're thinking about will actually land. So for me, people want to rush to
status is almost, right?
Right, status, to structure, but I think of it as the other way around.
You're actually describing a customer discovery process, right? Treating the homeless in this case as your customer.
Right. Well, right, because in essence, that's what we're saying, because they deserve just as much as anybody else to be treated with dignity and respect. We have this misunderstanding, even with homeless, or we see the pandemic was a perfect example of food insecurity. There are people waiting in lines now that have never been to a food bank. Was it because they were lazy? No. Something collided in the middle of the universe, and it was called the pandemic. And so we need to understand, I believe, deeply understand the social piece that we're trying to describe and trying to make a difference in. So for us, we went right to the food bank. We went right to Karen, and said, Karen, here's what we're thinking about. How do we do this together? What does it look like? Not, hey, Karen, this is what we're doing. This is what you're going to, what you're going to do. Here's how we're going to help you.
The linear structure
the
that
linear
you just brought up.
Instead of asking the question, what are the needs? Where are the gaps? Right? Where are the areas that we can help galvanize and bring people together to raise up the issue of food insecurity? And I think it's for me, it's a very interesting piece, because if you start there and you hear the narratives, right, and you understand the stories, you understand what a Karen in the food bank is up against, now you can begin to start thinking about how you, for us, it was how to localize our give back. See, for Happy Day, it was not let's write a check to a Feeding America, which does a great job, and we have a great partnership with them. For us, it was about wherever our products are sold, let's go actually understand what's going on in those communities, and let's partner with those stakeholders so that everything can rise.
So me as a consumer, I see your products at Albertsons. I'm a big fan of the rolled oats, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys have this beautiful, display. The blue and white just pops out. So if I buy your product, what impact am I making as a consumer?
So when you buy it, whatever product you buy, that purchase will provide a meal to the regional food bank. So for
that's
here,
how you localize.
That's how we localize it, right? So we're working with predominantly the Western U.S. We're working with about 22 regional food banks. So if you're over in PCC Community Markets in Seattle, on their bulk bins, you'll see you will see a sticker here soon. We're excited about it. That will call out the food bank, and it will call out the regional food bank. For that, it's Food Lifeline.
And the people shopping there will recognize it.
And they'll recognize it. Right? Here for like Winco, for instance, we're really excited. You'll see across all Winco stores in the next 30 days. You'll see a sticker on the bulk bins where we do bulk business, and it will say your purchase provides meals to Idaho Food Bank, to Oregon Food Bank, to Feeding to Food Lifeline, and so that localization for us is really key. So I think just going back to, your question is just understand the stories behind what it is that you're trying to do good in, and start there first. Because I think empathy, right, which is part of, you're big in the area of human-centered design, right? It's like, look, we need to know the very essence of what it is that we're trying to do good at, instead of it just being kind of this abstract, hey, well, we're just going to go do this or go do that, or again, mitigating the risk. But embedding yourself in the middle of what it is that you're trying to make a difference in.
I don't know if you can tell, but I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation. I went way over time because there's just so much to unpack. I gotta say, having Happy Day brands in our ecosystem as such an exemplary force of good, it's just, we're grateful for it. And for those of you who don't know, if you're a Trailhead member, you've been enjoying the coffee and you've noticed a significant uptick in the quality of our coffee, it's because Happy Day Brands donates coffee to Trailhead, and we are then in turn able to serve that to our members. So with that, Mark, I want to thank you for being a judge at Trailmix. I want to thank you for sponsoring Startup Week. Thank you for coming here today and sharing, the sort of your intimate take on business. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And we're really grateful to be here. And thanks for all you guys do. And thank you for, as I said, helping the entrepreneurs to connect and to be seen, because it's a big deal, man.
That's really the work that we do here. Coming up next is a fireside chat with Todd Krautkramer. He's interviewed by our co-chair, Nick Krabs, who you would have seen otherwise here with me. But for those of you that don't know, Nick decided to stay home. He's been exposed to a confirmed case of COVID. He's doing fine. He doesn't have any symptoms. But if you didn't get enough of Nick, make sure you watch this talk. Before we switch over to the talk, though, quick word from our sponsors.
Ever since I started spreading word about new, super crispy, grown in Idaho frozen fries on TV, I've become kind of a celebrity. Cut from 100% real Idaho potatoes. They bake up crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Look. Uh-oh. Looks like I've been spotted.
Can we get a picture?
Sure.
Make sure you get the whole bag in the shot.
New, grown in Idaho, super crispy fries. Mmm, super crispy.
Well, welcome Boise Startup Week to another session. I'm very excited today to be joined by Cradlepoint CMO, Todd Krautkramer. Now, Todd and I go a little ways back, and I want to tell this story because 3 years ago during Startup Week, I had the gall to just email George Mulhern and said, hey, we really got to get Cradlepoint involved in Boise Startup Week. And of course, he was very excited and said, why don't you meet with our CMO, Mr. Todd? So Todd was nice enough to invite me out for a glass of wine. And I had just a wonderful conversation with Todd about startups and marketing and how to think about building ecosystems. And I have to say, that conversation stayed with me, and I appreciated you taking the time so much to sit down with us today, and also for that glass of wine 2-3 years ago. So thank you, Todd, for joining us.
Well, thanks, Nick. And truth be told, it probably was a couple glasses of wine. And I'm so glad you reached out to George, because we now at Cradlepoint are really committed to being part of Boise Startup Week. We just believe in the Boise tech community and what it can be. And hopefully, I'm sure we'll talk about the elephant on the table, which is the acquisition of Cradlepoint. But it really represents where startups can go in Boise. And it's playing in the big leagues. So very happy. We had that meeting 3 years ago now, and we always want to be part of this.
Well, thank you. And that is a little bit of the elephant on the room. So I have to start this conversation. We all saw here in Boise, and of course, anyone paying attention regionally or nationally, the press release that Ericsson put out with its intention to purchase Cradlepoint for $1.1 billion. So, from all of us here in Boise, we're very excited about this, and especially the Boise Startup Week team. And of course, it might be a little bit premature at this point, since this is still in the works, but congratulations for the hard work that you and George and really the rest of the Cradlepoint team have been doing. We're all very proud and excited for that.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And you're right. It's as these processes work, it's the intent to purchase. We hope to close it here in the next 30 days. And once we do, of course, we'll be communicating our plans going forward. But people can, I think, connect the dots. We aspire to be the world leader in wireless WAN, and 5G is the catalyst to making that happen. And Ericsson is the preeminent provider of 5G infrastructure to carriers around the world. Truth be known, we have 5G in Boise, right across the street from the Boise Plaza. There's a reason for that, close proximity to Cradle Point, but nonetheless, that's a star we can all put
I was going to say
on,
it. I doubt that was accidental.
Yes. Yeah. So I look forward to talking more about it once we close the deal here in the next 30 days. But the thing to remember, and I've done 4 startups myself. I'm a startup guy. This is the biggest venture I've been a part of. And I got into Cradle Point back in December 2015 through the acquisition of my company, Bertino, which was a leader in cloud networking and software-defined networking. So I understand where a lot of our audience lives today, kind of in that early stage, building company, product market fit. How do I get my first dollar? And what motivates us as entrepreneurs is the vision that what we're doing can ultimately change the world in some big or small way. And when you see an exit from a company like Cradle Point, who was in those very shoes not that long ago, and the $1.1 billion valuation that was placed on us, and I can tell you that's a very, very rich multiple, however you measure it.
Oh, yeah.
It gives a lot of promise and motivation to early entrepreneurs out there. So we're happy to kind of show where this all can lead to, because we were in those shoes not that long ago.
Well, and many of us here, remember Mark and Highway 12 kind of being a part of those first, rounds of Cradle Point. And obviously Cradle Point pivoted very hard in its product offering in those early days. And a lot of us here in town remember those very, very, very early days of Cradle Point. So you're right. I mean, that gives fuel to the fire of kind of ecosystems being built. And especially because you have many employees who are now going to, think about starting their own thing or becoming an angel investor or whatever it is that they might go on and doing. So, that's again why we're also excited about the news that, Ericsson published in a press release a few weeks ago, and can't wait to get to the point where we can have you back and talk about the acquisition a lot more.
I look forward to it.
So, kind of jumping right in here, obviously, as the CMO, there's some very specific expertise that you have that we want to try and extract as best as we can today while we talk to you. And, maybe there was 2 elephants in the room during this conversation. One being the news that came out 2 weeks ago. But the other one is that, all of us have been living through, kind of a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic. And, really every business right now is trying to understand how to play in a marketplace where things are shifting and changing so fast that, it's almost hard to have a strategy, really. And so I wanted to ask, how did Cradle Point think about this? What strategy did you employ? And really, what direction did Cradle Point go to kind of pivot your marketing, especially and really think early days, March, April, May, as you go through that?
No, thanks, Nick. This is a topic very near and dear to my heart. And by the way, during the background of all this pandemic was this amazing transaction going on. So even the way we did this transaction was different than a lot of entrepreneurs that might have done it in the past. But that's another day, another story. The first thing you have to recognize is that the gap between what happens in our consumer lives and happens in our personal lives and what happens in business is ever shrinking and becoming more connected. And all of us have been affected in very material ways around the pandemic. So it's very reasonable to extend that to how our customers buy and how our customers are reacting. Their lives are very similar. They're going through the same personal experiences, and that's being extended to business. So the answer, first of all, is that if I'm an entrepreneur, I better be changing my strategy based on this pandemic. It's not optional, because it's changing my life personally. So how do you do that? How do we do that? We really sat down very, very quickly. And this is the beauty. This is the thing that startups have that established companies don't, is agility. And you have to play that card. So we sat down very quickly and we said, okay, let's think about this. Let's break this into 3 phases. there's the emergency phase, emergency response phase, where it's all about practical and tactical. That was back in the March timeframe, the April timeframe, where the whole world was going through this at the same time. Phase 2 is when you kind of get past that practical, tactical, and now you're forced to think about, what do I do next? And that's exactly that, is how do I get back to business? For restaurants, it was different than healthcare, it was different financial services. Some had boom, some had bust, but all of them were trying to figure out, how do I get back to business? And then there's the third phase, and I call that the new normal. There's not probably a one of us on this cast today that thinks that our life, once normalcy starts to enter in, will be ever as normal as it was before. It's going to be changed. It's going to be a new normal. Same thing's true for business. And to the advantage of a lot of our startups out there, the one thing that we're seeing when people get back to the new normal is they're not forgetting what the pandemic taught them about agility, about the ability to pivot, about the ability to change your business model quickly to respond to whatever happens and comes their way. So today we're going to talk more about this first phase, I expect, but I'm happy to talk about all three because we're kind of going through them as we speak. But let's spend a moment to talk about this first phase and what Cradlepoint went through. And hopefully in that story, there's something here for all entrepreneurs. So the first thing we did is we got back to practical and tactical because that's where our customers were living. So let me tell you some very specific examples of what we did. We changed our messaging. Our messaging, because Cradlepoint is larger than many of the companies here, our messaging was kind of more aspirational, talking about where we can take them. And while our corporate messaging, you don't change, our solutioning messaging, our webinar messaging, our communication to customers and partners changed immediately. And it was hyper practical and tactical. And it was saying, restaurants, we see, here's the challenge you're facing. We know because we try to go out and eat, we order on DoorDash and other things. Here is how our solution can help solve this immediate problem in hand, which is an emergency response. Maybe healthcare is a better example because we can relate to that. Remember when tents were being set up in Javits in Central Park and Javits Center was being converted and the port in Oakland was offloading people from cruise ships? Cradlepoint was there in every one of those situations because our value prop was you can buy our solution today. And let me just segue for a minute here. It's not just messaging, it's business model. So for us, we would typically send a router out to somebody. We always could ship it overnight. That's great. But then they would have to go work for their carrier, get a SIM, just like we do in our phone, plug the SIM in, and it's only till you get a SIM, you get a network. We started to ship the product from the factory in 24 hours or less with a SIM in it. And while it was in flight, we activated it through our carrier partners. So when it hit the ground, that doctor, not an IT person, probably that doctor in the tent, simply plugs it in the wall, it comes up and operational. How do we help that? We created videos. We created videos for the doctor, video for the IT person, said, here's what you do, step 1, 2, and 3. We're not going to let you figure it out. We're going to help you. We're going to be prescriptive. This was all part of that communication. And we told the customer, this is what we're going to do for you. It'll ship and it'll be ready when it hits the ground to turn up a network. We're going to show you how to turn up a network. The doctor, the IT person. The IT person, we're going to show you how to keep it running so that it never goes down during this crisis. That's what I mean by practical and tactical. And it's a change because a lot of times you position to aspirations and sell to need. We were positioning to need and selling to need. And we're going overboard on being prescriptive because that's what the moment demanded.
So much about it too is, really kind of by being able to change your own internal processes back to being nimble. I have to imagine that the last thing any of these doctors want to be dealing with is trying to figure out how to set up a router when they actually need to be doing 1,200, 100%. COVID tests or whatever it was. Right. And so by removing that friction, I have to assume that you also saw that the orders for these things increased, that more and more of these tents were looking to Cradlepoint as a solution because of the easiness that you're doing. And so did you notice a kind of a snowballing effect in the demand for that particular service?
Yeah, we did.
You took those steps? Yeah.
It was customers, it was partners. Think of New York as an example. I use that because all of us understand what happened in New York. It was so advertised and the tragedy there. but it's a small community. All the doctors are communicating. The governor was communicating. So the first responders were all there, which is a community of ours as well. So they're all saying, this is what works. This doesn't, let's adjust right away. But partners as well figured it out real quick. What did they need to do to help their customers, and who could be the company that provides for them what was needed, because they too had to change their business and respond. So it all connected. Let me give you evidence of how that played out. I mean, we all started our calendar year and our fiscal year are the same. So January 1st, we had a new plan. COVID didn't exist. We had this great growth strategy of 30+%. And then came COVID. And we had a choice. Do we have COVID as an excuse not to achieve our plan, or do we find a new way to do it? And as you could hear, we changed up everything. But the evidence was we had an amazing Q2. We were 98% of the original plan, but it came in a way very different than we imagined.
Yeah.
So it works. Those that are nimble and that can really get practical and tactical and solve bleeding from the neck needs that customers have, it works. Customers respond to that, and they're thankful that they're able to pursue their mission with your help.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the amazing stories that I've kind of heard over the last few months, especially, in talking with you in previous conversations about how successful that pivot really was. And maybe, I know we kind of focus a little bit here on kind of the early days and the choices that were being made right there, but maybe we can skip ahead and talk about the new normal for a minute and how you think about what the new normal is. I think those of us who were nimble and did pivot and did change how we acquired customers and changed our marketing, that's kind of where some of us are right now too. And so how should we be thinking about what the future holds? How should we be thinking about what the new normal might be?
Yeah, I enjoy talking about that a lot. And you're right, we're really kind of in that third phase now. But let me just give one example to the audience of phase two. Phase two was that when the emergency response was in place and people were kind of dealing with the problem at hand, they were starting to think about, well, how do I start resuming some bit of my business? How do I get something going again? Because the livelihood of those businesses really depend on it. And I'll take restaurants, another major customer of ours. We all know what was happening. They moved to outside dining. If you were a consumer packaged goods, like a customer of ours that, the name, Pandora, right? That builds custom jewelry. Your problem is still people couldn't come into malls to get it. So you were landlocked. So what they did is they moved their part of their business outside to the curb. Now, if you're a provider of infrastructure, applications, networks, whatever you provide, computing, all of us tech people are somewhere in that continuum. You got to think about what that means, right? They didn't build a network to stretch out to the curb. And Cradlepoint could, because we can be a network you can take anywhere you are, there's a cellular connection. So we again started to change up our game. But what was consistent, it wasn't the urgency of the emergency response, but it was the let us help you get back to blending the crisis that you're dealing with the changes to your business. And here's how. We still were very specific in our use cases. Talked more futuristic about how we could help you get from here back to something that looks like normal, but still very focused on the use cases. Now that we're in this new normal, our messaging is around, let's remember what we all learned. The importance of agility was the difference between life and death in a very real level for those that we're serving on the healthcare and the first responder front lines, to businesses that are trying to hang on. So the way we think about what we're about to do for the future of the company has to be informed by what we went through. And let me help share with you what agility can mean and the infrastructure of yours that needs to be made more agile so you can respond to these types of events in the future, which, by the way, hurricanes, floods, they don't have to be in the form of a pandemic.
Yeah.
They can be regional, they can affect all over the world. All of them have kind of the same localized impact. So it gave us an opportunity to talk about our solution in a new and more relevant way, because like us as all humans, we're all forever changed having gone through this experience together.
Oh, yeah.
So it all ties to rethinking your messaging, tailoring it to different communities to make it relevant, what I tell healthcare, even in this new normal, is different than what I tell retailers or financial services organizations. So you need to be more tailored, and you need to blend relevancy, which is still very much in vogue, with the promise of where you can take them. Get back to that positioned aspiration but sell to need philosophy that I live by.
Well, it's so interesting because when we talk to really early stage startups, a lot of times we're talking about kind of your like customer acquisition beachheads, maybe some of those first identifiable customers that you can build your sales and marketing pipelines around and get like very specific on their needs. A company that's Cradle Point size, it sounds like you went through the same exercise, but you did it for every vertical that you needed to play.
That's correct. Right? The scope was different, but the process was very similar. And I'll share with many of our listeners today, because I've been in a startup 4 times, right? Much of the technology we're building, the reason we're building it, what motivates us and why it's so compelling is it kind of changes the slope of our customers' business. That's not a one and done. That's not an event. That's a process. So we need to think about our customers are making a relationship with us for the next 5 years. It's not for the next 5 months. It's for the next 5 years. So what we have to do is we have to help them understand how where they're going the next 5 years is evolving because of this experience, how we can get them there. But then we have to bring it back to let's start right now solving this problem in a very tangible way. Because people can buy into the vision, the strategy, the aspirational state, and they go, that's great. And when I start to feel that, I'm going to remember I had this conversation. Doesn't help us getting that $1 in the door. We want to say, I want to take you to where you're going, and let's all agree it's a different place. And here's why I can take you there better because of the agility, because of what I bring to the table. But by the way, here's a problem we can solve for you right now today. And it's only when you blend those two pieces do you really become more compelling. And let me tell you, the scrutiny now of buyers right now, they're not thinking about all the different things they were buying before. Their budgets have changed. Their business have changed. They're getting to that very practical state of, I have to think about the future and where you can take me, but it has to be relevant today. So you got to combine the two in a very compelling way. And I'll tell you how far we took this, Nick. We just launched a new website in the middle of all this chaos. It was actually back in May. And we've got many buyer communities, but if I were to break them into 2, it was first responders, anybody that can qualify for a special cellular connection that gives them priority and preemption. And then we had the rest of the world that acted and thought and bought a lot from the IT buying center. So we took our website, and folks can go check that out now, and we created a dual persona website where when you land on it, within 10 seconds, this little interrupter pops up and says, hey, to better communicate with you, just tell us, are you interested in public safety solutions or are you interested in kind of other enterprise? And when you click public safety, the whole persona of the website changed. We talked to you as an individual and the problems that you have. We didn't talk in technology terms. We talked in personal terms. We talked to the buyer. A lot of time, chief of police, the fire captain doesn't understand a lot about technology, but totally understands the problems they're trying to solve with technology. And we changed the whole site, the whole experience. Back to the other side, it's more of, hey, I'm talking to you, IT person that has to ultimately buy and support the solution. Let me tell you what you need to know. So that's the level of specificity to these different personas that we went through here at Cradle Point. And I will argue, while that sounds like a big company thing, everybody can do that in ways that are large and very small, but meaningful to customers.
As you're saying that, I mean, again, back to things that we try and hound and teach on startups constantly. You know, a big one is understanding who your customer is, being able to build customer personas, customer profiles, and speaking directly to who that is. What you're talking about is no different than the exact messaging that we could talk about to a pre-revenue startup, is really understand who your customer is and what you need to tell them to get them interested in what you're doing. What messaging is going to resonate with them? What products are going to resonate? Because many of these startups might even be still developing their product, which is an interesting phase you could be in, where you can make those adjustments now in the development of your product.
Well, what you touched on is really important. And as a developer, you can relate to this. Now in the modern world of agile development, it's very much tied around personas right from the start when you're building the product. And unfortunately, a lot of times when that great product built around a persona, The value prop is getting very engineered towards a particular outcome. We lose a little bit of that as we get into marketing. And it's a shame because the product is built that way. And as always, I believe, bad things are bad and have universal badness, but there's also good things that come out of it. And as marketeers, whether you're in a company the size of Cradlepoint or in a startup, there's much more synergy between them because it's getting back to the basics of understanding who your buyer is, what they care about. Different care abouts today than they did back in January, but they still have care abouts, and making sure you nail that. And then helping them understand where they can go with you and why you're not a flash in the pan, but you are going to be part of their lives going forward. That's table stakes. It always has been, but we're now back to the basics.
Yeah. And maybe for an early stage company, I mean, Cradlepoint probably had a lot of data to draw from, at least to understand how to maybe change up how you're messaging or who you were targeting in that moment. But how should a startup think about building those profiles, building those personas? How should they think about knowing who their first customer is? Since, that is the table stakes.
Having been in their shoes, and I still today mentor a lot of startups back in Minnesota where I'm from. And one of the challenges I see in our zest to change the world, when we get out of those starting gates, we go, here's all the things that we could do. There's 10 different customers segments we can go after. And the most important thing is ruthless convergence down to one, maybe two. And when you move that from 10 to 1 or 2, the level of detail and specificity you get into automatically starts to flow. And that's the right thing. Because if you can't identify one community that could really benefit from your solution, why do you think there's 10 out there that could? So find the one that you think is the best use case and get ruthless in dissecting who are the buyers, what are their care abouts, what's the state of their business today, not how I knew it 3 months, 6 months ago, right now, today, and really position your product so that out of all the things that they are considering, now very few that they'll actually fund, you make the cut line and you're one of them that they fund. I mean, that is the mission right now of startups, and it can be done. In fact, I'll argue startups are in a better position to do it because they don't have the legacy of something like Cradlepoint that has all these success stories in the past. And now you got to wade through them and figure out, of all the success stories, which ones right now do I really need to focus on that will make the difference between meeting our plan or failing miserably?
Oh, and what's so interesting about your story with Cradlepoint is usually companies who get to your guys' size, this is where they fall down, right? Typically, larger companies are too slow to make these pivots, where startups, you're correct, have the opportunity to not have the baggage, to not have, Joe VP of whoever who like doing it the old way, pocket veto the plan, you don't have that same amount of, stuff to wade through. But it also goes back to the commendable story here of what Cradlepoint was able to accomplish in responding to what's going on right now. So with that, Todd, we're kind of at time. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me today. I'm not kidding. I actually sat here and just started kind of like taking notes on some of the stuff you're saying. So, even I am sitting here learning from everything and the wisdom that you bring to this conversation. Again, congratulations to Cradlepoint. I know you guys are still working through that deal, but we all saw the news a couple weeks ago. So we're very excited here in Boise for that news. And again, thank you from the Boise Startup Week community for taking the time to talk with us.
Well, thanks, Nick. It's a great thing that you do. The startup community is very important. And I'll say that while we're acquired by this global leader, Ericsson, they are very committed to the Boise community. We're not going anywhere. We're growing our business here, and we'll continue to be very active in this exciting startup community.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thanks so much. And we'll have to leave it there.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Boise Startup Week here at the main stage, downtown Boise at Jump. I'm joined by none other than the 20K pitch competition winner, Alexis Muchillo. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So, for our audience, those of us who watched the pitch, we're super excited for you.
Thank you.
Those of us who didn't watch the pitch, just a brief, give us a 30,000-foot view. What's Chillo?
So Chillo is a roommate app for roommates to find and connect with one another, but also rank, review, and endorse each other based on past living experiences.
Okay. And so, how did you come up with that idea?
My husband and co-founder Steven actually came up with it. We had several terrible roommate scenarios, and we finally realized, how is it that there is no platform to allow you to see what others have said about individuals what it was like to live with them? And we paid attention to the marketplace and did a couple years of research, and then decided to just take it from there.
Very cool. So this is a husband-wife startup.
Yep. Co-founders. Yep.
Very cool. How's the dynamic? I know, by the way, shout out to Steven. He's here. So we're not talking behind his back. But how is it for a husband and wife to start a business together?
You know, it's interesting. That's a great question. I love it. There's obviously its ups and downs like anything else, but you just kind of get acclimated with, okay, this is husband and wife time, this is business partner time, and so on and so forth. But it's honestly, we bring such different, unique qualities that it's been pretty amazing to see. So
it's sort of, I would think that the startup is actually thriving because the two of you are husband and wife, as opposed to, because my wife owned a painting business.
Oh, great.
She was a faux painter, so she's an artist.
Yeah.
But she needed labor, the good old just flat white. That was me. That didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
Because she got to tell me what to do.
Yeah.
And so.
That happens. Yeah. Yep.
So you are the CEO and your husband is?
Essentially managing director. So he does all things sales related. And so I kind of, again, 30,000-foot overview of everything business decisions wise. And bless his heart, he's kind of let me take the reins on that. We kind of know what we're best at, and he's more of like the president role. I mean, we're a startup, so we use that term loosely, but more of the day-to-day, where I'm more of like a big picture.
Hats off to Steven for doing that. And in terms of where you are in the life cycle of the company, is this app or product already in the hands of consumers? Are they using it?
Great question. So we're beta testing right now. We went to launch, as I mentioned in the pitch, back in March. COVID struck. So we took a step back and actually went to the drawing board and said, what do our customers really need? Let's not launch. Let's wait. And so what we realized was, according to Pew Research data, was 1 in 5 young adults in our target market were actually moving at unprecedented rates. So I'm talking more than they ever had before. And so what we ended up deciding to do was pull back. Instead of launching in March, we decided to relaunch essentially in January of 2021. And we've integrated new technologies which allow roommates to still connect by in-app video conferencing calls and 3D virtual tours to maintain 6 feet of distancing, as well as making sure that they're staying safe.
So you uncovered these features due to the pandemic, and you're building them in. Therefore, you decided to postpone your launch.
100%.
A lot of resiliency just in that in itself.
Absolutely.
Tell us about. So I personally really enjoyed your pitch. By the way, I watched the pitches before we announced the winner, and I was thinking to myself, Chillo needs to win this. I'm not a judge for all the right reasons. I shouldn't be a judge, but I judged anyways in my head. From the time you applied until the time you pitched, did you custom tailor this pitch for Startup Week? Is this the pitch? Or tell me about the process of from the time you applied until the time you actually recorded the pitch.
Yeah, I actually love that question. This is the pitch. I didn't even change the ask. We're in a Series A. We're raising $2 million currently. We're in conversation with several investors.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, my husband and I are originally from the Silicon Valley area, the Bay Area in particular, and so we've got conversations going, which is amazing. So this is the pitch, because I figured if I'm going to win with this, they need to see what this really is, where exactly we're at, what exactly we need, what exactly we're raising. So I didn't tailor it, but of course I practiced. And then the one thing that we did tweak was obviously just based on the fact that now we're integrating new virtual safe technologies, which I mentioned.
So you mentioned your raise. What was it? How much was it again?
$2 million.
$2 million. Just doing some zeros and math here. $20,000 compared to $2 million. There's quite the gap. But tell me, what does $20,000 could potentially do for your organization?
So it's incredible, actually, because we're relaunching in January. This 20,000 couldn't have come at a better time because there's a discrepancy in the 2 million versus the 20,000. We own our company solely. We have bootstrapped the entire thing. So obviously, as bootstrapping entrepreneurs, 20,000 goes a long way, even if it's a larger discrepancy with the Series A. However, what we're able to do with the 20,000 is astronomical for Chillo. We're actually able to tailor and pay off all of the integrations of the new technology for the video conferencing calls and the 3D virtual tours. So it's huge, and it
Clutch,
also
really, what I'm hearing.
I mean,
so
it
helps you
was
bridge the gap between now and launch.
it was buzzer beater. We could not be more grateful. Everything happens for a reason.
Buzzer beater, clutch. As we're talking about the $20,000, how about let's get the check on stage?
Yeah,
I mean,
love
that's
it.
why you're here today, right?
Yeah, let's
and
get the check
who better
on stage.
than none other than your husband and partner in this?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I love it.
So we fully expect you, by the way,
Mhm.
to take this around town.
Yep.
Take pictures in front of the Capitol, at
Yeah.
your house, with any other business partners. You know, take Zoom calls from home.
It'll
prop it
just
up
be
behind your
behind
bed.
us. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We fully expect those pictures to come our way. Why don't I guess our audience can't hear him because he's not mic'd up, so you're just going to have to do the talking for him.
Sure.
You bring up a mic?
Perfect.
This is what I love about Startup Week. We just make things happen in real time.
Yeah.
We got a production crew back there. Again, shout out to bodybuilding.com for lending us not only their valuable people, but also all this expensive equipment to enable us to shoot this here live.
Fantastic.
So you literally only found out 2 days ago, right?
We did. We just found out, yeah, with everybody else, along with the general public. Yeah.
So kind of talk to me about, now especially that you have the microphone and you're in charge of, you're focusing on business development. Talk to me post-launch, the kind of traction that you're maybe expecting and you're hoping for. Tell me a little bit about early market traction.
Yeah.
Initially, I would say it would be the colleges, testing the audience from the first time, getting out on their own and having a roommate experience that's not, let's just say, the dorm rooms, right? To have those partnerships with colleges so that, hey, sophomore year's coming around, we have a resource for you so that you can find somebody, again, who's trusted, who's vetted, who's been ranked, reviewed, and endorsed by someone who they formerly live with.
Do you guys see any changes in consumer behavior in the sense that we're in a pandemic now? Obviously, you're updating features. But really, what I'm interested in is, so the college experience is one thing, right? We know that there will be roommates. I kind of think of young adults. I mean, you're gonna want to pool resources now and maybe not enter into a lease by yourself. So is that sort of the next on the horizon in terms of market segments you're targeting?
Absolutely. And we're almost targeting them at the same time. We're in conversations with several Northern California colleges, universities, as well as we've actually talked to BSU as well, to be that essentially the driving factor for an off-campus roommate solution, especially with now more than ever, college students and parents alike, even young adults who are working professionals, are essentially, they want safety. They're nervous for safety. And because we provide that option, it's pretty incredible.
So okay, so you are targeting them at the same time, but yet you're launching on the college side. That's the target, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's our beachhead market is what we call it. And our target is also overall, our general target is about 133 million individuals between the ages of 18 to 33 in the United States. And our plans are to scale this globally. I mean, this is a need all over the world, right? Especially in countries, in the Asian countries where to have 5 or 6 people living in one small apartment, it's necessary.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I got to go back to something we just touched on. I give you props for.
Yeah, I'll stand over here so you're not.
Please do. No, you don't want to cover up the check, do you? But I want to dig into this just a little bit. I wasn't joking. My wife and I truly worked together, and it didn't work out.
Fair enough.
And so we made the right decision. These are the times. You guys are married. She's the CEO. She did the pitch. She's here to get the check. Tell me, I'm a guy, you're a guy.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that. How does it feel? Is this a conscious decision?
It's empowering. 100%. I mean, in essence, I'm her biggest fan. And to a large extent, I mean, we work collaboratively to ensure that what we're putting out there and what we're prepared for is a team effort. So yeah, she's the face of it and she's out there fiercely, leading our way. But it's definitely a team effort. Nonetheless, behind the scenes or not, I'm happy to have my part in this.
That's lovely. I got to say, as someone who's been married for almost 15 years, coming
Yeah.
up in January, it's lovely to hear. You know, investors typically look at, you know, you always hear, well, investors truly, they invest in your team. They invest in your
Right.
team. You know, some investors may think, oh, husband, wife, or even girlfriend, boyfriend, friends,
yeah.
that there's risk in that, right? Because what if that doesn't work out, or this doesn't work out, and it spills into the other?
Right.
But I'm not sensing anything along those lines between the two of you right now.
Yeah, we've been together. Congratulations on the upcoming anniversary. We've been together for 10 years, married for several of those. And so we're not going anywhere in each other's lives. And I think we work really well together, right? We are definitely the yin and the yang. And so it actually works well, where when we figured out what we're best at, we're able to work even better, because when I have weaknesses at, he is strong at, and vice versa.
You complement each other in that way. So it's kind of like
Absolutely.
marriage just applied to business in a way.
Certainly. And
Absolutely.
yeah, to echo what she said there, I mean, her strengths are my weaknesses and vice versa. So there are times in which we realize, hey, look, this is something might be better for you to handle, or what would you do, or can I get your thoughts on this? And that has been, you know, highly constructive to where we're at here now today.
Absolutely.
Like she had mentioned before, just having the idea initially is one thing. And many people out there have amazing ideas, but if you don't have someone as a partner to help it come to fruition, it's just an idea.
Execution,
And
right?
It's empowering, again, to see. And again, I'll reiterate it once, twice, and 3 times over. I am her biggest fan, because to watch it on a daily basis, I mean, we have so much going on. And then when we plug in, of course, to Chillo, it's a whole nother gear, and the excitement level goes through the roof.
Yeah.
And we're literally working out of our living room. So we started in the garage, is now in the living room, and it's
Oh, you made it that far from the garage?
We're up.
Getting
We're
cold in the
upscaled.
garage,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah,
it's
through the
getting
roof,
cold.
excitement,
Exactly.
and it's through the roof with anticipation. So something like this is a huge milestone for us, both personally and professionally, with the growth that we've achieved. Yeah,
We're just so happy to be a part of that at this point. Look, I met the two of you. It was a Founders Live event at Trailhead.
That's right.
A
Good
while
memory.
ago. I believe you can't eat ice cream with sugar. The keto ice cream really got your attention. You're diabetic?
Wow, you have an impressive memory.
But I remember you guys approached me and we talked about my former life at Vacasa, and you guys sort of pitched me this Chillo idea then on the side. And I remember I showed you the House Smart. Like, you know, this is how House Smart does it.
Yeah.
And so when I watched your pitch compared to what I heard from you two that day, the merchant of record, your ability to process payments. When I
Yeah.
saw that on your, I was like, they just blew the lid off this thing, because now
Yeah.
they're the merchant of record. They're not just matching people. They're now the transactional hub of this money going in and out.
Exactly.
What led to that, and what does that mean for your product?
Yeah. Do you mind if I take this one?
Please.
So
I love
great. Yeah. So great. Great question. We actually, again, he is brilliant when it comes to ideas, and I like execute almost sometimes too fast. Like, do now, think later. And so, or figure it out later, I should say.
Meanwhile, I've been thinking about it for a long time.
Yeah.
up to that point,
Which is why you compliment each other.
Right, exactly. So we're on a drive one day, because the feedback from investors over and over and over again was, great product, I believe in you, call me when you have a continuous revenue stream. Over and over and over again. And I said, we need to go on a drive. Like, let's just get out of town, let's go on a drive, and let's just come up in nature where we think are best. What can we do? How can we implement something that will give us this continuous revenue? Because we've got the one-offs, the ID check, background check, the ability to match, $4.99.
Service
But that's
is like
the per transaction.
instance of the service, right?
Correct. And so what are we going to do? And we were driving up, we were going towards Twin, and he said, I have an idea. What if we connected like the landlord and the tenant, so we start just bouncing ideas off of each other, I would be lying if I said it didn't get allowed at one point, where we're like, no, but that wouldn't work. No, this would work. And so we finally came about 2 hours later to this idea of Chillo Pay. And what Chillo Pay is it's essentially connecting in a Venmo-like peer-to-peer payment fashion. It connects the landlord and tenant and gives them the ability to instantly, through ACH, transfer payments on a reoccurring monthly basis. So for who this is a gold mine for is somebody who has a home in typically a metropolitan area, even now more so here with the rising home prices, right? We both are at Keller Williams Realty Boise, so we are entrenched in the real estate day-to-day market. And what we realized was, even more so now here too, you have the ability to fill these bedrooms because you want to hit your mortgage, save money on rent. So what you do as somebody who has a home with 3 or 4 bedrooms to fill, you have to still collect the money prior to paying your mortgage or prior to paying your property manager. And what these people are doing is it's usually a Venmo or a Zelle. And what we realized was this is a gold mine. We can connect those individuals and they can collect rent from 4 or 5 people through ChilloPay. And when they pay on time for certain periods of time, we're going to boost their post by giving them an on-time paid badge. So you can now prove to other landlords
You've been paying on
that
time.
I've been paying on time. We keep legal record of payments for up to 5 years for individuals who want to take that and show another landlord, hey, look, I actually pay on time, and here's the proof. So it's a step above Zelle or whatever else, Venmo.
True differentiator. I gotta say,
Yeah.
so as I was listening to the pitch, and there's a question from the audience, I want to get to it right away,
Sure.
but I want to make this last statement on ChilloPay.
Sure.
One of the judges, Andy Scoggin, he's on my board.
Okay.
A matter of fact, he is a landlord.
Ah.
And when you talked about, I was watching his face, when you talked about ChilloPay,
Yeah.
he put his landlord hat on and his eyes go, oh, okay. What you essentially did is you created a two-sided marketplace. Instead of peer-to-peer, peers are now one, but you included the landlord.
Absolutely.
It's just brilliant. I'm selling
you.
it for you because I'm getting excited for you. Let's get
Thank
to
you.
this question.
Sure.
So the statement is, you look very polished. The question itself is, how many pitch competitions have you done? How much have you practiced your pitch? Again, it's really rooted in a compliment, but tell us about the preparation and...
Yeah. So thank you. Appreciate it. It doesn't, like anything, come without so much practice. This is our 3rd pitch competition. In all honesty, we did Boise Startup Week last year, and we were at Venture Capital in Utah, Investor's Choice, back in February. I come from a theater acting background and passion.
Explains a lot, okay.
Yeah, I can be very animated, and what I've realized is memorize it. All you have to do is it's almost like a monologue, and you can naturally be so confident in your engagement with others when you know what you're going to say next and you're not guessing.
So to those early stage founders without a theater background, like myself,
Yeah.
what tips would you have for them to practice and get polished? Look, it's one thing that the content has to be on point. The information in your deck has to be on
100%.
point. But your ability to project and present and your presence was just very notable. Any
you.
tips for young entrepreneurs on training or where to go?
First, I'll say is if you don't believe in what you are doing or what you have to offer, nobody will ever believe.
It's going to show, huh?
It will 100% show through. Again, background in sales, background in consulting. If you can get behind the product in which you're representing, it resonates. And it's not necessarily a what, it's the why. We have a big why, a huge why, and it's to hold people to a higher accountability when it comes to living under the same roof with someone. So picking up after yourself or being responsible, being courteous within the same household will resonate far more now when it's held to a level of accountability within a platform that someone can reference what it was like to live with you.
And that is so true. We know that because we all read reviews on Airbnb, on VRBO. Not just is the house good, but homeowners look at, hey, did the guests treat the house right?
Yes.
So I really like what you're talking about.
Yeah. So on that note, again, our bigger vision, that why, was to help somebody in the future that we've probably not met or may never meet to avoid a poor roommate experience. And that is what I would say is to get behind and get really, really passionate and believe in what you're doing, because when you do stand up there and you have memorized the pitch and you know what you're trying to convey and you know what your mission is, the why is always resonating through the tone of your voice.
So the why is really the compass, and that shows. How about recording yourself? I bring that up because I certainly did not prepare for a career on camera. However, the last week it's changed things for me. I go home and I watch myself. So I'm going to go home tonight. I'm going to watch myself, and I cringe. I go, man, that's my facial expression.
Great.
This is how I sound. But to yourself, right?
Yeah.
Do you do that? Do you record yourself, and are you super critical on yourself in that sense?
I try not to be super critical because what you see, nobody else sees, quite frankly.
Oh, that's a good point.
And so don't be critical. Have confidence. At the end of the day, go in there with energy and confidence, and it will get you very far. We do record ourselves. Absolutely. He'll record me. I will record myself. I listen to it while I'm in the car. I listen to it while I'm practicing. And I probably practice, when I first learned the pitch, I probably would practice, what would you say? I think I probably gave an hour every day, but a solid hour. So if it's a 10-minute pitch, it's consistent. Yeah. So I would run it, between 6 to 10 times a day for 3 weeks is really all you need to be really confident, and be confident in your numbers. Be confident in what you're talking about. I think it coincides with what Steven said.
I'm sensing a lot of resiliency here in the fact that, so you were at Startup Week last year.
Yep.
And you came back and you won it this year. I can't think of many companies who came back after the first year and let's say they didn't win, which was in your case, that's what happened.
Yeah.
So what did you change, I guess? Go ahead. I
would love to. Well,
take it.
That, and yesterday evening, as we, got back to our house, she asked me for verification. She said, "Do you remember me saying last year, next year we're winning this?" Because we were close. We felt so close last year, and we had such great mentorship through the whole process. You guys were amazing, and she got done, with everything last year. And again, our hats are off to Washi. They did amazing. And
I love by the way, the fact that you give them props.
Yes,
I love that.
and
They're
Free to
great.
Feed. I mean, they are incredible.
They're all
2 amazing
fantastic
companies, and
companies.
everybody that this year was incredible as well.
Yeah.
But I remember her saying last year, like, we're going to win this next year.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure I also said, to touch on that a step further, is we didn't deserve to win this year. We're going to win next year. And I knew we didn't deserve, we were too premature. We just were. We walked into our mentor group with John Williamson and our mentors and Heather and Norris and a group of individuals. And we walked in and I had some rinkety
Google slides.
Like it
Pitch
did.
deck, yeah.
They were like, oh, great energy. We're going to need to dial this in. And I said,
cool story.
absolutely.
Yeah, we were missing so much, and
so much.
Yeah, and that mentorship resonated through, we just took their lead.
Yeah.
We just followed their lead.
Absolutely.
As an organizer, I can't applaud you enough for that.
Thank
the fact
you.
that you came last year, you didn't win, but you didn't take that as a gut punch that took you out. It was a gut punch that actually fired you up for this year.
Absolutely.
And here you go. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
I couldn't be more happy for you. I cannot wait until next year, Boise Startup Week, when we come back and we check in with you guys, and I get to ask you how many consumers do you have? How many paying customers do you have? How many landlords have you made happy?
Yeah.
And so we really look forward to that.
Thank you.
Congratulations from the entire Boise Startup Week team.
Thank
That's
you
not
very
just
much.
myself, my co-chair, the entire planning committee, as well as our sponsors. Because again, without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to place $20,000 in a local startup.
Absolutely.
Hopefully get you to bridge to January, and then you can blow the lid off this thing.
I love it.
Speaking
Thank
of
you.
sponsors, as we were kind of fumbling here, this beautiful set here is actually provided to us for free by Boise. It's actually called Business Interiors of Idaho. Jeff, sorry, I almost butchered the business name there. But I just wanted to give them another quick shout out. They help us look good. We certainly did not purchase these pieces of furniture here. We're a nonprofit. Thank you to our sponsors. I'm going to wrap this up. Is there anything you want to end this with?
I'll quickly say the word resilience is everything. And her and I, maybe to a fault at times, are unbelievably competitive. And when you are faced with those challenges, and there will be challenges along the way, keep in mind that resilience will get you to the end goal.
Absolutely.
It really will. Be resilient, yeah.
To those of you tuning in, as you can tell, their energy is, taking over. I'm very influenced by other people's aura, and I can sense your energy. I'm super excited for you. That said, we have a talk coming up next. Alex Ferrara, Turning the Tables. This is going to be a good one. Don Berger, who you have seen many times here on stage, is going to interview his former lead investor post-deal. So this is kind of a, peel the onion kind of talk. But before we cut over to that talk, a quick word from our sponsors.
Good afternoon, Alex. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Don.
One of the stories I love about your background is that you were early in Shopify. Is that right?
Yeah, it's funny. Last week, I led the most successful investment I've made was Shopify. I led the Series A back in 2010, and it's funny because last week we released the original memos from like 5 or 6 of our more successful investments.
I saw that on Twitter. Yeah,
like Shopify and Twilio, and I think Wix and a few others, and so yeah, it actually was really fun, like kind of going back and looking at that memo and kind of reading about what we were thinking. And that was 10 years ago. Thinking at that time.
That's awesome. Let's talk about your portfolio a little bit. Tell me a little bit about kind of where you focus and your process for finding the companies you focus on.
It's changed. It changes every few years. So there was a phase where I was very focused on SMB software, and that's what led to the investment in Shopify. I also worked with my partner, Adam Fisher, who led our investment in Wix, which is software for content management software for primarily SMBs. So, if there was a period where I was kind of looking at SMB software companies in a number of these categories from e-commerce to CRM. That wave was maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. These days, I've been spending a lot of time in the last 2 years looking at data privacy. And within Bessemer, we call these things roadmaps. Like each of us, we kind of develop these roadmaps over time. And data privacy is an example of one. We were, for a couple of reasons, decided that there was a big opportunity and some disruption happening around data privacy. And then we'll put these roadmaps together. We'll kind of map out the industry and the value chain and try to figure out who do we think are going to be the winning companies and models, and make investments based on these roadmaps.
There was a time you also focused on security, no?
Yeah, so that's another area I spent a lot of time on. In fact, data privacy really came from a lot of the work I was doing in cybersecurity. So I probably made 5 or so investments in cybersecurity over the last 5 years. And I think what I was seeing actually was that, the data privacy roadmap in part came from this observation that enterprises were spending record amounts of money on security products to prevent data breaches. And yet these data breaches continued to happen at a faster and faster pace, and they became more severe, despite all of that spending. And so we said, well, we should look at security companies in this area, but it seems like we all should be thinking about like, what are other ways to solve the problem? And that's kind of what led us to data privacy.
Now that we kind of understand the roadmaps and we understand the areas that you focus on in your roadmap, and by the way, for those who are tuning in and don't know, Bessemer puts out a couple great things that are public. One of them is the Cloud 100, which is you put together with Forbes. Is that right?
Yeah, Forbes and Salesforce. That's right.
Yeah, so it's basically the top 100 private companies, cloud-based. And then also the Cloud Report. Do you want to just talk about those things and maybe anything else just for people tuning in and want to learn more about the things that you put out?
Yeah, so we've been very active as investors in SaaS and cloud businesses. It's not our only area. We've been invested in a lot of consumer businesses like the Yelps and Skypes and LinkedIn and
Twitch
and so forth. Yeah. But on the cloud side, we partnered years ago with Forbes and Salesforce to do this annual Cloud 100 list and event where we try to put together the list of the top 100 private cloud companies, and then we have an event. We kind of invite some of the leading cloud CEOs and thought leaders to talk about their experience in building cloud companies. So this year we had Frank Slootman from Snowflake.
Yeah.
Now we had Eric Wan from Zoom.
I sat next to Eric at that event 4 years ago.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the reason I think we sat at that table together was like years ago. I was looking at the video conferencing space, and I was looking at a different company, not Zoom, and I wanted to do some technical due diligence. I wanted to talk to an expert on video conferencing. And I saw I found him somehow on LinkedIn and I saw, he was the former CTO at WebEx, and he had just started this company Zoom. And I remember reaching out to him, And he was so nice. Like, he had like an hour conversation with me about the landscape and the different technical approaches that all these vendors were taking. And he talked a bit about Zoom. And I was like, wow, this guy is really sharp. He just really knows his stuff, both the technical side and the business side of things. And then, of course, it goes off to become this, I don't know, I don't even look at the market cap these days, but, 100 billion, plus value company, which is just insane.
Let's talk about how you go through the process of finding companies, because you used to be in the position where you were an associate, so you did a lot of the work, and now you do it a little later in the funnel. So could you talk about how does Bessemer find these great companies?
I would say that the overarching approach we take is this roadmap approach. So it all starts with, like, as I talked about on data privacy, mapping out an area and forming a point of view on where we'd like to focus on investing. And I then say about half of our investments tend to be very roadmap driven. And the other half tend to be more opportunistic. It's, we get an introduction to a great founder, or, learn about a business in an area we hadn't thought about before. But as it relates to the roadmap investing, once we've mapped out the roadmap, or as we're doing that, we get deal flow from our network. We have a pretty extensive network of investors and operating partners, and often, CEOs of our portfolio companies that will send over interesting leads. But we also have like an outbound initiative where we've got a team of analysts who will try to reach out to companies that are on roadmap, we call it, companies in an area of interest for us. So in the case of Social Tables, my former colleague, Tony Campbell, and I were looking at companies in particular the event management space. And it was really looking at companies that were trying to solve this problem that you'd always talked about, which is, there's so much of a kind of a fragmented, universe of event space. And, the process of identifying, space and booking it is just really is just so broken, right? So, we're starting to gravitate towards Social Tables because you built out this great, software product that was used by, at the time, I can't remember exactly, but maybe 1,000 or more, venues, and had this, really interesting product around mapping out the seating and the space, mapping out the spacing and the configuration. And we thought, like, wow, this could be a really interesting way to kind of get a beachhead into the process of, or really improving the process of searching for, identifying, and booking event space.
One of the things I always talk about is, from a business perspective, I learned more during that time, or those 4 years, probably for you than anybody else, because we don't always see eye to eye on things. And obviously as a CEO and founder, you're heads down and focus on your one business, but you have a more horizontal view because you sit on several boards, you see several things, and you see patterns. So could you talk a little bit about just that tension that exists between what the founder wants and what the investor knows is usually best, and how do you reconcile that?
Well, I think the key there, though, is that, clearly the investor doesn't, always know what's best. But I think it's that, that sometimes having that tension is helpful to surface, like, what are the key issues, and what's the debate, what are the issues on either side, and how do you kind of arrive at a good decision, or at least, how do you arrive at a process that gets you to the right decision, more than 50% of the time. And so I think, across my portfolio personally, I mean, there are certainly situations where, there's varying levels of debate depending on kind of what kind of company it is. I mean, what kind of industry it's in, but I'd say more often than not, there's always like good meaty, discussion at the board, that often can get sometimes heated, but always civil. And, and I think it's often about just really important, strategic questions that these companies face. And, everybody's bringing their own perspective, which I think is why often board construction and understanding who you're going to have in the room, is so important.
Obviously, we're talking here on Boise Startup Week. You're based in, so Bessemer has offices all over the world: London, Israel, India, East Coast, West Coast. You don't have an office in Boise. I don't expect you to have an office in Boise. But at the time, when you invested in Social Tables and FishMe, for example, or even in Estonia, those are not places that we think about tech. Well, Estonia is pretty cool and tech wise, but like you still, that's not really what you think about. So talk about geography then and talk about geography now as it relates to where a startup is, please.
Yeah, I'd say so we have, of our 16 partners, most of them are focused on California. I'd say more than half are spending their time in San Francisco and the Bay Area. And among the group, I'm one partner who sort of said, I'm going to cover, we're very always roadmap driven, but I try, to cover everything that's not in San Francisco. And so Shopify, based in Ottawa, Canada, right? I mean, there weren't that many companies coming out of Ottawa, Canada. I personally have been, the minority, I'd say, within BPP, but in thinking, I don't think the Bay Area has a monopoly on innovation. I think we're seeing great teams emerge all over the world. And I actually think post-COVID, it's going to happen even more frequently, right? So, people don't necessarily have to be, in New York or San Francisco anymore. They can start, they can stay wherever they want.
I want to talk about two things in particular that we haven't really touched on. The first one is, a lot of people come to me and ask me for help fundraising. And, I often share what you taught me about fundraising is that you run a process. And it's really simple idea. But can you just break down your approach to fundraising and your counsel to founders on how to fundraise?
I think a lot of it is, you got to identify, who are the funds you're going to meet with. I think you probably got intros from your board members, right? From me and, and Chris and, and maybe Brian, if we were thinking about a later stage round. But, and then I think it's just really valuable to start having conversations with investors well before you plan to raise. Because it's not only because you want to start forming a relationship with them, which I think is important and really, even more difficult these days in this work from home virtual environment. Mm-hmm. But I think it's an important part of the process, especially at the early stage, because the early stage, the team is always important, but it's like extremely important at the early stage, right? Because that's really what you're betting on, right? It's like big market and hopefully, a great team. And then the other reason is that it's good to be able to kind of demonstrate like the arc of the company, right? So like investors, at least from my standpoint, it's always a lot easier to make a decision if I can see some progress, right? At like a few data points and a number of interactions over some period of time versus, having somebody say, great, give me one pitch and you get to see, the company at one particular point in time, and you've got to make a decision then. I actually think you get the best valuations when you get investors that are able to see that kind of arc over some period of time, whether it's a month or 3 months or 6 months. So I think forming the relationships early is good. I think bringing the investors along before you start the official fundraising process by letting them know periodically hey, how things are going and all the great progress you're making in the business. I think that helps a lot. And then when it's time to fundraise, I think, having a structured process where you just say, look, it's going to be, X number of weeks before we expect to get term sheets. And, I think it's helpful as you start to get information to often try to, depending on a lot of other factors, often sort of guiding people to a particular set of terms or evaluation as to what you expect. I think it just also helps you to get a better understanding for, which of those investors is going to be the most valuable to you. Because if they're doing their job along the way too, they should be introducing you to customers or other executives, maybe for open positions in your exec team, or helping you with other introductions or in other areas, right? So it can done well, it can be valuable for the founder as well.
Let's talk about me for a second. And what do you think I did well and didn't do well now that we've had a relationship and friendship over a decade now almost? What do you look back on? You're like, I wish Don did this that my other founders do, or I wish my other founders do that we did. And please don't hold anything back. I think it's a good learning moment for a lot of founders.
Look, I think you were so good with customers. Like that was one of the things, customers and employees. I just remember, from one of the reasons why we all initially were excited to invest. I remember, I remember the first time we went to the Social Tables office, the first office, and walking in, and you get these tangible like feelings of like, wow, this is like a real startup environment. And there were like a lot of these little touches that you had in the office that really showed that you cared about the employees and you cared about the customers, and you kind of created this culture. I guess it really comes down to culture. You created this really really strong culture, which is just not as common as you'd think. I mean, I remember you had what was it, the Shivari annual
annual award show,
yeah, award show, and like I remember we had some disagreement over the amount of money you spent on like this. You had like your employees had their parents come or something like that.
Yeah, parents weekend.
Parents weekend. I was like, when I learned about, I was like, we spent how much on a parents weekend? I remember that was.
I think it was like $5 or $10 grand. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a lot more than that, but it was that crazy. But I remember you had in the board meetings every quarter you would give out the best board member award. I still have it in my office.
Yeah. Well, I was trying.
Which is like, and it was so funny because you were like, and this. Remember you would have all this fanfare around like who's going to get the best board member award this quarter, and then there were only like 3 of us in the room. So I was like,
were you nervous?
Well,
were you nervous you might not get one?
Yeah, well, I did. I remember getting one. I don't remember who did one, but I remember you gave it out, and you would like talk about why they're getting it, and then like create this real awkwardness for everybody else. Who's like, well, I guess we better, make more intros or help out more.
Yeah.
But,
listen, for those tuning in, you got to put your investors to work in anything.
That's exactly right. Absolutely. Like I think it's a really legitimately it's a really good thing you did. I don't know. I just think like all of that stuff was really good, like culture building.
And it's hard to do it authentically. You want
to talk about the downsides? I can talk about.
Yeah. Now that's great. So culture and startup-y and customers, great.
The flip side was like I remember like some stressful moments where like I remember when you got that new office space. How much office space did you get? How big was that place?
31,000 square feet.
31,000 square feet. 31,000. And I don't think I think you like signed the lease without like telling the board. I think to get like board approval or something, getting something signed, and like
this is a good learning moment for a lot of entrepreneurs.
Yeah,
VCs expect you to know how to run do a lot of things that this is actually all kidding aside, I legitimately did know, like it makes like now I'm like, of course it makes sense. It's a big expense. You should talk to the board, and have a discussion about it and weigh the pros and cons as a group. I legitimately didn't think about that.
Yeah. Well, I was there.
Well, it seems so silly, but like, I really didn't think, or like, for example, executive compensation. I didn't know there was an executive compensation committee. And I'm almost thinking like, it would be so helpful if somebody did like a, YouTube series on like board stuff for new founders. Or even the Bessemer did it because I had no idea how to do this stuff.
That's probably it's a good point. I mean, because I think the conference stuff was just took more time than it probably should have. But I just remember, I just vividly remember the office space because you took us to it, and it was like under construction. But I remember like the elevator opened, and it was like already like painted pink or something like that. This is probably the second time I saw it. But it was all like the elevator opens, and it's like social tables pink everywhere, and like chandeliers and stuff, and it's just vast and cavernous, and I felt like it could hold like 1,000 employees, and you're like, oh yeah, we signed the lease, and it was some like unbelievable like
1.2 million a year.
How much was it?
1.2 million.
I mean, and I remember trying to explain to you like, this is a liability. Like when you go to sell the company, the buyer is going to look at this and say like, okay,
you were absolutely right.
And I think you were doing it because you wanted to have this like incredible office space for your employees that kind of bled social tables, or oozed social tables, culture. But man, that was a moment where my heart stopped. I remember
seeing it. I feel it as we're talking about it. And what else? What other, as we wrap up, anything else stands out? I mean, obviously we always had trouble building out the team a little bit. Probably that set us back.
Yeah, we went through. I mean, there were certain positions. There's one particular exec position that was very difficult to fill. And look, we had this big ongoing like big strategic question about, do we focus on being a SaaS company or
Right.
a SaaS enabled marketplace or
Right.
both? And I think that until the end was always like you saw this great opportunity in being a SaaS enabled marketplace. I think we all like agreed that it was there, but then you kind of overlay the constraints of like, we have X amount of capital and like certain skill sets and certain amount of time and
certain aspirational unit economics that have to go with that in order to get, because you're always thinking about the metrics for the next round.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So now that you've been, now we've, it's been a couple of years, since the sale. So you're like, you're in Boise. Are you going to start a company? What are your plans next? I mean, what are you thinking about?
So I continue to be really passionate about the community organizing, community building space. I do feel like a lot of my work at Social Tables is not done. As you alluded to, there was a big opportunity and we didn't really get there. And, one can even make the argument that when you get bought by your competitor, is that even, it was like a win for everybody in the sense that we all did well. And, there were over 200 people on the cap table and employees made money. And, a few people, we're about to do our first Social Tables Angels deal, which is pretty cool. But I do feel like my work is not done when it comes to making face-to-face events better, specifically in the community event side. So affinity groups, communities of interest, meetups, and so forth. And I continue to be really passionate about that. And really overall helping people find belonging through the things they love and are passionate about.
Makes sense. Well, I'm excited to see what you
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time, Alex. This was a lot of fun and hopefully educational for the people tuning in. Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
All right, Don.
And welcome back to the studio here at Jump at Boise Startup Week, day 5. We are close to the wire, and you're probably so sick of seeing my face. For some reason, the team decided to put all my sessions today, and I'm sorry for that. But I promise this will be the best one yet. It is with someone who I have not known personally for a long time, but heard of for a long time, Rod from Love Every. Rod, welcome to Boise Startup Week.
Thanks, Don.
So, when I was doing my research about Boise, as I was, moving here a few months ago, Love Every was one of the first companies that kept coming up. And then I realized that you used to live in Washington, D.C., where I used to live.
Yeah.
And we have that in common. Before we jump into Love Every, and I'm so interested in hearing how everything is going during this time, I want to talk about your past because I don't think a lot of people know it. You used to work at a company called O-Power. Do you mind sharing what O-Power did?
Yeah, sure. So O-Power is a software company since bought by Oracle. But what we did was we found a way to use messaging to get people to save energy in their homes. It was kind of to use boring business terminology, a B2B2C platform using behavioral science, giving people messages that would then compel them to use a little bit less energy. But then applied across millions of homes, it led to enough energy savings to power a couple of major cities.
So to translate that, basically you worked with power companies like Idaho Power, for example, and you would take the bill and maybe, help people see how they can save some money here or there.
That's right. Things like that, websites, all that. And I ran about half that business from early stage, like less than 10 million in revenue, to an IPO on the NYSE for north of $1 billion. I was running like marketing, behavior hacking teams, other teams, and then left shortly after that to start a business with my friend of 20 years, Jessica Rolfe, which is Love Every.
So pause for a second. So basically you started it at an early stage company.
Yeah.
You saw it go public. Did you stand there ringing the bell?
I did get to ring the bell. Well, I think I did. Yeah, I did get to ring the bell. Yeah.
You rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange, and then you get a call from a longtime friend, and you moved to Idaho.
Pretty much. I mean, moving to Idaho was like, a decision that took a little bit of time, I would say, because Jessica and I were both kind of deciding, like, she had built Happy Family here in Boise, and we were trying to decide, like, okay, do you want to do this next one in Idaho? And really part of the impetus was Jessica and my wife were best friends growing up in high school. They played basketball together. And so like,
wife is from Idaho.
No, so they are both from Minneapolis, and
Okay.
Jessica had moved out here a long time ago
Got
for
it.
her husband's job, and then ended up starting a happy family. And we both also had roots in the Bay Area. We were thinking Bay Area. We thought about Austin, where I'm from originally. And I kept coming out to Boise to work on the business. And the more I came out here, the more I realized this would just be a great place to start a business and to live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So it's interesting because both you and Jessica are essentially now serial entrepreneurs. You started, I mean, you were early stage, basically, late co-founder of Opower, and then she had this business. I wonder, as I talk to you, I wonder what % of entrepreneurs have that kind of history, and it's not many that have done two things that have been successful. I mean, she exited that business, you went public, and then exited to Oracle, which is like kind of two bites at the apple, so to speak. That's really impressive, and we're
Thanks.
lucky to have you here. So I want to talk about Love Every, and you guys have been growing like gangbusters. What I'm interested in is two areas of discussing. The first one is the subscription model that you guys are, a part of, and then running a business in a COVID world.
Cool.
Let's start. How's the business doing?
So business is great for Love Every right now. So our overall revenue should triple this year versus last year, and our subscription-based revenue and our base of subscribers will 5x versus last year.
Wow.
Do
you share the numbers of subscribers?
Not broadly. I'd say we've got more than 130,000 paying subscribers.
Holy crap.
Yeah. So we're on path to crossing 100 million revenue run rate very soon.
That's incredible.
Thanks.
So for those who don't know what you do, do you mind telling us what you do and how many people help you do it?
Yeah, sure. So Love Every is basically an early learning program for parents and their children ages 0 to 3. And the flagship product for us is something we call the Play Kits. And so every 2 or 3 months, depending on the child's age, you get a box filled with learning tools. These are products that we've designed ourselves, as well as content that goes with it that's targeted specifically to the child's age and stage, and helps the child with developmental play so they can learn the different things that they're hungry to learn at that time, and also support the parent with content.
So they don't get like an iPhone in the mail?
No. We're very much about screens for parents mainly, not for kids.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get every now and then somebody will be interested in partnering with us, and they'll want to talk about some kind of a great iPhone app for like a 2-year-old, and we're like, yeah, maybe a different company down the road, probably not us. Yeah.
Got it. And how big is the company now in terms of employees?
So I think right now we're 133 employees. So when we, kind of like, you were mentioning COVID, it's been interesting because we actually have more employees who started when we were virtual than when we were in person. So March, we were 50 employees or so.
Wow.
Now we're 133. Of those 133, 96 are here in Boise, and then another 16 are in the process of moving to Boise right now.
So they're moving here. Have you guys announced you're going back to the office?
No, we have not.
But they're still moving here.
But they're still moving here. We are building out a floor of office space that'll have capacity for 250 people in downtown Boise.
Excellent.
Should be ready late spring, probably.
How do you do game development, or sorry, not game, toy, what should I call it? Learning?
You could call it toys, you could call it learning tools.
So how do you do learning tool development in a pandemic world?
So that is one team that is going to the office and using precaution, but they are meeting face to face. The team of industrial designers, product designers, product developers who are focused on physical goods, they are meeting face to face and seeing physical product, because you've got to like interact physically.
Totally.
With the
I want to
prototype.
double click on that for a second, because that sounds like a dream job to make learning kits for children. That's probably an awesome job. How do you even recruit for this, and what do these people do all day?
Yeah, so it's a really interesting mix of things that they're doing, right? Because it can be everything from talking to parents and like researching, kind of what all the child development research says a child needs, and like theorizing. It can be, sorting through different product ideas and mocking up prototypes, testing those prototypes. It can be taking, kind of a final selection and then working on, putting all of the aesthetic design behind it and getting the costing right and placing the order. It's a whole mix of those things. And our first product engineer that we hired actually was a Boise local who had worked at Bob's Strollers and then gone to Britax with the acquisition of Bob.
Oh yeah, Bob Strollers.
Yeah. Well, it's Bob. It's like a big like.
It's like George's Cycles, but for strollers.
No. Bob Strollers is legit.
Okay.
It's a legit. In fact, it was like a big Boise exit. Like
Really?
Not too long ago. In fact, before I even knew they were based in Boise, Bob Strollers. That was my favorite as a dad. That was my favorite product.
That was the
Bob
go-to.
Stroller.
It was
No
like
lie.
high.
It's
like luxury?
it's like an outdoor jogger kind of a stroller with like shocks that are more like kind of like higher level capability than a normal shock on a store. Great stuff. Anyway, Jake Fouts, he had done that. He'd gone and also worked in safety with Britax, and he came back here to work with his family business, and we picked him up. Since then, we've got incredible people from Idaho, from like different kids brands. Coming from all over, some who are in Idaho and a number who have moved here.
So do you like follow Mattel's like earning reports and things like that? Is that something you even care about?
We look at that stuff. We think of our business as very different from those businesses for a few different reasons. One, we're direct to consumer primarily. Two, we are subscription primarily. Three, we're much more oriented around like a program rather than like finding like hit products. And then four, we're very committed to sustainability.
You're not like the next Hot Wheels or
no.
Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about running a company during the pandemic. Your workforce has tripled in the last 6 months. Revenue has grown 200%.
300%.
300%. Sorry. Thank you. How is that? How is it like running a company at 50 versus almost 150?
And you're right, it was 200%. Sorry.
3x 200%.
Yeah. Sorry. Long day. So how is it managing a company?
Yeah, I mean, because I remember 40. To me, the sweet spot when I ran Social Tables, when we were 40 people, that was awesome. Like I was really able to be involved in everything. But then when we got to 120, I was really hard for me because I couldn't be involved in everything, but I still tried. So what are some of the biggest kind of changes that happen between those two phases in such a short time?
Okay. Well, I think it's hard.
Yeah.
It's super hard to do, as you know from your own experience. It's hard to grow from like one point to the other and maintain culture, like maintain some semblance of process, some semblance of community. It's even harder if like people are virtual,
Definitely.
right? I think that what's been important for us is making sure that we're doing everything we can to give like clear guidance, clear communication, points of connection between everybody on the team. I think it's also really important that we have a good process for hiring new people so that we make sure that they're a fit and they're actually a net add to the team that we're building every time. I think the last thing that's on our minds all the time is like, okay, do we have the right like management in place for this situation, or do we need to bring somebody from outside?
Yeah.
Right. And, it really depends. We've brought in senior folks from outside recently. We've also promoted people up, and it really just depends on how well somebody can thrive and whether or not you need somebody with a different skill set. But we're trying to do all that. I think like the silver lining is like not for us, not all businesses are having the same kind of success in this environment. So, kind of it gives folks who are tired of being on Zoom all day, like something to be happy about that the business is doing as well.
Get excited about. Do you have like unboxing videos? People do unboxing videos, things like. Do you have like influencers doing unboxing videos?
Yeah, we have a huge influencer marketing program. We're hiring influencer marketers now. In fact.
Oh. So our next talk is about growing social media growth through organic means. So if you want to become an influencer, stay tuned. But.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So we ship product to hundreds of influencers every month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I have so many questions about it, but I'll come back to that. So, I probably won't have time, so we'll talk about it another time. But I want to talk about this subscription thing, because you guys are riding a few mega trends.
Yeah.
What are the mega trends that you think you're riding and have set you up for success? So somebody at home who may be looking for new opportunities is considering maybe applying, that they should think about and understand that you're the real deal.
So can you give me a little more?
Like a mega trend, for example, people not wanting to spend time on the phones.
Yeah.
Or people focusing more on learning as opposed to playing.
Yeah.
What I don't know. things of that nature?
I mean, so I think definitely people are looking to, kind of like focus more on what's essential. Like not necessarily a minimalist approach, although that's kind of a catchphrase, but people are looking to do things that are much more intentional than they were before. I think people are looking to like find ways to be off screen and be more connected than they were before. I also think that people like don't want to buy like throwaway stuff anymore. They want stuff that's sustainably made, thoughtfully made.
Yeah.
So I think all of those things are fitting into what we're doing.
Yeah, I just think about the Amazon boxes I get, which is like a box within a box with all this crap wrapped around it. And
yeah, we take that seriously. So we offset the carbon from all our inbound and outbound shipping, and we're working to offset all the carbon created by Love Every in 2021.
Wow.
We tight pack every single box and optimize to take as little carbon footprint as possible with every box.
For anybody who watched the Apple event the other day, they talked about all these things.
Yeah. And then we only use sustainably forested wood and paper, and we use organic cotton.
But aren't your VCs saying like, hey, who cares? Just like,
I think like ours don't, because our VCs are aligned with our values, right? I think they understand that if you're serving today's customer, if you're serving like Zoomers and young millennials who are becoming parents, they're thinking about the world that they're creating and impacting, and they care about buying from a company whose values are in line with their own,
Can I subscribe to Love Every through Amazon?
You cannot subscribe to Love Every through Amazon, but we do offer some products on Amazon.
So you have another kind of like, a la carte, if you will.
Yeah, so it's the products that are in our Play Kit subscription, you can only get direct to consumer, but we have, for instance, a Play Gem for babies. We have a block set for older kids, and then a range of other products that we do make available through our wholesale relationships with Amazon, Babylist, Target, Pottery Barn Kids, places like that. It's a great place for people to learn about the brand and then maybe become a subscriber.
That's so cool.
Thanks.
So is the subscription almost like a pipeline for those products?
I would say the reverse. I would say, those products are tending to make people aware of the brand, and then they hear about the subscription.
Oh, wow.
And then they subscribe. There are subscribers who we can cross-sell those products to as well. And that's also attractive. And there are products that we're going to think about rolling out in the future that we only make available to subscribers. So there's many angles.
You're really creating the value chain and being able to. So we're running out of time. I want to just kind of end with, we probably have a lot. So one of the things I'm learning about Idaho is that a lot of people have small e-commerce businesses in this state. What advice do you have for anybody running an e-commerce side hustle and trying to make it through the direct-to-consumer channels?
That's a very good question. I think my advice would be that, and this is sort of trite, but there's nothing more important in the economics of that than your CAC and how it compares. Your customer acquisition cost and how it compares to the profit that you're bringing in on your product, and that you really need to set yourself up to provide as much freedom for people to discover your product, so you can figure out actually who's really buying your product, who's really doing it. You don't want to try to be too smart about who's buying your product. You want to open it up as much as you can so that you can find the easiest customers to get to, so that you can get that CAC down.
So basically, try everything, run small campaigns, and then find where the unit economics makes the most sense, and then really invest in that channel.
Yeah, unit economics are key. That's my advice.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks for being here, and congrats on all the success.
Thanks, Don.
Coming up next is the 5 Keys to Organic Social Media Growth with Toby Hawley, and she's an influencer based in Boise. And if you are interested in learning about Love Every, you can check out their website where you can subscribe, or Amazon where you can buy their one-off products. They are also hiring some great people. But first, a word from our sponsor.
I cannot be late today.
Let's go then.
This one.
Sweetie.
Guys.
What's up?
What is it?
Guys, ready for a signal? Quick. Okay, gotta go. Let's go.
Okay. Hurry, in. We did it.
I need to go potty.
Your turn.
Hey Boise Startup Week, my name is Toby Holly with Great Social Life. I'm so excited to be here to chat with you guys. I'm happy for the opportunity. I am going to be talking about my top 5 questions that I get asked all the freaking time about social media as it applies to entrepreneurs, small business owners, and the like, and how to make it work for you. So, question number 1, why social media? It's important that you understand the why in order to be motivated to implement the how. So my favorite thing about using social media for advertising and marketing is analytics, data, and metrics. If you think about previous forms of advertising, right? We have print media, we have video. They're expensive, and I don't necessarily know when a piece of content is performing well and how much return I'm getting on my investment. Whereas with social media, because I've curated it in a certain way, I know immediately if a piece of content is resonating with my audience. I can see who's viewed things, for how long, and getting that real-time feedback as a marketer is critical for success. The second thing that's really, really important to consider with social media, your follower base is your focus group. Back in the day, you had to pay for a focus group, right? Which is another side part of this. Social media is totally free. Facebook now owns Instagram, and the analytics and the data that they have at no cost to you as a business owner is, it blows my mind every time I look at the numbers. The other benefit of having this focus group of your followers is they love interactive content. So people like to give their opinion on things, and keeping that in mind as you're creating is just super, super helpful. But really the data is the key. Moving on to question number 2. So this is kind of a 2-part question. What is influencer marketing, and how do I kind of get my feet wet in that world as someone who's brand new to it? I want you to think of influencer marketing as quite simply word of mouth marketing, but on steroids. So, and in the virtual sense, that's all it is. It's just people who love to share and talk about whatever their niche is, whatever their stuff is that they like to share. So finding those partnerships of people that are active in your space, whether you have a product or a service or an event that you want to generate some buzz around, get some attendance going. Influencer marketing is a great way to kind of inexpensively get the word out in a big, big way. So if you're new to influencer marketing, I know that it can be hard. It's difficult to measure influence, and it's very new technology as far as marketing goes. I think I saw a stat last month, something to the effect of like 80% of increase in the keyword Google search for influencer marketing. So point being, it's trending upwards. In 2021, you really cannot afford to not get a piece of this pie for your business. So my best tip for kind of getting started with influencer marketing, if you're new to this, is local influencers. Local influencers, they're geolocationally based in a lot of the content that they create. And one of my favorite parts about that is they tend to be, and this you could say for really any niche of content, we tend to all know each other. So I myself am a local influencer here in Boise. I've been doing it for 5 years. And I know my fellow local influencers. So when any of us get deals or events or promos or anything like that, we share that with each other. Obviously, sharing and getting the word out is what we do best. So knowing who the major players are in your market can be really helpful, particularly when it comes to events. So I know what you might be thinking. As a person who's been in the influencer industry for a while now, I know that the term influencer marketing and influencer in general can be a little bit polarizing. It can be a bit of a buzzword, but my goal for my clients and for you guys is to kind of lean into that a little bit and use some of that buzzword energy in your own marketing and kind of integrate it in. Question number 3 that I always get in my business is, what do I post? I get this one all the time and I love it. So what to post? So the process that I teach to my clients is essentially creating your content arcs. And all of these are, I generally suggest that you have 3 to 5 arcs that you create your content around. A quick little exercise that you could do if you want to get started on this is write out 10 things. Just make a list of 10 different things that come to mind. And so when you're developing your arcs, one place that can be really helpful to look is at your brand's values. That can be helpful kind of guideline of what's important to you, what's important to your business. Some other things that you can think about when you're making your list. Ask yourself, what type of content do you like to consume? Why are you on social media? Because odds are your ideal clients that you're going to be interacting with are probably on social media for the same reasons. Reasons such as inspiration, connection to friends and family, education, entertainment. You know, we're online a lot of times to kind of check out a little bit and just cruise. People are there to consume. They want to see what you have to share. Particularly now with COVID and everything going on with that, there are more eyes than ever searching social media. They're typing in ideas and concepts into their search bars, using hashtags. So these are all just really helpful ways to kind of get your mind going. And the other thing that I've seen for myself and for my clients is that once you start creating content, I don't want to see you guys getting stuck in analysis paralysis, right? We can overanalyze something until it's dead, essentially, where we're like, we overanalyze it and then we never end up posting and we never hit the share button. And that's where I don't want you guys to get stuck, because the beauty of this immediate feedback that we get in a social media realm, you'll know what types of content. Once you start sharing, it will become very clear to you based off of the data what your audience wants to see versus what they're not engaging with as much. So just to give a little context for this subject, so my top 3 content arcs from my own process, number 1 is, obviously, as I mentioned, I'm a local influencer. So outdoor Idaho, local events are all things that are fundamental to the content that I put out. That's why people follow me. The second thing for me is humor with heart. So entertainment is a big part of what I do. I try to work in pop culture, maybe the occasional reference to a meme. My audience really likes that kind of content. And I also like to share life lessons, that inspiration piece, that education. Those perform well for me. And then the last thing for my process is funky houses. So I got started in real estate. That was kind of how I got into this entrepreneurship world. And so unique homes was always part of my content, but I'm actually in the process now of phasing that out. So I want your arcs to be fluid. I want your profile to be fluid. I want this to be a living, breathing thing based on your goals, your business offerings. Maybe you're rolling out a new service, so you can make some slight pivots in your content. But really what we want to do with this, we want to teach our followers what to expect from us. Having some consistency, and like anything else, it's a balancing act of consistent content with a little excitement and unpredictability mixed in, just to make sure that when you maybe have a new story feed, people want to click on it because they know what they want to see. Question number 4, the algorithm, friend or foe? I get this a lot. I know that the algorithm can seem like this very large concept. It's always changing. You never know how to work with it. So let me break it down for you. So the algorithm, all that it is, it's a virtual curation of what it thinks you most want to see based on the feedback that you give it, i.e. liking, commenting, sharing, and saving. Those are all the most obvious ways. And there's also some less obvious ways that the algorithm tracks and monitors what we're doing while we're in the app. Things like if you're scrolling along on Instagram and you pause, maybe you're reading a long caption, maybe you're scrolling through a carousel post. The algorithm tracks that data and it remembers you're communicating, I like this content. That's what that means. And so when you engage with something, you're going to see more of that type of content in your feed and higher up in your feed. So some other simple ways to kind of use that to your benefit, for example, story posts. If you hit the back button, if you rewind, that gets tracked. If you push your finger down and hold on a story while you're looking at it, maybe to read a long piece of text, these are little ways, little hacks that we can kind of increase visual review time of the content that we're putting out. And essentially that's it. So as a creator, I love the algorithm because it helps me block out the noise. I'm all about niching down. The more curated your content is for your avatar of your ideal client, the things that they want to know more about, the things that inspire them, the more you create your content with them in mind, the more it's going to resonate, and they're going to do those things like share, comment, save. And these are all things that really help boost you up in a way that is organic. I know buying followers, fake metrics, they don't matter. Moving into 2021, the data that we care about the most is engagement rates. That's where you're going to see the most return on your investment. So something else that oftentimes comes up during this type of conversation is the algorithm. Can you hack it? How to beat the algorithm. Good luck. If you figure it out, please get back to me, is my response to that. The reason I say that is the algorithm is always changing. We can interpret things and trends as they come, but I think when you look too hard at hacks of how to overcome it, it takes your focus away from the quality of the content that you're producing. And that will rule always, because the algorithm is always going to be focused on connecting users with content that they like. It's important to keep in mind here, Instagram wants you to stay on it. Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter, they want you to stay on the app. So they're going to work really hard to match you with the content that you are most likely to look at and scroll. As a small business owner, I really don't care about vanity metrics. I care that the people that are following me are excited about what I'm talking about. So I would rather, just to give some context to that, I would rather have 1,000 followers that are so stoked about what I'm sharing than 5,000 that don't engage, because we're not here to consume content, we're here to create it and just create a presence that's vibrant for our clients. So the fifth question that I get asked about the most is, how do we engage on social media and practice healthy boundaries? I know that social media, now more than ever, can be an environment that is not always the most positive, depending on how you look at it. I hear from my clients things like, I'm afraid to be vulnerable online, or I'm nervous to share my opinions because you can't say the right thing. You're always going to upset someone. And I really want to acknowledge that those fears are very, very real. And there's some ways that we can work around them, because like I mentioned, we're here with a business mindset, right? We're here to advertise, we're here to market, we're here to connect with our audience and build one that is really, really powerful. So just some tips and tricks. And another thing I know with small business owners and entrepreneurs like myself, I don't have a marketing team. I don't have a content manager that's kind of doing this for me. So one thing that I have found to be tremendously helpful in this department is setting a timer, 15 minutes. Anytime I open a social media app, I'm on there for no more than 15 minutes during the day. Myself personally, I like to consume content in my downtime. So if it's the evening and I want to have a glass of wine and scroll my Explore page, I can do that. But during the day, I'm here to work. Another rule that I have for myself is create before you consume. If I haven't created a piece of content and put it out that day, I'm not allowed to zone out and scroll at my desk during my lunch break. And the last thing that I kind of want to touch on this is being mindful about the accounts that you follow. I want for you, as you're doing engagement with your own followers, to keep in mind, like, for example, past clients. I want to make sure that I see those and that they show up quickly in my feed. So I'm always going to like things that my clients are doing, my associates, colleagues, and just make sure you're engaging with the content out there of the people that you want to be having your business top of mind. So there you have it. Those are my top 5 most frequently asked questions, and I really hope they were helpful for you. But because this is Boise Startup Week, and I know you guys have a million things on your plate as startups, and you're wearing all the hats of the business, I want to work in some honorable mention questions that come up for me also very frequently. Lightning round number 1. So you're a small business owner. How much time should you be spending on which platforms? This is a fantastic question. So one of the keys that I always go to with my clients is play to your strengths. If you're a good writer, or if you have a quick sense of humor, Twitter might be a good one for you. Those micro content, just boom, boom, boom. Play to your strengths here. So if you have an eye for design, maybe you have an eye for photography, Instagram might be one that is really useful for you. So it all comes down to which platforms do you like being on, and which ones play to your strengths. And I'd rather see you focus your energies there. Of course, I'm an influencer, and Instagram, as we know, is the hub for success for that. The reason that I chose Instagram for myself and my business, because it has a little bit of everything. You have photography content, you have microblogging and the captions. Most social media educators don't favor long captions. I disagree. I think long captions are great, and I think people enjoy reading your thoughts and connecting with you. It also has a live feature. So it's kind of like all of the best concepts of each platform rolled into one. Lightning round, question 2. Where can I go to learn about social media? Is it School of Hard Knocks, or are there resources out there that you recommend? So you can hire a social media consultant to come in and create a customized plan for you, take the headache out of making a plan that way. Another couple of ways that I like for people to get some experience with this, look to other industries. So when I was first getting started on social media, one of my favorite things to do was look at photographer industries, look at fashion, look at blogging, and sort of just look to other industries to get inspiration and see what they're doing that you like, and think about ways that you can take those concepts and integrate them into your own content. It is a bit of a combination of School of Hard Knocks, and then this kind of comes back to the algorithm thing of like, you know, can we create content that is catered towards success? And we're always sort of looking for this balance of quality and consistency. So you've got to be putting stuff out there. Not everything that I post is going to resonate or land, and I know that. And I'm an advocate of knowing what the rules are so you know when to break them. Lightning round, question number 3. How do I find my voice online and create something that's authentic without seeming cheesy? I love this. So there's all kinds of little things we can do to hone our authentic voice. I mentioned earlier your brand values. Always be looking at those. And the thing to keep in mind here, if you're trying something new, getting yourself sort of over that hump of like, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. One of the beautiful things about this type of marketing, it's consumed and rejected pretty quickly. If you make a piece and it doesn't really work, don't make it again. It's okay. Move past it. Coming back to your authentic self is always going to bring you success on social media. Our consumers and our followers are savvier than ever. They know a phony when they smell it. They can tell when you're not being authentic. And in my experience, the more true to myself that I am in what I put out there, the better it resonates and the better feedback I get from it. Another thing that you can do if you're feeling in a creative rut is take on the mindset of comedians. So I love watching stand-up comedy. I follow comedians. I love watching what they do. And you kind of get in this mindset as a creative of everything around me is material. Everything is relatable. Relatable content always performs well. So as you're going through your world, just write things down. I have notes in my phone. Anytime I get a thought, I write it down. This is like a side rant, but I think it's important that you guys know. So for myself on my own feed, very rarely do I take a photo, write the caption, and post in the same day. I have a working document all the time of different photos and different concepts of captions that I move around like a puzzle piece. So I get the perfect pairing before I go into my feed. Using a content calendar really, really helps with this. Lightning round question number 4. What do you see business owners doing wrong on social media? This is a great place to think about. Okay, so the first thing that I see that might not perform very well for most followers is graphic content posted to a feed that is meant for print. So a lot of small businesses have graphic designers running their social media accounts. And just something to keep in mind here is that graphics that are made for print media do not tend to translate well on social media. So if you rely heavily on graphic content, simple is best. Clear is better than clever. Social media content, again, is consumed pretty fast. So we don't like to spend a lot of time digesting what a piece of content is trying to tell us. I tell my clients even black and white font is a great place to start with graphics. The second thing that I see businesses doing wrong is getting out of their lane in a way that is inorganic and inauthentic to their brand voice. For example, using memes incorrectly. That's a great way to put your hand in the air and tell your followers that you don't know what you're talking about, which is not what we want, right? We want to play to our strengths. So if you're, heading into pop culture references, memes, anything very trendy, TikToks, I recommend to tread lightly in that department if you're newer to social media, and really come back to your authentic voice and those values. I hit on that a lot because it's the North Star of your content. It will always lead you in a direction of something that is really, really engageable and binge-worthy. And lightning round question number 5. What is the first thing that you look to when you're taking on a new client? So one of the first things, I kind of have a three-part process with most of my clients' projects. And the first thing that I look at is their profile. So I start from the top and work my way down. So for example, having a profile photo that is well lit, maybe sharpened up a little bit. Instagram is a visual platform. So having visually appealing content is going to help. So little hot tip on that, I tend to advise to stay away from the classic headshot on Instagram. It's social media, it's casual, it's conversational. So sometimes if you have a headshot, it's kind of like immediately telling your followers or potential new followers that I might make boring content. So maybe something a little bit more casual, but professionally, lifestyle, looking good. Your bio is your virtual calling card. So making some keywords of what you do, what your offerings are, things like that. Just tightening up that profile so that it's really, really engageable. The second piece that we work on together is creating their content plan, creating their content calendar. And the third piece is really getting focused on strategic outbound engagement, brand partnerships, and affiliations and tagging. So when you're tagging other accounts, if you're making good content, it's more likely that that account will then share your content to their page. And now you're getting your business in front of brand new eyes at zero cost to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really hope this was valuable to you. The fact that you're here means you're showing up for you and you're showing up for your business. And that in and of itself is huge for your success. I'm so thrilled to be here to have the chance to talk to you guys. If you have more questions for me, you can find me on social media. I'm at Toby in Boise on Instagram. My website is greatsociallife.com. That's my consulting website. You can at me, beat me, DM me, make a comment. I will reach out, send a smoke signal if you want. Come find me. I love to talk about this stuff, and I'm so passionate about helping fellow entrepreneurs and small business owners thrive on social media. Thank you guys so much.
Boise Startup Week, welcome back. Another live session here with myself, and I have our runner-up for the 20K pitch competition here from Terroir AI, Phil Rowe. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Congrats on winning second place.
Thank you.
Just curious, was that first pitch competition you participated in, or?
We participated in the IEC earlier this year. We did pretty well. We won the technology track there.
Okay, so the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge that the Boise State Venture College puts on.
Yep.
So you took first place there.
In the technology track, yeah. And then
very cool.
I think it was Catheter X took the overall prize in that one.
I was a judge in that one. I didn't get to actually see your pitch. I was on the different track, so I saw Catheter X's.
Great product.
So who was the college student that qualified Terroir to be part of that?
Myself. I'm in the MBA program at Boise State. Yep.
Very cool. Are you still there in school then, or?
Yep. Yep.
Hopefully graduating soon?
Yeah, very soon.
So you can put this money to work and blow this thing up, right?
Yes, yeah. Well, it's the part-time program, so it's I can work all day and then do the evening classes, so it's great.
How much? What was the prize from the IEC?
It was $2,000.
Okay.
I think with COVID they had to shift in the middle of the.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, I think the Boise State Venture College did a fantastic job with the
Yeah,
IEC, given the timing of it, the
Yeah.
pivot they had to do.
Yeah, it was right
Again,
in-
as a judge, it was pretty flawless. But let's talk about your company, your business. I'm particularly interested in the product. Now, I saw your pitch.
Yeah.
Some of our viewers may have not seen the pitch. So tell me about what the product does.
Yeah, so it's a sensor head that you mount on existing farm equipment. You can put on a tractor, an ATV, mower, de-leafing equipment, or even an autonomous platform. And as the
autonomous platform being like
some of the equipment that's rolling out, they are rolling out autonomous ATVs, autonomous tractors,
Gotcha.
those types of things.
Okay.
They're pretty early stage. They're not commonplace yet.
They're not your self-driving Tesla quite yet.
No, it's more of a, that you set a predetermined pattern that they follow and they know not to crash into.
Like the Roomba for ag, kind of.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's kind of in the infancy, but that's going to be a big part of where we go with our equipment. But as the equipment goes through your field, it's imaging and picking up. It's using multiple spectrums and different camera angles and everything to monitor your field, and it's telling you how much crop you have and how well it's growing. And in the end, you get an overall picture of what your crop yield is.
What can you do with that information? Knowing what my crop yield is, what do I do next as a farmer?
Yeah, so there's a couple segments in this market, and it's you're either growing crop and processing it yourself, or you're growing crop and selling it, or you're a buyer that's buying from a grower. And if you're a buyer, you're contracting the amount of land that you're going to buy from, but you don't know how much product is coming out. And so you're essentially gambling on how much crop there's going to be. So you either end up at the end of the season with a shortage or an overages. And
that's amazing. Wait, hold on. If I'm the buyer and you're the grower, I'm going to pay you based on the acreage or the volume, the land, like you said, and I have no guarantees as to what the output is that I'm actually paying for. But yet we agreed on a price up front. Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's why you call it gambling.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are other areas. So like here in Idaho, a lot of the growers here will contract out by the ton, and then the gamble is shifted to the farmer.
I was just going to say the risk is then okay. I gotcha.
So it's no matter how you look at it or how you structure it. Farming thousands of years, they've found ways to hedge against this, but they're really just pushing the risk around. And so what we do is we give everyone a clear picture of what's happening in that field that is being contracted.
So if I'm a farmer and I'm getting paid for the size of the land, how am I currently figuring out what my crop yield is, and what's the current solution, I guess?
Yeah, so it depends on the crop you're looking at. So with row crops, there's drones and aerial imaging and stuff like that, but our focus is on permanent crops. So things like grape vineyards is our beachhead market. So grapevines, avocado trees, apple trees, permanent crops that have a canopy that you can't see below with a drone is our target focus. And because those exclude drones from being used, the method that's been used for thousands of years is still in play today. And they send people out and they manually count crops from sample locations to come up with some form of estimate of crop yield.
So is that autonomous, the channel I'm going to call it, which your sensor is going to go on, is that autonomous vehicle sort of the drone on the ground that is not limited by that canopy? Is that kind of how?
In some way, yeah. I mean, today there's equipment going through the vineyard anyways. And so, our value is just put it on that equipment that you're already putting out into the field. The autonomous piece of it allows you to do this at night as well. So you can just be in the field 24/7 and cover more ground. But today, there's equipment in the field that we can mount this on.
So am I then, as a farmer, let me get back to the risk piece. So am I able to optimize based on what I know my yield is? In other words, can I, next season, can I draw some lessons learned from this? Is there any back-end data, or is it more like, okay, I need to keep track of the 4 things I did differently this year. My yield went up.
Yeah.
And then I need to figure out which variable I actually can play with.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of that, and that's kind of long term where we're going is helping you optimize your crop yield. But for now, we collect and provide the data. Our value is really in helping you manage those contracts. That's where the biggest financial pain point is.
I see.
The other side benefit you get is the yield density map tells you where you're getting more dense crop. And that piece of it, you can use that to go out and give instructions to your field workers.
It's like a heat map almost, showing
absolutely,
you. Okay.
Yeah. And so you can pinpoint which rows or areas or acres are underproducing, and you can go out and assess and do that.
I remember during your pitch, you expressed your TAM, total available market, in an interesting way. You just expressed it in total acreage.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty impressive. So tell me about traction. You'd said wineries are sort of your beachhead.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, notionally, I'm not in that vertical, but I just know it can be an expensive product and crop. And so tell me a little bit about your partnership with wineries. Are there any local ones? Are they regional? Anyone you want to shout out to as an early customer, maybe?
We did a lot of user interviews here. Mike Williamson at Williamson Vineyards was in Orchards. Great help. Thanks, Mike. We brought the equipment back here this year to try to start to do some stuff locally here. But really, we got to keep our resources concentrated with the limited resources we have in California, because that's 95% of the market in the U.S. So we're a little stuck there right now, and then the Southern Hemisphere.
Well, stuck is one way, but I also think I actually like hearing this because you're focusing.
Mm-hmm.
You're really not. I even brought up the optimization, and you said that's down the road. Like we're looking to master this. Yeah. It seems like you're hyper focused on the product and its features, and you're hyper focused on the geography.
Yeah.
So those are actually just, again, notionally, not knowing too much about the business.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to hear. What's sort of the timeline you think for scale? I saw that you're raising $750,000. That was part of your presentation.
Yeah.
When I compare $5,000 to that amount, kind of a drop of water in the bucket, if you will. But help me understand what this means to you. Maybe the cash, but also the recognition and the validation potentially, and sort of how you plan on taking that momentum into scaling and growing.
Yeah. The prize means a lot to us. We've been collecting data for 5 seasons, and a lot of that has just been with the resources that our founding team has brought. And so this goes a long way for us. Because after 5 seasons, it's every little bit helps. It takes a lot of data to build out the platform that we've built, and it's going to take a lot more work to scale the level that we want to get to. But the good thing about our industry is that farming and agriculture is definitely a place where you can build long-term, deep relationships. We're not looking to.
It's not a place you make a quick buck on a transaction.
Yeah,
huh?
we're not looking to go out and get 1,000 wineries as partners in this early stage. We can grow quite a bit with just a handful of large wineries that we've started to build those relationships with. So the one thing that we're up against in terms of scale is the seasonality of this business.
Which I guess back to your the geographic strategy. Once you're at a point where you can diversify that. I used to be in vacation rentals, and we always looked at winter markets and summer markets.
Yeah.
And when we ran out of ways to optimize the cycle, we just went international.
Yeah.
You know, they have a different four seasons. On that note, I saw in your TAM, you know, you're referencing the acreage. This has the potential to go global. I believe the acreage that you were referencing was global acreage. So kind of give our audience and myself an idea of like what's the TAM, what's out there in terms of opportunity.
Yeah, so globally there's 18.5 million acres of vineyards, and that, you know, it shifts a little bit. We grow and shrink, you know, around that 18.5 million year in, year out.
It's a lot of acreage.
It is. It's a ton of acreage. And you know, when you look at, you know, Idaho has a great amount of vineyards here, but it's about, if I estimate, I think it's about 15 to 2,000 acres in the entire state. And so you go from there to about 1 million in California, to, you know, 14 million in Europe, and then the rest of the world makes up that 18.5. So it's.
So Idaho being an ag state and this product being a first, you know, an ag tech product, I believe, are you the only one from your team that's in Boise? Is that right? Or
our CEO Nate has been, they were trying to move here and then COVID hit, and then we had the season and stuff, so it'd be the two of us long term.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The reason I bring that up is not to point out whether you're here or not, or any of your team members are. It's more, I'm curious on how it's like to build a startup in Boise. That's an ag tech startup. You would think there are a lot of resources, people willing to help. I know you gave a shout out earlier. What is it like to build the startup here for you?
You know, the community here is great. You know, when we first started this, you know, just even being able to go down to Trailhead and network and connect and meeting people that can point you to the right resources, or even just talking to the group here today, you know, hey, have you talked to this person? It's really
there was deals being made. I heard.
Yeah,
over there.
exactly. So the community here has been really, really supportive and helpful, and you know, everyone just wants to see success out of the groups that are in Boise. So
it's especially exciting for me. I think you pitched at Boise Pitch Night.
Yep.
I remember watching you pitch then and noting to myself, like, you'll probably see this one again. You can kind of tell the ones that may fizzle away, but the ones that have some legs. And I thought I'd see you again. Really excited that I saw you again as the runner-up winner at the pitch competition. And so how's fundraising going? I know $750K. Give us an insight to that. Are you finding success locally? Do you have to go outside of the boundaries of our state?
We've had success on both ends. We really ramped up. We started, you know, kind of getting ready to fundraise with the pitch night last December, and then we worked with VCO to kind of launch our fundraising. And right as we launched, COVID hit, and so we had some success as we were getting to really go out and hit the ground on the fundraising. And then we kind of had this conundrum of, we've got the season and we've got this raise and we've got COVID. And so we pivoted heavily to focus on development in the season. So we continued to raise, but you know, we found a lot of investors getting kind of shy early, you know, it was about April.
And also, like, it seems like it makes sense as you say it, because focusing on the season then could lead to a round of investment, right? As opposed to if you didn't focus on the season and then you go to an investor and you had a terrible season.
Yeah,
it's a different conversation at that point.
Yeah, so we saw some attrition in our commitments, but But we've been at this for 5 seasons without funding, and so that wasn't going to stop us. And so
this may be a dumb question, but are wine farms or farmers, wineries in that sense, are they impacted by COVID? I don't see a shortage of wine bottles on the shelf, but I don't know how it looks down the supply chain.
Yeah, so this year's been tough for them. So on the COVID side, it's more of a labor problem, getting the sufficient migrant workers, and then there's the minimum wage that keeps going up.
And we have a big migrant worker program here in Idaho.
Yep.
And back to what the product does, it is the alternative of sending people out to do the count, right? So that actually plays into it a little bit.
Yeah. So that's the one thing that the industry is struggling with, is on the labor side with COVID. But we also had historic wildfires.
Oh yeah.
So we've the groups that we worked with, we had one. They lost half their crop, and that's devastating for a farmer. So
back to the buyer, if that deal was made on the acreage size, as a buyer you get half the crop. Actually, well, the yield isn't even factored in yet. You just know the crop is half of it. So are buyers sort of holding? Are they at a disadvantage because of COVID, or?
Yeah. Yep. So we've got we have one customer that is a grower and one customer that is primarily a buyer. And the buyer said that just with the fires, they're going to produce 15% less wine than they did last year.
So yeah, I guess hedging that risk around does then impact you in the end. Look, I'm super excited for you to be the runner-up. I have a feeling I'll see you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Trailhead is here to support you. Boise Startup Week is here to support you. You know where to find us. I want to congratulate you again on behalf of the entire Boise Startup Week committee, on behalf of our sponsors, Alturas Capital, Boise State University, and Stoll Reeves. They sponsored the pitch competition. I wouldn't be able to sit here and hand you a giant check if it wasn't for those guys. So thank you. With that, I'm going to tee up our next talk. Coming up next is iGEM. That's Idaho Global Entrepreneurial Mission, a hidden gem for Idaho startups. You'll hear from Rob, Trill, and Carmen. Rob and Trill are actually from Washi and Free to Feed, who were last year's winner and runner-up for the 20K pitch competition. Carmen Archibald is with iGEM, and I'm actually the moderator of this talk, and we will talk about how iGEM has provided a grant to both of those winners from last year, enabling them to work with universities and taking advantage of university resources that are available to them. But before we do, quick word from our sponsors.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Thank you. Nice deal.
Before we get started with Trill and Rob, I would like to just, for context and for the audience, ask Carmen to help us set a table with a little bit of context about iGEM. Can you tell us, when did it start? What's the mission of iGEM, and what's your role there?
Perfect. Thank you, TM. So I'm going to take a step back. So with Idaho Commerce, our mission is really, we are charged with state economic development across the state to make healthy communities, to make our Idaho companies stronger, to create a business-friendly environment for companies across the state. So that's really our charge as Idaho Department of Commerce. And within that, we have a unique program, iGEM, that helps drive economic development, but kind of in a unique fashion. It does it by helping the commercialization path and journey for entrepreneurs that have new viable technologies, products, and services. And so there are grants that are available. We have $1 million in grant funding that are available for Idaho companies to use to help with the development of new products, technologies and services. And that's done in collaboration with Idaho's 3 public research universities. That's Boise State, Idaho State University, and the University of Idaho. And so it's a nice public-private partnership.
Okay, so grant money from the state that's aimed at economic development, commercializing new technologies, and key partner that you have at the table are those 3 universities then?
Yes.
And we'll dive into how they are involved in the program by learning more from Trill and Rob. And so let me turn it over to those 2. Trill, if I can just start with you, brief introduction on yourself and tell us what Free to Feed does.
Yeah, thank you. And it's an honor to be a part of this panel today. And I appreciate the work you guys put into Boise Startup Week. So I would be remiss not to mention that. So as Tim mentioned, I am Dr. Trill. I am the founder of Free to Feed, and I am also a molecular biologist and mother of 2. Free to Feed is helping parents to navigate infant food intolerances. And we're starting by creating a test strip that will allow moms to test their breast milk for the presence of allergens at home.
Okay, very cool. So an allergen test strip. Okay, very cool. Rob, if I can turn it over to you, brief introduction and tell us about Washi.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for having me. Rob Polecki, CEO and founder of Washi, the world's first smart toilet seat for public restrooms. We are taking over toilet seat covers and eliminating these useless things forever. So
very cool. So, okay, we have a smart toilet seat, and we have a test strip for allergens. Great spectrum, love it. Wouldn't want to have it any other way. So let's get started here. Trill, if I can start with you. Tell us about how you found out about iGEM.
Absolutely. So I found out about iGEM as I started to dig into the entrepreneurial space and ecosystem in Boise, basically. So as I started to go to events and meet more people and start networking, you always get these little nuggets. And so one of those nuggets was, oh, you should apply for iGEM. And there's a person you should talk to. Her name is Carmen. And that was basically like where it started. And then I happened to run across Carmen while I was competing for the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge. And we found each other in the restroom, in the ladies' room, where she complimented my attire, which I super appreciated, right before I went on stage. And then afterwards, in the midst of talking to people, I got that nugget again of somebody coming up to me and saying, oh, you really have to apply for iGEM. I really think this would be a good fit for you. And that is Carmen. And I finally got the official introduction, which was great. So that is how I originally found out about iGEM. And from there, it did end up being a lot of networking. So Carmen linking me with potential university partners, which I'm sure we'll get into in a little bit, and really finding a good fit from there and applying.
Okay, so you actually were partaking in another event, one of the key assets, again, we have in the state here, which is the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge, the Boise State. And then there was a bathroom encounter. I'll leave it at that. Rob, tell us about how you found out about iGEM.
Yeah, we were just laughing about this. Trill meets Carmen in the bathroom, and I meet Carmen in a hotel lobby. But yeah, I was invited to a conference at Fort Hall, and my business partner and I said, hey, let's just go check this out. We didn't even know what it was. And we hear Carmen talk and speak, and we're like, what? The government is going to give entrepreneurs money? Really? We need to get Carmen in the conversation. So we wait till the right second to approach Carmen and sit her down, and we get her all to ourselves, and she explains this program to us where they're going to give us money for our product. It's history from there.
Cool. So, okay, that really caught my attention. The state of Idaho gives entrepreneurs money for economic development and commercialization. Rob, tell me a little bit about some of the mechanics. Did you have to apply for this? Was it an application process that you went through?
Yeah, so it was pretty simple. ISU took lead on the application. I had my part in the whole application, but we put together a package and presented to the Department of Commerce. And there was a few companies that were presenting on the day we went, and gave our pitch. We walked in with a toilet seat, and everyone walks in with their fancy tech stuff. and we come out with some money. But you know, the best thing for us is, you know, when the program was explained to us, you know, partnering with a research institution that would give us a document saying we've tested your product and your product is legit, you know, and we can give this to our customers, airports, the stadiums, and say, hey, this has been tested by a research institution. It's been huge for us. Also, you know, we were kind of iffy about students working on our project. We're like, I used to be a student. I didn't know anything, right? But it has changed everything. The business department, mechanical engineering department, chemical, everything has come into play. And I mean, we have some smart people here at Idaho State, and smarter than I am. And it's really helped my business. Seriously, they've found issues with my product that we fixed. And with prototyping and just testing alone, it's just helped our company out big time.
So I was really focused on, you know, product development, envisioning labs at universities, but you're saying there were other parts of the university, like the business department, the chemistry labs, that were also, that you had access to.
Oh yeah, we got everything. You know, especially the business department, Bengal Solutions here in Idaho State University. I didn't even know what forecasting was. Listen, I'm a social work major. I became an entrepreneur by luck. I just said, hey, I'm going to go jump and try to do this. You know, and these MBA students came out, you know, with all kinds of data for us. You know, forecasting with the EBITDA. I did not know what an EBITDA was, and they, you know, did all these reports for us. So me learning that, and also them giving us some guidance on, hey, you guys should go in this direction when you sell your seeds, and especially the engineering department. You should see what they've done. It is like top-notch testing. So awesome stuff.
Wow. So really, you know, you got the whole gamut in terms of the departments, you know, pitching in on helping WashU develop the product. You know, you mentioned one thing earlier, and I want to talk about that because it's so important. You know, different startups take different paths, and when it comes to external validation at an early stage, like you said, hey, this product has been tested and validated by a university. Trill, as I'm thinking about a test strip for allergens, you know, medical comes to mind, and every time I think of medical, I think, wow, the requirements, you know, high requirements, high barriers to entry, highly regulated. Tell us about your experience in getting that external validation and working with the university. Which university, by the way, are you working with?
Yeah, so I'm working with the University of Idaho with Dr. McGuire and Dr. McGuire. They are the leading experts in human and mammalian milk research. So they are absolutely amazing. I'm incredibly blessed to have the leading experts in the state of Idaho for breast milk nutrition research experience. So with that being said, the interesting piece is that I really love that it's Rob and I on this panel today, because Rob's on like the back end of the iGEM experience and you know, reaping a lot of the benefits, and I'm in the front end. We're just starting. So we just got our IRB, which is the internal review board approval, and we're pushing forward with the research right now. So I'm definitely in the infancy, pun intended, of my stage with iGEM. So with that being said, what's really important to me is that third-party validation for a few reasons. One, we will have an FDA pre-submission process. So we are a Class 1 exempt product, which means that we have to do a submission, but we don't necessarily have to do like a full clinical trial for the FDA. So we're essentially telling them like, we exist and this is the research that we've done. And then the other piece is definitely the buy-in by the medical community, because they will have a huge part in the success or failure of breed to feed. So with that, a huge cornerstone of us hitting the market with a very valuable product is having third-party validation. And there's been other companies that will have done other detection mechanisms, not for breast milk, but other detection mechanisms for like at-home space. And they've missed that piece and totally missed the mark in getting the medical and science community behind them. And being a part of the science community, I know how important that is to say, not only is my own research backing this up, but someone else who's a leader in the space is backing it up as well. Or doesn't, right? Like I said, we're in the infancy, so maybe it won't turn out exactly the way that we expect it to, and then we'll pivot and push forward from there. So with that, like our go-to-market strategy, this is a big piece of it and a vital part. So we're super excited to have the opportunity to partner with the university, because this is something we were going to have to do one way or another. And so now it's a way that we can do it in a partnership style through a grant with Idaho backing us up, which is incredible.
That's impressive, thinking about the access to the lab and the access to the resources that you have through iGEM. And so, both of you kind of tell me, I'm imagining this, that you get an office at the university, maybe a desk somewhere, and you maybe like an entrepreneur in residence, you get to take your test strip or your toilet seat in, and people will work on you. What's a typical day, when you're interacting, and maybe pre-COVID or post-COVID or during COVID, however you want to put it, but when you interact with these university resources, like what's the setting like? What are those interactions like?
Yeah, so I'll start, Rob, if you don't mind. So for me, it's super interesting because we're collecting a fairly large sample set of breast milk from local moms, going through a dosing, basically a dietary intervention. So with that, we have the University of Idaho, which is in a smaller location and is a long ways away, right? So like me just bebopping into the lab on a regular basis isn't really feasible because I live in Boise. So with that, we have weekly conference calls where we're pushing forward, and our plan is to have 2 collection sites, basically, where the University of Idaho will have a collection site at their university where we'll go through this whole protocol with a number of women there. And then we'll have another collection site here at Boise. And I actually have a Boise State University lab space that I rent via Free to Feed, where moms will come and do the dosing study with me here locally.
So you're really doubling up on those university resources.
I am.
Obviously, they're key to product development for both of you. Rob, tell me about your interactions with the engineering department, for example. Walking in with a toilet seat obviously gets people's attention. And you mentioned earlier also the prototyping aspect, so very hands-on physical product. So what's a day like, Rob, when you interact with the folks at ISU?
Yeah, so pre-COVID, we used to meet on a monthly basis with the whole team. The business department, the chemical, engineering department, we all used to meet together and give updates on the project. Post-COVID has been difficult, right? We've been keeping in contact by Zoom, by email, but most recently when everybody came back to school, I was able to go down there and sit in the engineering department and watch them work. They are testing how many cycles my batteries go through. So they have built devices that test my battery. They've built devices to test my hinges. So our toilet seat will go up and down 1,000 times, and they're testing my hinges until they know, hey, Rob, probably in a 2-year span, your hinge will break, and then you need to send the company new hinges. So it's been awesome. The things that the students have done, especially not just for me, but I feel like they are learning, a big part of their jobs or their future. They're learning a lot, especially with the mechanical engineering department. The students, every time I walk in with a new prototype, they're like, you should see their eyes. Their eyes are like, they're so excited to see a toilet seat. But yeah, it has been fun, sitting with the students, watching them work, and then, giving my input and seeing the changes, how fast they make changes. It's been really awesome.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on their experience, actually. So when students, me as a student, when a startup or an actual business came into class, I would light up, because that's really why I was in school. And so you're saying they're learning, especially as MEs, mechanical engineers, how much are they interested in the actual business as opposed to just a toilet seat? Do they get engaged engaged and sort of identify themselves with that?
Yeah, the mechanical engineering part, they're like really, how do I say this? They get really nerdy on the the technical aspects of the toilet seat. So when I bring them a new part or a new piece, and they get to dig into like CAD designs that my engineers have given me. I mean, these guys are like giddy. They like giggle and look, hey, look at this, look at that. So they get all excited about when I bring in new things. The business department, though, yeah, there's an entrepreneur spirit building here in Pocatello, Idaho, and Washi is kind of the face of that. A lot of people in this area know Washi now, and so when the students are kind of linked to Washi, hey, I worked on Washi, I worked on that project. It's huge for them. So yeah, it's been an overall great experience for us.
So I happen to have some background in HALT testing, highly accelerated live testing, and robustness testing. And so I know you're not an engineer, but I also know that you were pretty crafty in the early days of building your first prototype. You were a regular at Home Depot and you put that thing together.
That's right.
What would it had looked like without those resources, without that expertise? Now you could have probably MacGyvered a test rig yourself. Would have been effective? Probably not. And this is still a compliment to you. But like, if you didn't have those resources that took that off your plate, really, and then let you focus on other areas, what would I have done to your product development?
I probably would be 2 years behind. Seriously, like not even just trying to pump iGEM or be that guy. I would be 2 years behind. The work that these guys have done for me, especially the business department, and they teach me. Actually, I give them problems. They say, hey, Rob, here's the solution. Students are. And then the mechanical engineering department on my product, on product development, they've helped me shape the design of the seat. The design is, because of their recommendations, the design of the seat looks like a spaceship now. It looks futuristic. And so I would be probably 2 years behind, still trying to do this on my own. So, the lonely route as an entrepreneur, trying to do this on my own. Now I've had a whole engineering team, a business department helping me out, the chemistry department helping me out. It's been huge for my company. We received about, I think, $90,000 from the Department of Commerce. And I don't have that kind of money. At the $20,000 that I won from Boise Startup Week, I needed that money to survive. So it's been a blessing for us, man. It really has.
I mean, that's a major takeaway. I'm glad you're able to quantify, even if it's an estimate, 2 years. So, for our viewers, in startup land, there's usually two lands. One's called the Valley of Death, and the other one is the Land of Profit. And most startups don't spend or cannot spend even 1 year in the Valley of Death. So if this saved you 2 years, arguably iGEM has played a role in keeping this company, this product alive. And so Trill, applying that same question, to the test strip. And again, every time I hear test strip, I think it's so complex to build this thing. If you didn't have the resources, the access to the university and those, the two doctors, where would your product be, you think, if it wasn't for that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And it's a little bit difficult to answer because we're so early as far as like giving it a good, quantity and like Rob did, which I super appreciate as well. What I will say is that a validation study would have to be done one way or the other on this type of test mechanism. And it's so valuable to us to do it early because we can nail down exactly what may or may not be wrong with the product now and iterate and fix it before it gets into the hands of moms, which is so important. So with that, we could have done a third-party validation with another company and paid for it out of pocket, but that would have cost a ton of money. So doing a similar study like this, but with another party, a third party that does biotech validation, would have probably cost us upwards of $1 million. And so iGEM gave us $212,000, which is what we needed in order to do it with the university, with specific professors who this is their expertise, right? Like this is what they do. And the other really valuable piece to this that I want to mention is that this is leaping forward the research field too. So not only is this very valuable for Free to Feed, but our current understanding of this topic, which is that of dietary proteins that mom is ingesting ending up in her breast milk. So like the mechanism behind that and what that looks like. And so with our study, we're actually not just validating our test strip, we're also doing additional pieces of the study that are so important, looking at the microbiome of mom, looking at the microbiome of the infant, and then the biomarkers in breast milk. So we're really leaping forward our understanding of this topic in the research field as well, which is so, so important because all in all, what this will do is empower women to continue breastfeeding, which is the goal for Free to Feed, is the goal for University of Idaho partner. So with that, I'm super excited and hope that I can say the same thing that Rob does now, that, you know, it's saved us probably 2 years and, you know, an immeasurable amount of money, most likely, to go through this route.
I see. No, that was a great way of answering my question. So really what you're also saying is when you're through with this program, looking back, you know, one of the things that you're looking to get out of it is that validation testing. Okay. So, you know, as I'm listening to the two of you, you know, you run startups, time, money, resources are our three biggest friends, three biggest enemies. And it sounds to me that the iGEM program really removed, and I'm going to call them barriers because, you know, not having the money, not having the time or the resources are really barriers to entry. So iGEM was able to remove those barriers, and in removing those barriers, the money itself goes to the universities. And Carmen, this is where I'd like to maybe bring you back in and help me understand, you know, the money comes from iGEM and then it goes to the universities. It stays in Idaho, right?
Correct. So these are state funds. These are state grant dollars. And so they are reinvested, if you will, in our Idaho universities, Boise State, Idaho State, U of I. And the nice thing is that it's non-dilutive. And I want to bring this out, especially to entrepreneurs. It's non-dilutive since the grant is awarded to the university, but helps that Idaho company. It's non-dilutive, which is a key phrase, especially for startups and entrepreneurs. And so if you think about it this way, our entrepreneurs and our startups, they're positioned to accelerate their technology, their product out to market. Our universities are really well positioned with labs, with researchers, with equipment and laboratory just access that most companies may not have. And so those are the resources that are really available to our entrepreneurs like Rob and Trill. And so to me, it's kind of that win-win partnership. And I think more companies, if they knew, they would definitely be taking advantage of these resources that all of our three universities have.
I think I can add a third win. The company wins, the startup wins, I should say, the university wins, and if all goes well, and we know how startups work, the community will win because economic development will result from that. And so I think that third one is also, it's very important, especially from, you know, Trailhead's point of view. It's certainly something that, you know, an asset Trailhead doesn't have, but we have you as a partner and we can refer people to you. So let's talk about that for a moment. I'm going to turn it back to Trill and Rob. You know, think about other early stage entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs who are potentially in the same position Trill you are now, and Rob you were maybe 2 years ago. What would you tell them about finding out more about iGEM, or how would they go about finding out if it's a good fit for them? Trill, if you could just give us a couple of pointers on that, and then we'll turn it to Rob.
Absolutely. So I think first and foremost would be to evaluate your company and see if it's in a good spot where a partnership like this would be valuable, or is that a little bit further down the line, right? So Carmen and I spoke a year plus before I applied. So that relationship occurred a year or so before my application ever hit her desk. Even if you are in the stage where you're like, I'm not quite ready for that, but it sounds amazing, I would definitely reach out to Carmen, reach out and start talking, because you can start creating those relationships. And one, you have to find a university partner. So talking to Carmen about your company and about what you do, then she can refer you to the universities. And there are specific people at each university who does this for a living. And so then they can say, oh, you work with breast milk. I know just the person for you, and start making those connections, because that's really important.
Rob, was your experience similar, or did you go to the dance a little bit quicker than Trill did?
Yeah, I think Trill hit the nail right on the head. Entrepreneurs need to be at a stage where it's not the light bulb stage. It's not, hey, I just have this idea. Can you guys figure this out for me? It has to be ready where students are ready to work on a physical product. You need something done. They're ready to work. I waited too a little until I had prototyping done myself. We had new seats in, and the company was at a stage where actual R&D could be done. A lot of companies, well, I don't know. Talking with Idaho State University, they said a lot of companies came in way too early, just with an idea, and that wasn't really the place that they would like to be. They want to be digging in for R&D and getting their students, getting their hands dirty. So I kind of waited until that point, and it was perfect timing for us.
Fantastic. And so if I could turn it back to you, Carmen, maybe something that wasn't mentioned between Rob and Trill. What does iGEM look for? What is a good fit for iGEM? And partially this may depend on the university as well, because as I understand it, various universities have various fields of expertise. So what is it that you look for? If I have a startup and I'm coming to you, help me understand the lens through which you look at me.
So one, I'm going to be looking at what is your technology? What is it? What's novel? What do you want to do with this? And then what I'm going to then try to partner you with is we're agnostic to the universities. And what I mean by that is we're going to try to partner you with the strongest university, because each of them have their center of excellence. Their centers where they're really focused, whether it's robotics, whether it's ag, whether it's biotech, whether it's health. I mean, what we're going to try to do is partner that individual with the strongest partnership. So that way that technology, that research and development goes even further. And sometimes if it's a situation where it's, let's say, engineering and can be done at all three, then we work with that entrepreneur to say, who would you like to work with? And they may already have a partnership. And so we're just going to continue to foster that partnership. But what we're trying to do is really leverage the expertise at the universities to make it just the most, to me, the winning team. And that's something that the council. So although I manage the program, there is a council that's selected by the governor and statute that make the funding decisions. And so this just ties hand in hand with Idaho Commerce's mission of economic development, getting a return on investment for the state for these tax dollars that are paying for these grants.
As an ecosystem builder myself, I am just so proud that our state is putting money into startups, into entrepreneurs. It's really an investment, as you put it. It's not we're just giving them money, see you later. We're investing in our future. We're investing in the future of these entrepreneurs, the two of us that have joined us today. And so, with that, any cool new startups sort of on the horizon for iGEM that you're hoping to work with? Can you share anything and spill the beans, or is that already?
Oh, I better hold off.
Okay.
I better hold off. And hopefully you'll have 2 additional speakers at next year's Boise Startup Week that came through iGEM. So I don't want to spill the beans quite yet. But I really love the way you phrase that. It's an investment. It's an investment in these entrepreneurs. It's an investment in our universities. It's an investment on those students that are helping with cutting edge technology, that are actually forecasting and using what they're learning on these grants as they go into the workforce. So to me, it's an investment all around. It's an investment in innovation.
And it's quite unique. I haven't heard of many other states that have programs similar to this. I think I heard of 1 or 2. I was just doing some research the other night. So kudos to the state of Idaho, to the Department of Commerce. Thank you for doing this. Really kudos to Trill and Rob for being resourceful and finding ways to continue bootstrap and continue the path of entrepreneurship and product development, both for Free to Free and for Washi. We at Boise Startup Week, we root for both of you. We obviously have some history. Both of you are no strangers, been to Startup Week, been to Trailhead. I think we've done our part in helping you along the way, but startups get to a point where Trailhead's resources and capacity just isn't a fit anymore, and that's where partners like iGEM come in. And for that, I just want to thank you again, Carmen.
Thank you.
Phil and Rob, thank you both for joining. We're about out of time. I'm going to wrap this call up, and I look forward to seeing all of you very soon.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Hi, welcome back to Boise Startup Week. We are here for the final panel. I'm excited to virtually have everybody. I am Allison Johnson, a corporate partner at Holland & Hart, and I'm here moderating a panel with T.M. Regisar, Dury Westover, Zach Chatterton, and Ben Lambert. I'm going to ask each of them to begin this panel by giving a little bit about their background and letting you all know who they are. So let's start with you, Zach.
Yeah, I'd love to. So Zach Chatterton, I'm the founder and CEO of Gather. I'm guessing we'll talk about Gather in a little bit, but a little bit about me. So born and raised here in Idaho, love Idaho. My wife and I met back in middle school in Caldwell and always wanted to make our way back to Idaho, and glad we were able to do that. 5 little kids and excited to be here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dury Westover. I'm managing principal at Experis. I've been in the Treasure Valley for about 15 years, and we'll talk about Experis in a minute, I think, or at least I hope so. And excited to be part of this panel.
T.M. Rossigar here, Executive Director at Trailhead. Been in Boise for about 20 years. Moved here as an exchange student, finished high school at Centennial High. Yes, I'm a Patriot alumni, proud of it. And decided to stay in this beautiful community. Married, 2 kids, so I'm stuck in a good way.
Hi, I'm Ben Lambert, general partner at Pelion Venture Partners. We're an early stage venture firm out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Have about $1.2 billion under management, and have invested in over 100 different portfolio companies at the earliest stage.
That's great. And Ben, part of the reason we've asked you to join us is you just made your first investment in an Idaho company, which happens to be Gather with Zach Chatterton.
Yay.
So
Yeah, thank you, Ben.
We're super excited to have both of you here to talk today a little bit about that experience. That was an investment made during 2020 while everybody was under quarantine for coronavirus. So people are a little tired probably hearing about coronavirus, but I'd like to kick it off because I think it really, it is what 2020 has been about in large part. So I'd like to hear from you first, Zach. How do you think startups are going to emerge from this coronavirus environment? And what has it been your experience to be an emerging company going through early stage financing at this time?
Yeah, for sure. And I'll start with a little background about Gather and what we do. So we're vertical SaaS platform for funeral homes. So we help funeral homes and families do everything needed to say goodbye to a loved one. So that's kind of the context. And speaking of coronavirus, it's a challenge. And as a startup, you have to be resilient. You have to be able to roll with the punches. And one story that changed the entire history of Gather, and the reason we're here, and one of the reasons Ben invested, was our director of customer success came in one day, and she said she had read an article about a family in France that was unable to attend a funeral because of COVID. It hadn't really swept across the US yet, but she made the comment that, you know what, how sad would this be not to be able to say goodbye to your loved one? It's bad enough to lose somebody, but to not be able to say goodbye is even worse, right? And so from that day, we just sat there, I still remember it so vividly, and we said, hey, what if we could solve this problem? What if we could help families live stream funerals from a graveside, from a viewing, from a funeral, from anywhere? And it seemed impossible at the time, but we put our heads together, we shifted our priorities, and we just started working on this live stream product. And so we iterated over probably 20 different microphones and different cameras and the case and the stand and how to make it all work and tie together. And it was stressful because at that time we were all working from home, and so we were trying to do this, remotely over Zoom. But ultimately, the product that we came up with has been amazing. And families all across the United States, today was actually a record day for us as far as live streams. So we have families all across the United States every single day live streaming funerals, and our system automatically records it. So now they have this keepsake forever. I started Gather because of the loss of my dad before I was born, but how cool would it be for me to sit down with my kids and eventually grandkids and show them that funeral of my dad? All the nice things that were said about, I have no idea what was said. And so we're doing something extremely meaningful. And so to your specific question on COVID, I think you just have to look at the world and how it's changed and figure out how you can pivot, how you can tweak, how you can take what you're already doing and maybe do it a little bit different or a little bit better. People still need help. during COVID, if not more so. And I think the companies that emerge from this difficult time are those that can think outside the box and find new ways to do better. So
That's great. That's great. And I think what you're saying is a lot of startups are used to being flexible, are used to pivoting and having to iterate. And the successful ones oftentimes find a way to do that. So I'm curious, Sturry, since you work with a lot of larger companies, you can tell us a little bit about Experis and what you do for them, but you work with a lot of larger companies who are hiring talent and addressing situations like coronavirus. How have you seen bigger companies be impacted by coronavirus and everything that has come with it?
Great. Let me start with Experis. We are a workforce solutions provider. We're part of the Manpower Group, which is a worldwide leader in the workforce space. 31,000 employees, 80 countries. So that's our sweet spot, is really providing talent to companies that need it. The Experis brand is primarily in the IT space. So we've been providing people like you in a startup mode talent for individuals in the software development space or anything in the SDLC space for about 20 years in Treasure Valley. The things we've seen with our larger clients, and by the way, we do work with large, medium, and startups and been able to provide talent. What we've seen is those that pivot and those that are resilient, life's a shock absorber is really what resiliency is all about, is really having the ability to, because we're in IT, they've had a great ability to get people in workforce at homes and be able to respond quickly and continue with the efficiencies and the outputs that they've always had. And we've seen great increase in that. And some of our data recently has showed that while 60% of the world's workforce is still remote, when you do a survey on if they want to even come back into we talked about this, brick and mortar again, 43% of American workers do not. And it ends up being very generational too. So the boomers and the millennials want to keep that work life and home life separated. But when you get down to like the Gen Zs, which is 24 or younger, they want to get back to a work environment because they miss community. They miss their colonies. They miss the chance to learn. Because if we all think about when we first started, a lot of it was just by observation and seeing what's going on. So a lot of uniqueness. We see people, larger companies pivoting, and it's kind of a forced adoption of being able to let your people work from home. So work is not a place anymore. It's an outcome.
That's great. That's great perspective. Tim, I'm going to turn to you next. I think you offer a really unique perspective here. I'm curious about how Trailhead in particular, first I want you to tell us a little bit about Trailhead, what you guys do for those that are unfamiliar. Pretty sure most Boise Startup Week people are familiar with Trailhead.
I know, after a week of me, yes.
But I would like to know what you're seeing. I think a lot of people, when they face unemployment or loss of a job, they face not a company pivot, but a personal pivot in their life. Are you seeing more people pursuing entrepreneurial aspirations, or do you expect to see that in the future? What's it like for Trailhead and the people who call Trailhead home?
So just briefly for context, Trailhead is a 501c3 nonprofit. We are a collaborative workspace and startup incubator. We operate 2 spaces in downtown Boise. One is dedicated for early stage founders. The other one is dedicated to startups that are a little bit further along their life cycle, so post-revenue, at the time when they need to add team members, if you will. And what I'm seeing, and it's twofold, while our membership at Trailhead significantly dropped over the last 6 months. Nearly 50% of our members canceled their membership. And so going back to something Zach brought up, I think if you have, from the outset, multiple revenue streams, you can find ways to pivot from one stream to the other, which is what we are doing. We are relying more on sponsorships and events now, while we're bridging the gap to hopefully what's going to be the new normal. And what I'm noticing is that, for one, I think we're in a very early stage of the new seeds being planted for the next generation of startups. People generally are still pretty hesitant. For those that have a job, I think they want to hold on to it for now, even if they had a side hustle, just because there's more unknowns and more risk out there. So I can see people hedge that a little bit. That said, with, not particularly the health crisis, but with economic recessions, what you typically see is towards the tail end of the recession, people returning to schools, enrollment in universities goes up, and entrepreneurial support centers, which is what we're considered nationwide, that's what they call us, they thrive because, again, with adversity comes change, and with change, people tend to look to either change their career, upskill, gain new skills, or start a new business. And so what I am seeing, while, again, there isn't a whole lot of activity of new businesses being formed as far as Trailhead is concerned, but I am seeing a shift in startups from urban, densely populated areas, the startup hubs, move into Boise. And so that's been a great enrichment to our ecosystem. The startups are looking to operate in a less densely populated area. Boise was already thriving and Idaho was already growing before the pandemic. I just see the pandemic as pouring fuel on that fire. And with that come people with capital, people with ideas, people with businesses. I talked to one startup founder, and they recently pulled the trigger on the move, but their rationale of coming to Boise was, well, when it's time to exit my startup and sell my startup, I'm going to pay a lot less taxes in Idaho than I would in California. So there's multiple factors at play. But what I do want to point out is I talked about multiple revenue streams, and I'm really impressed with what Gather was able to do in including a new feature set, really, because I look at that as maybe not so much as a pivot, because you're still doing funerals. I mean, you're still a SaaS platform, but you added features. And so that, to me, is really what resiliency is all about, is facing the adversity, and within that adversity, using that as fuel to pivot and add features. Because there's really two types of entrepreneurs, the ones that run away from problems and the ones that see a problem and run towards it. So,
That's great. Ben, thank you for joining us. You're on our computer here, so I want to make sure that you can hear me. So I'm going to come around here. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Great. I had the opportunity to work across from you when Pelion made its investment in Gather, and I work with a lot of startups and venture capital firms, and when we went into the quarantine stay at home, I thought, goodness, what's going to happen? And what I experienced in my practice was there was an initial rush to get deals that were already under term sheet done and closed. People wanted to close on their money. They were afraid of capital markets freezing up. So there was this initial rush. Then there was about a month slow period where people were just kind of going, what are we going to do? What is this going to look like? And then things picked right back up in my world. As new term sheets came in and people just accepted the fact that people could, life kind of went on working from home. So I would love to hear two perspectives from you. The first I would love to hear as an investor, how did you guys evaluate and how are you evaluating the investment environment and whether you're going to commit capital to a company? And number two, since you work with a lot of startups and you're in them, you're already invested in them, and likely sit on boards and that sort of a thing, what are you seeing from some of your portfolio companies and how they've handled the pandemic?
Yeah, let me answer the second question first, just because chronologically, for me, it's easier to talk about. For us at Pelion, the day that changed kind of our world from an investment standpoint was the day Rudy Gobert, the center for the Utah Jazz, was diagnosed with COVID. They canceled the Jazz versus Thunder game, and like within 48 hours, like the world had changed, right? We have 40 active portfolio companies today. And during that time, several companies had term sheets for new financings. Several companies had letters of intent to be acquired and things like that. And we saw kind of the whole gambit of outcomes with those. Investors who had agreed to finance companies pulled their term sheets because they didn't know if we were going to even have a world in 60 to 90 days. Companies that had agreed to be acquired, the acquisitions fell through, and companies that were doing, growing 300, 400% year over year, all of a sudden stopped generating revenue completely. And we saw all of that. At the same time, we also saw companies who had been struggling enormously prior to COVID find themselves where their product served the need to the customer in a remote work environment, from a remote work environment standpoint, that all of a sudden went from very little revenue to tons of revenue. We had a company whose technology enabled work from home and whose value had essentially tripled since the time that we invested, and we also had companies get acquired during that time. And so, I think what you saw in the lag of March to the end of April, 5 to 6 week period, you had a bunch of investors on the venture capital side just figuring out which companies were going to survive and which ones were going to die. Mm-hmm. And fortunately, I think more companies survived than not survived across most portfolios. But that's what they were working on. And then May came, and deaths were not is significant or as high as we thought they were. We started to realize things, and the country started to open back up economically. And we started taking meetings again. I think my first meeting with Zach, where I was truly doing the diligence and whatnot, I think it was May 28th is when we had our first full on meeting. And then people started investing and people started building companies. Since the coronavirus hit, we have now invested in 4 different companies. We've committed to a fifth company. Over the last 3 months, we've invested about $20 million into companies, to brand new companies. And the wonderful thing about the coronavirus, from an investor perspective, people ask, well, what's the risk with this company? How is this company going to fail? What's the existential risk that's out there? And I always respond to them, well, I don't know, a global pandemic where there's an economic shutdown. And if you can survive that, you've got a pretty good business. So that's kind of been my experience from this whole thing.
That's great. That's interesting perspective. Has the pandemic changed your investment profile at all? Or is it just on a case-by-case strategic basis? Or has it changed your investment criteria or industries that you guys are looking at? Or does it just really, how are they performing in this particular environment?
It's kind of interesting. I'll just talk about Gather is a use case, or is an example. And Zach, I promise I won't share too much. I won't share too much.
We want you to share.
This is just being recorded.
Yeah, this is live.
I have known Zach since 2014. Is that right, Zach? Yep, since 2014. And in 2014, Zach had a company that he had incorporated in Idaho called Gather. And he was working on different things, doing a whole bunch of stuff. And eventually he came to the realization, and he should probably talk about this himself, but fundamentally, funeral homes, people that he was trying to buy a different product and stuff like that, actually just needed help running their business. And there wasn't any good software solutions for it, right? And so that's what he's been building for the last, call it 12 to 24 months. And he started really selling the products and services that today are resonating significantly last November and December. And then COVID happened, right? And I think the only thing that COVID did, because that was one of our big diligence items, was like, hey, will people stop buying this when COVID happened, when COVID goes away and when a vaccine's there and whatnot. But when we did our customer calls and customer references, no one mentioned COVID. No one mentioned that they bought this for COVID. And actually, I think, Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the customers that he gave me to call were all customers pre-pandemic.
That's
with the software. And what we look for in companies is products and services that their customers love and can't live without. I had one customer describe. I always ask in the reference calls, hey, customer, what would happen if the company shut down and you can no longer use their products or services tomorrow? And one person was like, I would cry. This person would really cry. And so I think in this pandemic and hopefully soon to be post-pandemic world, I think the fundamentals of starting a company, building a company, and investing in companies is, are you building a problem, or are you building a product that solves a real problem for their customers, and are they willing to pay for it? And if you can get companies and you can get customers to hand over their money during a pandemic period, whatever you're building is very, very useful, and whatever you're building is probably very valuable to those customers, and you should continue to try and do it. And frankly, if you look at the savings rate, especially from a consumer standpoint and business standpoint, people have reduced their expenses significantly over the last 6 to 8 months in this pandemic. Where they're spending their money is great places to invest and great places to build products and services, because those things won't go away once the pandemic's over.
That's great. Revenue speaks, right? Follow the dollars. Well, I want to turn a little bit and talk about what we're seeing in Boise generally in terms of growth and the hiring market. So I'm going to turn to you, Dury. Do you see companies hiring, and what types of positions are they hiring for in this market? I can tell you that I know our housing market is exponentially increasing, as it seems talent is moving from larger metropolitan areas to here. Are you seeing local employers expand their workforce, or do you think most of those are remote workers?
I think it's a combination. Great question. We are seeing this market, and in fact, Idaho is, I think, in the top 3 recovery markets in the United States. So if you think back of where we were, unemployment-wise, I think we were at 3.5 before COVID, pre-COVID, 3.5%, and that was all sectors, all lines of employment. We were about, I think, 2.1 in the IT space. This is pre-COVID. We're now back. August numbers were 4.6%. So we're almost back into where we were pre-COVID, which is pretty significant. We're seeing a ton of pressure with IT. It's a war on talent. We are seeing the 2 big cities on the West Coast are now coming at the talent that we have in the Treasure Valley fiercely, and that's coming out of Seattle and coming out of the Bay Area. A lot of folks are coming after our talent here because of the cost difference they can pick up our people, and with borderless talent, they don't care where they sit anymore. It's like that science project, forced adoption. Some companies were not allowing remote workers, particularly in the Treasure Valley. We would coach our clients and give them advice about if you just meet your people where your talent is, you'll get better, higher quality talent. They'll eventually get to Boise just like you. You never left, right? You loved it. You just get their boots here, and they'll move their families here. So we're seeing a lot of people moving here. I mean, we all see it. We feel it. The pedigree of people that are moving here is ratcheting up, which is only going to benefit people like you, people like us, connecting you with the right talent at the right time. So I think it's a great benefit for all of us. I mean, to the silver lining of COVID, there's not a lot, but I think it is driving really great people into our valley for our companies to then pick up and have higher degree people.
I'm curious on your take, if I may. Curious on your take on you mentioned the difference in compensation, right?
Mm-hmm.
The big cities are looking to poach talent from Boise. The way I look at it is, take Facebook for example.
Mm-hmm.
If a Facebook employee that lives in San Francisco moves to Boise, technically Facebook will adjust that engineer's or that person's compensation package to reflect the cost of living in Boise. So technically they'd be taking a pay cut to come here. And so I kind of look at this as, because there's that discrepancy, right? Most tech firms still use the cost of living wherever you are as a proxy for the compensation package they're going to give you. In other words, it's the same job performed, just in a different place. It provides the same value to the employer. The employer doesn't change their pricing to the customer based on which engineer, whether they're in Boise or in San Francisco, built this product. So I'm curious to get your take on our positioning as a community. Our pay is lower, and that typically had actually worked in our favor in the past. And how do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I mean, the inverse is also happening. So they're able to recruit somebody from one of our, large logoed companies here and bump them up 20%, but still be 20% lower than if they were to pay the San Francisco wage. So it's still a battle in that respect, but we are seeing that. And we're not seeing the other scenario described where if you are moving from like Bellevue or, Portland and coming over here, that they immediately adjust the salary. We're not seeing that right now. We're hearing about some companies, like I think it was VMware announced 30 days ago that they're asking anybody that moves outside of the California area, like if it were to be in the Boise area, it's about an 18% reduction in salary, which is, back to your point, very significant. Money's money, right?
So going along with this, so we're in a fun phase of Gather where we're hiring some people, and so we're recruiting, and we actually had a Facebook employee apply to one of our recent jobs, and I was like, wow, he's a marketing lead for Facebook, had worked for Google, had also worked for Intuit in the Bay, MBA, very highly talented, right? And so I get on the phone with him and I'm like, hey, why do you want to move to Boise? And his answer was, it was his daughter's 8th birthday. He looks around their 1-bedroom apartment that probably costs $1 million to buy, right? And he's like, we don't want to raise our family here. He had a couple little kids, and he said, I know I'll go to Boise. If I go to Boise, I'll take a pay cut. I'm okay with that. I want the quality of life. He was tired, and other reasons he didn't want to work for Facebook. He didn't want to be like, hey, I'll increment their growth by 0.2% a year. He wanted to do something more dynamic. So I think there's a lot of that happening. We've seen quite a few applicants that they just want to get out. And I think COVID has accelerated that desire to get out of the big city and move somewhere amazing like Boise, and that's why we're seeing the growth in this area.
I can tell you in the last 2 years, and then it's been intensified, of course, with COVID, that salaries, they've been very rational about their salaries. They want out so badly out of these other markets and want to pivot in their lives that they're now being rational. Where before 2 years ago they would, they'd cringe at our salaries. Now they're, because of the other pieces that are priceless to them. They're saying, this is great, this is okay, I can do it for this. And our employers are doing great by starting to do much more competitive salaries too. So I think we're maturing as a city in making sure that we're kind of right sizing and rationalizing our salaries. So it's nice meeting it together.
That's great. Zach, are there any positions here that are difficult, you're finding difficulty hiring for and finding the right talent or competing for and winning the talent? And secondarily, how do you think you as a small private company, you touched on it a little bit, offering people an opportunity to make a bigger difference in a smaller company. But what other incentives do you think working for a company like Gather offers?
For sure. And To be honest, so one of the concerns Ben had when we were negotiating a term sheet is, and it probably came from his partners and him as well, but like the concern was, can you attract talent in Boise? Is there talent? And my answer to Ben was 100%. There is talent here. And I think Gather is very fortuitous in where we're at. We're not at the very, very early startup phase where you're not sure if you're going to get a paycheck, but we're also not so big that you're lost in the mix of things. So we're at that sweet spot where, you know, we have a couple $1 million in the bank. And I think the biggest thing that's helping us, and we've had great talent being attracted to Gather, and it's because of the mission of the company. So it's inherent in all of us to want to help people. It's just who most good humans at least want to help people. If a child falls, you want to pick that child up and help them. And that's what we're doing at Gather. So rather than just service being a part of your weekend or, you know, every once in a while, it's part of your day-to-day. Like, we're building something that makes the world a better place. And people love that. And I think there's a lot of people that are attracted to startups. It's just in our nature to want to create something and be at the ground floor. And so it's been fun to see that as well. I'd say to your specific question, the hardest one so far is development, as we would all guess, right? We actually have filled almost all of our positions except development. We've got great talent. Paul Price, who is the CEO of Ballyhoo, is our CTO, and he's fantastic, just brilliant. Anyone that knows him knows that. So we've built a team around him, and I think development talent wants to work with other development talent, and so it, you know, positive feedback cycle. So we're hopeful. We just started hiring, but that one's a little challenging because of this fight back and forth with different companies. Everybody needs solid developers, but we're hopeful. I think we've got something really special with Gather, and people want to be part of something special that makes a difference.
Maybe Dury, and you can talk
yeah,
after
there
this.
you go.
So I just wanted to pop right in because you had mentioned something about Pelion maybe expressing a little concern or wanted to understand better about the talent pool here. So we actually got this question via chat, and if anybody else has questions, you can send them via chat. But people are interested, is Pelion looking to make future investments in Boise or Idaho? Is this a market that you guys are looking to expand further into? And what are the challenges or benefits do you see about investing in this market?
Yeah, and by the way, if you guys start hearing knocks, I've got kids knocking on my door here, and I've locked the door. So just heads up. Look, Pelion is headquartered in Salt Lake City, Utah. We have an office in Southern California, and we have investments in. We have historically. I'd say 60% of our investments were in the Bay Area, maybe 20% were in Utah, and then the rest were smattered throughout the country: Seattle, Boston, New York, Texas, places like Denver, places like that. So we at Pelion have a agnostic view on geography. We don't care where the company is headquartered, so long as the company's awesome and we think it can be a very large company. That's really our only criteria. And all you got to do is look at the track record of Boise. There's been several companies who have had $1 billion plus exits. And I think there are still companies, and frankly, I don't know the ecosystem and market super well, but there's no reason why Boise can't build several $1 billion companies every single year. There's no reason it can't. So are we looking for a $1 billion company or the next $1 billion company in Boise? Absolutely, we are.
Gather. You already found it.
The next one.
The next.
So the next one, Zach.
Oh, got it.
We got this one. Now we got to go get the next one.
Right.
So that's how I'd answer the question. And we have a history here in the Intermountain West. Being headquartered in Salt Lake City. We know the type of people that live in the Intermountain West and the type of businesses that are started here. Hard work, I think, is in our background. Honesty is in our background. Trustworthiness is in our background. I was born and raised here in Salt Lake City. So and I feel except for next week when BYU plays Boise, I feel a kindred friendship towards the people in Boise and towards the city, because it feels a lot like Salt Lake City. So like it's absolutely an attractive place to invest in companies and to make investments.
And I would just add so Gather was lucky enough that we were able to talk to multiple different VCs and have a couple different options on the table. And so part of our due diligence was on Ben and Pelion. And so we selected Ben and Pelion for a number of reasons, but ultimately they came out on top by a large margin. So anybody interested in looking at raising money, Pelion is amazing for multiple reasons. So.
Ben, I'm curious, does Pelion participate in funds, and is the formation of a fund in Boise sort of a proxy for your consideration of whether you're going to target Boise as for your portfolio or not?
So the only funds that we really participate in are our own funds, and that's kind of by mandate and by legal. For legal reasons with our legal agreements with our limited partners. So we historically have not invested in funds, but we think part of a really healthy startup ecosystem is getting seed funds, especially seed funds, in place and funded. And that can raise fund 1 and fund 2 and fund 3, and really that's what's happened here in Salt Lake City is it started with 1 or 2 seed funds, and now there's about half a dozen of them, and they're seeding a lot of really great companies, and where you see that happening, and I think you're starting to see it in some cases in Boise. That's where you're able to. I think that's a really important way to attract more and more venture capital into the ecosystem.
That's a great jumping off point too, because TM, I wanted to ask you, we landed Stage.0 this year in Boise, and that was a big deal for Boise to have a venture fund and that resides here. And we get a lot of interest from out-of-town investors looking for strategic opportunities and welcome that and are happy to have Pelion on board. It's super exciting, and we hope you make future investments here. But having the funds here is also really important for that seed stage. So what impact do you think Stage.0 has had in this market? And do you think there's opportunity for others to join?
It's a great question. And to Ben's point, I think what happens is the A-round investor will look for a healthy seed round investment ecosystem, right? Because that's actually their deal flow pipeline. And then the B and C round investors actually look for A round investors. So everybody looks to the predecessor and says, hey, if those guys are in place, there must be deals for me. And so with that, in context of Stage.0, they reverse engineer A rounds. And meaning that they will take on early stage companies and build them up to the A round, attracting the Pelions, the Epic Ventures, the A round investors. And I believe that once those A round investors have a strong enough portfolio here in Boise, they will want to set up shop here. Mm-hmm. So I'm really excited about Stage.0 itself. I'm setting up shop. My board member, Andy Scoggin, just joined them as a partner. I'm really excited about that. They're getting validation and they're getting traction. Their portfolio companies, some of them are Trailhead alumni. So that's really exciting for me to see, because from a Trailhead point of view too, so we started Basecamp, which was is our open space, collaborative co-working space. And we were graduating entrepreneurs, but into nowhere. Mm-hmm. So we decided to build our own halfway home between Basecamp and the real world, and we called it Trailhead North. And so I could keep going and building more halfway homes, but that is how ecosystems are built, and that's how I kind of look at Stage.0. I think there is plenty of more opportunities for funds to come here, whether they're a studio-based model like Pioneer Square Labs in Seattle that Startup Week visited last year, and we learned a lot from them as to how they approach things, or the Stage.0s of the world. So I'm personally really excited that they did set up shop here. Idaho and Boise tend to be very wary of, we call them outsiders. Believe it or not, I came here as an immigrant. And I have a hard time calling others outsiders. Matter of fact, we had a joke yesterday here in this space about how apologetic people have to be that aren't from here, which we need to work on that. But I Stage.0 came here. I know that Devin, who is a partner at Stage.0, but also one of the founders of a portfolio company of Stage.0, he just moved to Boise. And, he said that he was going to do that 6 months ago. I had my doubts because he lives in Southern California and, the sun shines there a lot more than it does here. But he did. He pulled the trigger. So it's encouraging for Trailhead and for me to see that.
It's awesome. We're about ready to wrap up here. I think we've hit our limit. I don't think I've seen any other questions. So I'm going to ask you guys, I would just like to know, what are you looking forward to in the year ahead? I think we can all use a little optimism in our life right now. And I would like to know, what are you looking to accomplish in the year ahead? Or where do you hope to be next year when we are doing Boise Startup Week? So Tim, I'm going to start with you.
I would love to announce the formation of the seed fund. I kind of set Ben up. I was hoping he would give me that answer. A little technical difficulty. No problem at all. We got the solution. But like I said, I would like to be here next year and talk about the amazing seed fund that formed in 2020, maybe in response to COVID, maybe not, that is now enabling those early investments and companies going to the next level. If you kind of contextualize what's been happening over the last few years, so in 2014, there was 8 venture deals in the greater Boise area, representing about $14 million. 5 years later, you have 18 venture deals representing just over $70 million. So we know that the number of deals are going up, which is good, but we also know that the value of each deal is going up. So I would love to be here next year with a plethora of deals to discuss, which, by the way, the deal flow report was also a very positive milestone. And I know that both Holland and Hart and you yourself, you moderated the release of the deal flow report with Blake Hansen. So I'm looking forward to a deal flow report with at least 20 more pages because there's so many companies that either had exit or an investment instance here in Idaho. And that said, I also would love to report back next year with at least 300 members at Trailhead. So, Do I need to pass this microphone on? Or am I the only problem in the room? Okay.
Oh, can't wait for next year. I think all of us have some fatigue. Super excited about maybe limiting Zoom meetings would be great. I think we all have that. And continuing being able to support the smaller emerging companies and the larger ones to get them the talent that's coming to the Treasure Valley and making it vetted and available for our clients when they need them. And getting, continuing watching the unemployment numbers drop and folks getting optimized.
Yeah.
That's great. And Zach?
And for us, it's growth. We're excited about growth. We're in a good spot. We truly believe that Gather can be Boise's next billion-dollar breakout success. It won't be within a year, but we're excited to attract the talent and just build an amazing culture that helps a lot of people. We're excited.
Well, I'm excited too. I'm excited to be a part of Boise Startup Week. I'm Boise proud, always, born and raised. So it's great to see new investors like Pelion and you, Ben, joining us in the great city that we all love. And I think we're going to head out of this pandemic with even more growth and more opportunities than we've had in the past. And I really look forward to being here next year to share those stories. So thank you, everybody, for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Boise Startup Week. And we look forward to next year.
Thanks.
I'm Angela Hemingway, the Executive Director of the Idaho STEM Action Center. We are a state agency under the Office of the Governor, and we are laser focused on creating a workforce that is resilient, focused on science, technology, engineering, math, and computer science. We offer some amazing opportunities for students in STEM and STEM fields. We provide opportunities for students to engage in student competitions, in STEM camps, in mentorships and job shadowing shadows and apprenticeships. For educators, we have some phenomenal training and resources that are available to them, including drones, 3D printing, virtual reality, and computer science. In addition, we have our fabulous teacher externship, where we pair a teacher with an industry for the summer to give teachers robust work experiences that they can then take back to their classrooms and prepare students as they transition out of school into the workforce. So we believe it's critical to foster a community of collaboration, innovation, and entrepreneurialism. And Boise Startup Week brings together phenomenal humans for an opportunity to foster that collaboration, to build networks, and to really have these in-depth discussions around STEM, around education, and around our amazing startup community that we have here in Idaho. Within the STEM Action Center legislation, really we are directed to help build the bridges between education and industry, doing that through educator grants, through educator training, through student opportunities, which I feel we've been very successful in. So as far as an aha moment, I think I look at our public-private partnerships and the changes that we've been able to make through these public-private partnerships. And this is a great example with Boise Startup Week. We have some phenomenal partners who are coming to the table. We take some private funding, we take public funding, and we create amazing events like Boise Startup Week that offer opportunities for individuals to get together, to build these networks, to have communication, and really have conversations that are going to change lives.
Albertsons is bringing the fresh every day. Crispy, juicy, delicious. We're cutting fresh, so you don't have to. Slicing fresh in store. Icing, baking, and flower bouquet making. At Albertsons, this is how we do fresh. Come and get it.
Here's to the risk takers, the ceiling breakers, the ones who lay it all on the line, the men and women driven by a higher calling, to those who work sun up to sundown and beyond, to those driven to reach for the stars and achieve their dreams, to small business owners everywhere, those who work to change their world for the better, we honor you.
We're Bank of Idaho, committed to community like you. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's the vacation memories you make being with your family, in a place where the waves rock you to sleep and the sunset can't be beat, where you can ski out the back door and your dog has room to roam. We are Vacasa, North America's largest full-service vacation rental management company. We care for amazing vacation homes so our owners can rent with ease and our guests can enjoy one-of-a-kind vacations with the people they love. We started with one home and a vision to deliver a seamless experience for vacation homeowners and guests. Today, our industry-leading technology enables our professional local teams to deliver exceptional service at over 25,000 vacation properties in some of the best vacation destinations across North America. Earn more, worry less, and rent with ease with Vacasa.
What can we do in a time like this? Well, what we've always done. Find a way. Do things a little differently. And most of all, stay together. In times like these, being there is everything. And when you need us, we're there for you.
I cannot be late today.
Well, let's go then.
This one.
Sweetie.
Guys!
What's up?
Guys, ready? First angle. Quick. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Hurry, in. We did it.
I need to go potty.
Your turn.
Startup Week, welcome back. This will be officially our last message to you as part of Boise Startup Week 2020. I'm incredibly fortunate to be here with Don.
And I'm incredibly unfortunate.
And there is the truth.
Woo, all right, 5 days in. You know, Tim, I wanted to surprise you with something, so I'm going to save this for a live session. I think, you know, I've gotten to know you over the past few months, and I think you're one of the most genuine people I've ever met. And I think this community is lucky to have you. And I mean that from the bottom. I've met many people. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You are a gift to this community. You speak to everybody like you care, and that's because you do. And we're lucky to have you, and thanks for everything you've done.
Don, thank you. I'm holding back tears. I appreciate those words. Let me actually reverse that. I've met many entrepreneurs who, after an exit, you know, get on the road and look for the next big thing. And your authenticity that I feel from you with respect to how you feel about this community is pretty rare. You're not here to extract. What I've seen is you're here to add to it. So, and on that note, I want to ask you a few things now. After 5 days of Startup Week, and after being here for 4 months and having the lens coming here from DC as a founder who had a significant exit, what do you see in terms of opportunities and challenges? Let's start with opportunities.
Sure.
What's cool about Idaho in terms of the startups?
Yeah. So this is, you know, we've talked about this. The funny thing that everybody who's not from here always starts. It's kind of like the caveat. Well, I just got here, so I can't really. But you know, it does. We're all intelligent, analytical people, so we can just call it spade a spade. I think there's some amazing things about Idaho and specifically Boise Tech. And the way I'd summarize it, it's say the raw materials are there. There is people give a shit. There is money.
That's important.
Yeah, that's the first thing. There is money here. It may not be in traditional, you know, avenues, but there is money here, and obviously you need money to fund an entrepreneurship ecosystem. There is talent here, and not just talent, but people who are resourceful. The classic kind of pull up by our bootstraps kind of mentality. And you know, that comes from this you know, Idaho being one of the last frontiers in the United States, the pioneering nature of Idahoans.
Let me pick up on that because we also discussed the other side of that very same coin.
Right.
What is our ethos of pioneering? I'm going to do this myself. I don't need any help. What does that imply on the flip side of that coin?
Well, I think it makes you become a bit insular. You know, I'll give you an example. In Washington, D.C., people are always thinking about, you know, what's in it for me? You know, how do I take this job to get this job to get this job? How do I climb the ladder? You know, what cocktail party am I missing by being here as opposed to there? So there's all that. So that's kind of like, so every city's got its own challenges, and that's kind of created by the culture of the city, if you will. I think the downside of an ecosystem where that's so where people are so self-reliant is not knowing when to ask for help. And you know, so I think the raw materials are there. The connective tissue is probably missing a little bit, which is why I've committed time to building up communities like the Facebook group, which has doubled in membership over the last month. George Seabolt started it, and now we went from 180 to 313 members over the last month, like I said. So it's just missing those kinds of synapses, you know, So, and the other piece of it is, I think that there's just a different mentality. One of the takeaways I have from this week is, what would work there doesn't work here. So take funding, for example, right? We spoke to Molly Otter, who's like, we have this revenue-based financing thing going on. Well, that's a very Idahoan approach, right? It's like, I'm going to get investment from the revenue I've created. Where on the East Coast or West Coast, you might be like, I'm going to go get investment because I'm the shit. And I'm like, I got to go down this VC path and, pound my chest. So, like I said, what works there doesn't work here. And I think the challenge is making sure that we find ways that are authentic to Idaho, to Idaho's values, to Idaho's people, but also are helpful to one another within the community.
The authenticity, that's my main takeaway from what you just said, because we look for that, and that's what gets us to identify or relate to whatever the solution is, the authenticity.
Yeah, and I think it would be arrogant to be like, here's a solution. I don't know what it is. The solution is always people. Like, it's always kind of getting people together, and, people get together and great stuff happens.
No, look, I think it's an incredible opportunity for me as an ecosystem builder to be able to pick your brain, because you have this outside perspective, but yet you're committed to this community already within this short amount of time. So I just look at it as a constructive criticism. So keep it coming. I'm sure you've met some new people through Startup Week.
Oh my gosh, Tim, let me tell you. So I did this networking thing they had, the umbrella. I used it. I think I had 10 meetings booked. One was a flop. This guy just found Boise Startup Week, but through a search, and doesn't even live in Idaho. And he was like, "Hey, I want to talk to you." And I was like, "You don't live in Idaho. See you later."
So you become one of us now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, no. I know. Well, hold on. I said, "Call me in 2 weeks."
Okay.
Yeah. It's like a doctor. Call me in 2 weeks. But I had some, so that one was a flop, one was a no-show, and then I had incredible conversations, and I found the virtual networking to be much more engaging, much more, I was more present than in real life networking, because I'm not looking over my shoulder, they're not looking over their shoulder, there's not a line to speak to the person I'm speaking to or vice versa. We're not worried about what session we're missing, because we can always watch it later on.
You have some deep domain expertise in events, and so what's your take on, you weren't here last year, but you've been to many events, of the format of a virtual event. You just mentioned some of the pros with respect to meeting.
Yeah, I've probably gone to about 200 conferences over the last decade, no joke.
Ouch.
And, I think, like I said, it was much deeper connections, much, it was more real. And I love that. So I met some great people. I'm excited to keep in touch with them. So I met some awesome people.
I also found that to be true when it comes to the pre-recorded sessions. For one, when you're on Zoom or whatever platform you're using, you're really close. You're focusing on the person's face. You see all their expressions. There is no background noise in most cases. There is no crowd. There is no next place to be at. You can really focus in, and I think that brought out a level of authenticity from these sessions that I didn't see in the in-person sessions.
Yeah, I'll add to that. If you're a speaker, you kind of always look in the audience to kind of read the audience, read the room, and you may kind of pander to some facial expressions. And you're not doing that. You're just, or you might get distracted because 50% of the room is on their phone, like all of you on your multitasking right now. I'm just kidding. That's the nature of these kinds of events. But so I think that the speaker was able to be more present as well, and that's huge because that means they're adding more value.
So you as I almost called you an outsider. As someone who came here, are you...
We're all Americans, man.
I know. I am too, as a matter of fact, as of 2 years ago. But are you encouraged by what you saw at Startup Week?
Of course. I think it's amazing. Honestly, I hope that, this momentum continues, but specifically this event. The beautiful thing about, a virtual event is that it's more evergreen. It can last longer. There's a curve and it kind of falls off. But the question is, and it's really up to us as organizers, I'm calling myself an organizer now. It's up to us as people who participated to make sure that we help, stretch the lifespan, the shelf life of this event for as long as possible. Because it would be a shame if all this wonderful content, this amazing group of 1,500, probably 1,700 at this point, people, because, people sign up to virtual events just in time. If all, so let's call it 2,000. If these 2,000 people that signed up continue to engage, Brella's still on, you can still go network, You can still check out anything, 8 times 5, call it, 50 hours of content with all the tracks and stuff. Those things don't have a shelf life like they do at an event. So I'm just hopeful that people will continue to engage.
You bring up such a valuable aspect of the remote format. So for one, the attendees are able to access this content. And once Brella expires, this content will live on Boise Startup Week's YouTube channel. But if you also think about it from the sponsor's point of view, in years past, we'd put up banners and they get their logos up. They would get a chance to come and take credit for their sponsorship. Now with this evergreen content,
absolutely,
it's just ever evolving.
Well, that's funny because, event organizers, and I speak to a lot of them, many days a week, and they're just like, oh my God, our revenue is dropping. Our marquee sponsor is gone. American Airlines is not going to sponsor the annual travel show anymore because nobody's flying. It's kind of like what's happening with politics, how, the average campaign donation is now $25. Biden's is like $43. Sanders is like 2 cents. It's a terrible joke. Well, my point is that it's just like how campaign is changing, and it's becoming more for the people. And the same thing is happening, I think, with events. Sponsors can give less money, and we can get more sponsors. So it's kind of like the democratization of sponsorship.
I love that.
So for Albertsons and all these folks, who are watching and are thinking, did I really get the same value as I did for a live event? Hell yeah, you did. You know how many times a banner showed up at the bottom of the screen that showed the logos? You know how many times we mentioned them on camera? You know how many times people are going to watch it over? It's just like, it's tenfold.
And to that point.
So it's harder to prove the ROI, without some sophisticated Excel model, but it's there.
The ROI is there, and I also will say that maybe that's unique to Boise, maybe not. I would love your perspective. But when we decided back in March to pivot to a digital format, the first thing we did is we called our major sponsors, the 5 biggest sponsors, let's call them. And we said, hey, we're kind of thinking about still doing Startup Week. And we were almost embarrassed to say, but it's going to have to be a virtual event. Are you in? And it was an absolute
resounding
hell yes.
Yeah. Well, it's like, wait, I just forgot what I was going to say.
The sponsors were super excited. For one, they did not have the same number of opportunities to participate in other events. So when they heard that we're still doing Startup Week, it was almost like they were starved for an opportunity to get out there.
And that's kind of the issue with virtual events, because it's like that old saying: if you don't know who the product is, it's you. Like with Facebook, for example, we're the product, the users. And the advertisers are the customer. In a way, the sponsors are the customers for virtual events because most of them are free. So it's just important to keep in mind. I don't think in any way it's impacted, anything we've done, anything we've said. But you're right, they are the customer. They are making this happen, and it's important to keep them in mind. And that's wonderful that we reached out to them first. That's great to hear. I want to turn the table on you for a second.
Oh, boy.
And let's talk about what are some of your takeaways from the week as we look towards wrapping up?
One of my major takeaways is going into this, I had an assumption, and the assumption was somewhat predicated on what Trailhead is seeing in the marketplace. Right? I mentioned this a number of times. Our membership dropped significantly. I had this assumption
But if you become a member,
you get a free
up until
t-shirt.
6 p.m., you get a free t-shirt.
You could be Don's neighbor if you go to Trailhead North.
It's a reason to not go, quite frankly.
I'm going to sell it as a reason to go. But I almost forgot what I was going to say.
You were going to talk about how you were a little reticent about this week.
Yeah. So I came into this week making an assumption that, participation isn't going to be that great, attendance isn't going to be that great, and the startups that we're going to talk to, it's going to be so much doom and gloom. But it wasn't. It was quite the opposite. And that is one of my main takeaways, is that, we said be resilient.
Yes.
That was a call to action. We didn't mean, hey, we are resilient.
Right.
This was a call to action,
right.
and the community stepped up. That's including the sponsors, it's including the startups, young entrepreneurs, college students, high school students. So that was one of my main takeaways. Is I guess one of my fears that I had, and using it as a proxy to sort of roadmap what's ahead for Trailhead, was unfounded. How about you? What was one of your main takeaways?
I think my headline takeaway is probably that there are incredible companies in the Treasure Valley. And again, I think my lack of my ignorance on the topic goes back to probably the lack of connective tissue a little bit. Like, how do I find out about them? You know, where do I meet these people?
Built in Idaho just launched this week. Blake Hansen and Alturas launched this website. It's supposed to be a resource for exactly what you're talking about.
That's
by
awesome.
the way. So go check out Built in Idaho. Just
BuiltInIdaho.com?
Yep, the .org.
.org. Okay, cool. Yeah, in DC we had Proudly Made in DC.
Oh,
and I
okay.
remember, like, to this day, the moment when we got listed on that website as like an early stage at the time founder, I was like so humbled. I was like, oh my gosh. So it's not just a good resource for folks who are kind of, you know, doing the research, so to speak. It's also a good kind of like pick me up for founders.
Yeah. It's a good validation point. But you talk about research. We just had Ben on from Paleon Ventures in Salt Lake City. Another takeaway that I have, in years past, I've met with VCs and investors who visit Boise. They're kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They don't have a brick and mortar operation here, but they're still interested.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've noticed is that interest has turned into actual investments, as we saw with Gather. Zach was here talking about the investment he received from Salt Lake City. So I think people are even more so paying attention now to Boise than they were before. You weren't here last year, but we ended up in Inc. magazine on the list of search cities, and we were in 5th place, ahead of San Francisco, which was in 6th place. And we got like a 4-page dedicated article in Inc. magazine, mostly due to Startup Week and the activity that went on. That's paying off.
Totally.
A lot of people read that.
Yeah.
And you can tell by the kind of engagement we had. The virtual event really allows you to cast a wider net.
Totally.
That whole physical or geographical limitation doesn't hold true anymore.
Yeah.
And so we saw it both on the attendance and the speaker side.
Well, as you speak, I've had entrepreneurs reach out to me and they're like, hey, how do I get involved in the community? And I'm just like, so I put together like a bullet list. I just copy and paste when people reach out to me, and it's got the join the Slack group. So if you're on the Slack group, join the Slack group, join the Facebook group, the Boise Startups group. Check out Trailhead and see if it's a viable option for you. So I think it's just important to have that checklist. And I'm wondering maybe we can kind of package just a wee bit of teaser content to allow for people who are thinking about Boise to kind of check it out and learn more remotely.
That's a great idea. And we have the resources and technology. I know Mark Doubleday is on set right now, and let's play with that idea. I like it.
So with that, I think it's time to say thank yous.
Let's do.
Okay. So first of all, shout out to the production, which you all can't see, but they've been here every day, 10+ hour days, led by Mark Doubleday. So thank you to the production team in the studio.
And donated to Boise Startup Week by bodybuilding.com. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Nick Krabs, who gave me the big shoes to fill and sit here, but he obviously put so much work, as well as the rest of the Vinyl team, including Nicole, Ian, Chris, and others.
I would also like to thank Zenergy.
That's our event planning company?
Event planning, yep. Heather and Shelly, they showed resilience and stuck with us, even though we completely threw the playbook out the window and started something new that we had no idea how it was going to pan out. And so I want to make sure that they get recognition. Nicole from Vinyl also really stepped up this year.
She's so important. We just gave her a shout out twice.
That's right. You already gave her a shout out as part of
That's
Vinyl?
okay. She's so
double down on Nicole.
We got to give a shout out to Matthew Gilkerson.
Shout out, Matt.
Shout out, Matt. I mean, unsung hero.
He was actually really looking forward to interview Mark Pretty today. He couldn't make it. Again, he had a sore throat, and our policy is if you have any symptoms, or you've been exposed, or suspected that you may have been exposed, you stay home. And therefore, Matt's at home,
better safe
probably
than
watching
sorry.
us right now. And I'm sure, Matt, you counted all the shout-outs we gave you, and I'm going to expect the report on Monday on the tally on the shout-outs.
Wow.
So you ruined it. You told him what it was.
Tim just sounds like such a great boss, doesn't he? Get that report, TPS report, Monday morning. So obviously the sponsors, I'm not going to list them all. They've gotten so much screen time, but thank you to them. And thank you to Jump for hosting.
Yeah. Any other thank yous? Don, look.
Come on, stop it.
You jumped on this thing. I mean, it was Sunday. I was on
Sunday
that call.
I was just gardening. I was gardening. You guys...
We ruined your gardening.
Ruined my gardening day.
Okay. Well, the weather's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So go back to gardening. You mentioned some of the channels before. I also want to mention the Idaho Tech Slack group.
Yes.
As well as, for selfish reasons, but not really, the Trailhead Slack group as well.
Is the Trailhead Slack group open to anybody?
Yes.
Okay.
We want to open it to everybody because it becomes an onboarding tool for us, right?
I see.
If you don't want to just jump in and become a member, you kind of want to check it out from afar, see who else is there.
Yeah.
See if it's a fit for you. There's really no reason to put a gate on
And
Slack.
you can hit up either TM and I on the Slack groups at Dan Berger, Don spelled Dan. And what's your Slack name?
It's TM Rostagar. Pretty simple.
Okay. So just start typing, hit Command K, start typing TM, and he'll come up because you probably can't spell his last name.
With that, I think let's wrap it up then.
Let's wrap it up.
We had a long week. It's Friday night. Tomorrow's Halloween.
Oh yeah, happy Halloween, Tim. I got all this candy right by my crotch. I got all this candy for you.
So that was a surprise, huh?
I got all this candy for you.
Yeah, candy.
You know, you have 4 in your family. There's 4 items there.
Okay, I won't tell him where this was positioned before, but it is peanut M&Ms. So.
Clearly 6 p.m. We're getting wild.
Yeah. All right, everyone. I just wanted to thank, again, the speakers. I really want to thank the attendees for
shout out attendees.
Making this an experience and joining us on this journey. We really did not know what it is that we're going to face. I like to think that we conquered this and we really set the stage for Boise Startup Week 2021. It may be a hybrid event, it may be an in-person event, it may be a virtual event, we don't know, but we're certainly going to work towards 2021 and build on the success we had this year.
Excellent. Thanks to everybody for plugging in. Have a good weekend.
Entrepreneurs solve problems. They make the world a better place. They create jobs. They create wealth, not only for themselves, but for the entire community. And when you foster that, you can accelerate not only a company, but an entire economy. And that's why